Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite harmonica wrangler of elephants, Adam Friender.
What's up? Look, I was thinking about the elephant thing, and I feel like the elephant thing is slowly devolving into something that it doesn't actually mean.
Oh, okay. What is that?
Well, the elephant is supposed to be like a moral intuition about something. It's not somebody losing their shit because someone insulted them.
Well, it's like, okay, I mean, you're sort of right, but also not right.
Right.
It is your moral intuitions, but it's like everything that's not your higher brain Vulcan logic is your elephant.
Right.
So it's like a combination. It's like your moral intuitions, your emotional intuitions, your emotional reactions, your lizard brain. It's whatever you want it to be. It's whatever your elephant wants it to be. Okay.
Right. Well, I understand. I mean, it's tentatively attached because if someone insults you or disrespects you, and then all of a sudden they want you to vote in favor of something, like,
yes,
that's going to, like, your moral intuitions are going to be triggered so that you're not going to want to agree with them. But if somebody just, spits on you and you get mad, that has nothing to do with your moral intuitions.
Mm-hmm. Well,
right?
No, it kind of does. What do you mean? Because I think there's like this immediate, like the disrespect of it triggers.
Yeah, but it
you.
doesn't. The
disgust of it triggers you.
The whole metaphor is about how you feel about certain ideas.
Well, but it's not just how you feel about certain ideas. It's that you have this elephant that has an immediate reaction to something, and it wants to go in that direction. And then your writer justifies, that it's actually turning off in that direction when it's not. It's just kind of your writer.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that's... Yeah. Look, your writer immediately goes to justifying why I should belt this guy that just spit on me, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, I'm glad you brought this up because this actually has a lot to do. This entire video is all about...
I know, it's amazing. Hey, are we gonna jump? Do you want to jump to like some of the fireworks before? I don't know, how are we gonna structure this?
So I gave you 2 time codes.
Right.
That I want to start with. Before we jump directly into the explosive fireworks.
Right.
He does Schmidt says something that I think is really interesting and really on point.
Okay.
So we'll cover that. So okay. So here's the setup for this. This is the PBD podcast. If you guys are familiar, I don't think we've ever covered them, have we?
I don't believe we have. Yeah, and I just look. Why do creators do this? PDP, CGP, Gray. Like it's like PG,
PSA,
GP.
Sitch, I know.
No, I just look. I don't mind if you have 3 letters like TDS. I will never forget because they're 3 distinct letters. But P and B and D
you're right.
all
like,
they like the DPD podcast, the DP, like all of these. There's nothing to distinguish one letter from the other. This is like the perfect, just epitome of what you should not do in branding.
Well, first of all, I mean, so it's the guy's name is Patrick Bet David.
Right. Okay.
So it's his initials. But
CGP Gray is the same problem.
Yeah. Well, CGP Gray kind of rolls off the tongue. I feel nicely.
Is it?
PBD doesn't.
Okay.
But I understand what you mean. It kind of, I don't know what the right word is. The sounds kind of slur together when you say them.
I always I say CPG Gray as much as I say CGP Gray.
I do too. Yeah. But listen, I mean, he's a very successful podcast. So,
he's good for them. Look, he's killing it. I did listen. We had Jank on yesterday. Check it out if you're interested. Jank did this podcast as well, so I listened to that. It was about a year ago he did it. So,
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So, they're talking to Steve Schmidt, who, if you don't know anything about him, he kind of became a little bit nationally famous for running John McCain's presidential run. And he it's actually very interesting. He talks about, I don't think I have the clip lined up, but he talks about how he actually didn't get paid for that, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, we can recap whatever we're going to if we're not going to watch it. The John McCain thing is super interesting because he runs John McCain's campaign.
Yeah.
And at the start of the campaign, he's voting for John McCain. By the end of the campaign, he's not voting for John McCain. They don't elaborate on that. And, you know, they should have I would have asked a million follow-ups on that. Like, what? What happened in the campaign?
Yeah, he does ask him why, and he didn't really give a clear answer.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't.
I think I remember why.
Okay.
But I'll look it up. So he kind of became
well, maybe it was the money thing. Maybe it's just he hadn't paid him. So he's like, yeah, screw this guy.
Yeah, maybe, well, I'm sure there's articles about it. But so basically what I remember is that, so Steve Schmidt is kind of running John McCain's campaign. I didn't know at the time that this was going on, that he wasn't getting paid, which is kind of crazy. But so he's not getting paid for this, which is bizarre. He's talking about how McCain was losing all his money. But he kind of became a little bit more famous because after McCain lost, Schmidt and some other people all started coming out with books and stories, you know, detailing kind of the disaster that was McCain's campaign, especially Sarah Palin, and how Sarah Palin was like completely like detached from, like unmoored from reality, completely insane, how she would act basically catatonic when the cameras weren't on her. And she was like this really weird, bizarre, crazy person who, if you guys were following politics back in 2008, Sarah Palin kind of captured the heart and imagination of the country for a period of time.
Oh, you betcha.
She was so weird. She was so weird, and like, yeah, she had like this weird Alaskan folksy way of talking, and she would say like constantly really bizarre and stupid stuff. And
I can see Alaska from my house.
Well, to be fair, she didn't actually say that, but
I can see Russia from my house.
That was it's funny that line actually killed her, because that was actually, what's her name from SNL said that.
Oh,
that,
really?
Like, yeah, it was what's the
she never said I can see Russia from my house?
She never said that, no.
Whoa, no. Okay. Wow. Saturday Night Live putting the nail in the coffin.
What's the lady from 30 Rock's name? Tina Fey, Liz Lemon.
Tina Fey, yeah.
Tina Fey had a very good Sarah Palin impression. And they had, you know, on SNL, they have the fake presidential and vice presidential debates. And she said that line. She said, I can see Russia from my house. And everyone just, as you remember it, misremembers it as if she actually said that. I
do. I remember her saying it in a presidential debate. It turns out it was Saturday Night Live fake really presidential debate. Yeah.
She said something like, so the reason that the joke was that she had said something in the VP debate about how, because she is governor of Alaska, she had foreign policy experience with Russia or something. Right. She said something to that effect. And then
Russia borders Alaska, I believe is what she said. Yeah.
Yeah. No, so anyway, but so Steve Schmidt kind of became famous doing this tell-all book and kind of talking about how Sarah Palin was like this insane person, and going to how awful the McCain, like everything about McCain and the way it was run, even though he was the one in charge of it, kind of how what a disaster it was. So I don't remember exactly, but I think part of the reason that he didn't ended up voting for McCain was because a lot of people were concerned with McCain's health, because he was very old at the time in 2008. And he had health issues. And people were like, if he's in trouble, everyone was panicking if Sarah Palin would become president. They're like, that'd be the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I remember
this total idiot would be president.
I do remember. He lost a lot of Republicans over that Sarah Palin pick.
Yes, it was a huge blunder. It was a huge mistake. I mean, I think Obama still would have won regardless, because of the way the energy of the country was at the time, and how popular Obama was, and how people really wanted change and they viewed him as change. But the Sarah Palin pick was a bad one.
Yep.
So
yeah, betcha.
But anyway, then Steve Schmidt ends up either becoming the founder of or working for the Lincoln Project, which is the very anti-Trump Republicans. But he actually says later in this conversation that he quit because when he was part of it, he said like 85% or something of the donations went to whatever the thing that they were funding was. And now he says all the money, kind of just like BLM, gets sucked up by 3 people at the top. And he calls it a total scam now. So that's kind of interesting.
Right. Yeah, no, he left because of that. This guy comes off as someone who's actually got a backbone and some ethics.
Yeah. Well, he's an interesting dude. Because because he's obviously Republican, but he kind of, obviously people on the right don't like him because of the Lincoln Project, but also people on the right don't like him because he, for a long time, ended up becoming a regular contributor to MSNBC. So he was like their token Republican. Him and like Steele are like kind of the token Republicans that MSNBC used to bring up all the time.
Right. Got to pay the mortgage.
That's true. So anyway, let's jump into it.
So I've been in the Roger Ailes secret elevator. You'd go in there.
He's talking about Roger Ailes.
We all need a secret elevator, right,
yes,
Sitch?
We all do.
Elevator that emptied right into his office that he would bring the women up in right later. And
know what I'm talking about, Sitch?
Roger Ailes, if you don't know, Roger Ailes used to run Fox News.
The secret
and he was
elevator.
accused of sexual improprieties.
Of womanizing?
Mm-hmm.
Look, don't do anything without consent, obviously. But
Listen,
if you got a secret elevator, that's pretty base.
That's true. And listen, it's not a surprise that back in the day, Fox News used to have all these blonde women in short skirts, all looking the same, wearing the same outfits. Okay.
Right.
And right, so I've been in the Roger Ailes secret elevator. You'd go in there.
Full disclosure, he never made a pass.
He never made it. He never made a pass.
You don't have to do any twirls.
He never made a pass. There was nothing going on. There was always a huge cheeseburger waiting.
Oh wow.
Right. So you'd have lunch with him. We never had a meeting with him where he didn't unlock the gun that he kept under his safe, wave the gun around the room, talk about honest to God.
I believe it.
Right, talk about right.
He would
talk
bring
about
a gun to the meeting.
He would pull the gun out from the gun safe. He would talk about some rapid response team that was 10 minutes from his house because the terrorists were going to get him. I mean, he was as big a whack job as I've ever encountered in my.
Next time we have Brianna Wu on, I think I should wave my gun around more. What do you think, Sitch? What do you think?
Did you imagine you're like going up to some meeting, the head of a major news network, and you're like, this person's insane. This person's a crazy person.
I know. Look, waving the gun around in the meeting? I feel like I'd be a little uncomfortable about that.
Yeah, why is he doing that? You're like, what is happening here? Like, that's not responsible gun ownership.
There's like bullet holes all over the walls.
Right. You're like, what are you trying to intimidate me? A guy who runs Fox News? Like, what is this? This is ridiculous.
My life sitting there, but brilliant, right? Media-wise. And what he said was, and he pulls out a frame of a Time magazine, but it's just empty. And he says, this is what you got to do. He goes, you got to put the guy's picture or the woman on the Time magazine with the word president. Just look at the picture.
Oh, wow.
Right? And he goes, if you look at the picture, right, and you start laughing, right, you're like, the fuck, right? That person's not going to make it. It's as simple as that. So you know, right?
So I would say that used to be, that sounds like a good metric, right? Someone going to be president, imagine their face on Time magazine with words president. But I don't know if that test would have worked with Donald Trump, because I think most people would have looked at that and said, no, that's a joke. That's not going to happen. And then it did.
I mean, well, first of all, I disagree on both Donald Trump and the metric. I think the metric is...
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the metric doesn't work, obviously.
Well, look, you laugh when Donald Trump when you do that test with Donald Trump. I never laughed. I was immediately like, this guy's going to be president. Like, I bet money on it.
So, no, but like, imagine like a week before anyone knew he was running for president.
Right.
His face on Time magazine as president. Everyone would have laughed at that.
Look, he'd been floating running for president for decades. Like, I think
I know. I'm aware. I've talked about that. Yeah.
Didn't he do cameos as the president in some movies and shit? I mean,
not that I remember, but
I feel like his whole run on The Apprentice was saying, look, I'm an executive. Look, I'm a decision maker here.
He literally, the reason I stopped watching Celebrity Apprentice, which I used to love, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Some Sitch lore here on this show.
The reason I stopped watching Celebrity Apprentice was because one of the seasons he was like, I forget what year it was. He's like, oh, I might announce that I'm running for president. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? And he's like, you have to watch the last episode of The Apprentice and I'll announce whether I'm running for president. And I was like, well, this is very bizarre, but okay. And in the last episode of The Apprentice, like the whole show is going on as normal. He's not talking about whether he's going to run for president. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I'm not even joking. Literally, like 5 seconds, 5 seconds before the show ends. This is the finale. So the winner's been chosen. Everything's ending. Like the camera's zooming out. Like the commercials are about to play. It's about to go to the next show. And he's like, oh, by the way, I'm not running for president. Bye. And I was like, what? What an asshole.
Wow.
He was just doing this to try to get people to watch the finale. I was so pissed at that. I was like, what? I'm done. I'm done with this. This is nonsense. You can't use running for president like so cheaply. So
That's okay. Well, see, you're tainted on the
yes.
on the Time magazine cover.
Oh yeah, because I was like,
example.
that's a joke. This is a joke. But no, actually, I think most people before he announced would not have envisioned it as serious. I mean, even when he announced, people thought it, I mean, when he announced, most people, even Republicans, thought it was a joke. They're like, oh, are you serious? Donald Trump's gonna run for president? The fired guy?
He got 69 million Americans voted for him. I don't know how you could say that's a joke.
That's not what I said though.
Well, no, look, obviously, if you did the test, some people would say, no, that doesn't work. Some people would say, oh, yeah, that guy could definitely be president. And you'd go by the numbers. You'd say, look, this guy got 80%, this guy got 90%, this guy got 4%. So I think his metric proves, but you can't go, the person that's going to get 100% is the only person that's going to be president. Like, no one is going to get 100%, right?
Yeah, but I think the metric is supposed to be, can you envision this person realistically on this cover of this magazine as
right?
president?
But that's 100. So you are saying that it should be 100%.
No,
like
no,
anybody can envision this person.
Well,
as
no,
president.
because I mean, I could envision John McCain on the cover being president.
Yeah, he didn't win. He didn't become president.
Yeah, but I think that I think it was supposed to be a broad metric to just say like, well, does this person even stand a chance, like a ghost chance in hell?
Right. Look.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. It's not a great metric. I'm just saying that I do think, and I don't think you're addressing what I'm saying, that when obviously Trump was president, but I'm saying that when Trump first announced, most people thought it was a joke, including other Republicans. The majority of the country thought it was a joke that he was running for president. And if you had done this test at that time, everyone would have laughed, or most people would have laughed.
You're saying 51% of people would have laughed.
I'm saying like 85% of people would have, like the day he came down that escalator and announced he was running for president, 85% of Americans would have laughed. I'm saying
95% of people in the media would have laughed and did laugh. And I don't believe 85% of the American people laughed.
Okay. I think you're way off. But
okay, well, without any sort of evidence, we're just basically going off.
Well, you'd have to look at what his polling was when he first announced. I believe it was incredibly low. It took him a while to pick up steam.
Right,
and then
but
when he did pick up steam, it became a snowball. I'm not denying that.
Look, I'm not aware of a poll that asked, do you think it's funny that Donald Trump is running for president? A lot of those people who weren't supporting Donald Trump in those polls, there wasn't an option for, oh, I'm laughing about this. They were like, I like another candidate instead. And Donald Trump is, I'm still thinking about him. Right? You're making a very specific claim here. You're saying that the majority of America was basically laughing at the idea of Donald Trump could ever be president. So
when he first announced, yes.
Yes. Well, I disagree.
Okay. That's the way it was when he first announced. I don't know what to tell you.
Because the media, it's so simple. It's so simple because the media came out and ran with that narrative because 95% of the people in the media could not imagine Donald Trump being president. They basically wrote a bunch of articles saying most of the American people think Donald Trump can't be president.
I mean, why people had that opinion doesn't matter. I'm not making a claim about why they had that opinion. I'm just saying they had that opinion.
Okay. I think we're miscommunicating here.
Okay. Anyway, we can move on.
Right. There are people, right? Like when you see Tom Brady, right? When you see an Aaron Rodgers, right? They come along once a generation. There is a John Kennedy. There is a Barack Obama. There is a Bill Clinton. There's a Ronald Reagan. People that are skilled. And then there are people that are practitioners of politics that have a genius of sort. Franklin Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln. When you can combine that talent for politics, extroversion, comfort with people, that you understand, and most people in politics don't understand this. Culture is at the headwaters. Politics is below the culture. Politics is not the headwaters where culture flows out of. Most politicians, right, think it's politics up here. They also think the race is about them as opposed to the American people who think it's about them.
So whether you like Schmidt or not, I think this is a completely correct and very wise analysis. And this is what I try to tell the people on the left when they get so bogged down in like policy. And I'm like, you don't understand that most people don't care about policy. Policy is second. And that's kind of what he's saying. He's saying policy and politics and all this stuff, that all flows secondary to culture. Everything springs out of culture.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
So the skill, the endurance, the character test, you just know looking at that person if they can play ball. Great example, Scott Walker. So Scott Walker, governor of Wisconsin, you just looked at him as a guy, people talking about who run campaigns. It was like, this guy's a 1AA quarterback. He's not playing in the league, right? He's not going to be able to do it.
Day one, they were saying this guy could be the next president.
And it's the same with DeSantis, right? And, you know, DeSantis is just a guy, right, who is not going to make it at the presidential level. The difference, and I say this to people all the time, I just said this to somebody who's thinking about doing this someday, and I said the difference between running for governor and Senate is the difference between being a commercial pilot, running for president, being an astronaut. These two things have nothing to do with each other. And so it's a brutal test.
Why? In what way? So you're saying Senate and governor is different than president. In what way? Because some would say DeSantis was one of the most successful governors during COVID, even though you guys made a video saying he's the worst governor. But I'm in Florida because of him. So, but why would you say governor Senate is different than president?
Because a governor in a Senate race can compensate with television advertising that can make a difference. In a presidential race, none of the advertising really particularly matters, right? It is about an accumulation of information that sets a narrative and a frame nationally that in the end falls into a frame of a choice, right? So some people look at a presidential election incorrectly. They'll say it's a referendum on the incumbent. It's never a referendum. It's a choice, right? Typically between A and B. And in this election, it may be between A, B, C, D, and E, right? You may have 5 known candidates ultimately on a ballot, but typically, right, the race is a choice, and that's what it all devolves to.
So
I completely disagree on the referendums don't matter. I mean, I do think there is some referendum component on this. Obviously,
yeah, I don't agree with that analysis. I mean, I agree that like the choice part is important, but I do think stuff can be referendums on candidates, or rather referendums on what's happening in the country at that moment.
Right. I mean, it becomes more contentious if you have an incumbent president that has done a good job and has some level of charisma, and somebody comes in that's just new and super charismatic. Look, what we would give for this kind of dilemma in America right now, right? It seems like we're always choosing from the worst possible candidates, right? We're just the lesser of two evils.
Right.
Seems like what we're bound for. But in this hypothetical situation where you had some super charismatic person and some presidential candidate that actually did a decent job, I mean, you're going to weigh, should we gamble on this new guy or go with what has worked? Which is a referendum. I don't know how else you'd put it.
Right. And well, and in a way, even though it wasn't directly, I think Obama winning was a referendum against Bush. in a lot of ways. People blame Bush for
True.
the two wars in the Middle East. People blamed him for the Katrina response. People blamed him for the banking crash, or the housing crash, I mean. So
Yes. Yeah.
Red 473 for $20 says, "Gentlemen, are you as excited as I am to hear Hasan and Ethan's take on the conflict in Israel? Let them fight."
Oh, yes.
Oh my
wow.
God.
Wow.
That's going to be insane if they talk about it. So I hope they do. I hope they do.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so
do you maybe we should say something about the Israel stuff? I don't know.
Well, I
Like,
mean, we said something the other day. So what?
yeah, we
Is
did.
there something you want to
obviously.
say? I mean, if you
Not
want to say
really.
something,
I mean, it's
that's
just
okay.
it's completely insane. Like the more you
Sure.
dig in, the more insane it gets. So
Well, I mean,
don't
I'll
know
say
what can be said.
there's something that I said, and I tweeted this out today. It's kind of a little bit of a sidetrack, but it's fine. It's Sunday. It's insane to me to see so many people, so many of these insane leftists who are not only like when this happened, I thought we were going to see, as someone brought out the Norm Macdonald meme of like Norm Macdonald tweeted out something along the lines of the worst thing that would happen if Islamic terrorists set off a nuke and killed 50 million people in America is all the bigotry that'd be directed towards Muslims.
Wow.
And obviously he's saying it as a joke, right? He's doing like a funny thing. And I thought that would be like most of what we would see would be that kind of response from the left and from leftists, which is fine to some extent. Obviously, every Palestinian person in the Gaza Strip should not be killed. And, I've seen a lot of people that are very bloodlust about this stuff. But what I wasn't really expecting was the amount of leftists, very specifically leftists, who were literally basically excusing the wholesale like murder, torture, kidnapping, and rape of civilians by Hamas. And that was pretty insanely baffling to me to see that.
Yeah, it's very disturbing.
Yes. So the worst one I saw, I think, was from Second Thought.
Oh my.
I basically now in my mind categorized as an insane psychopath who's basically a despicable human being. He said, quote on Twitter, "What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of," quote, he put in like sarcastic quotes, "atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what a liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people."
Yeah, that guy's a total piece of shit.
I don't even like, he tweets this out after these videos. I mean, if you've been on Twitter, you've seen
there's horrendous stuff. Yeah.
There's the videos that are coming out of this are just sickening. And to just see those videos and to write that, or to write that and then see those videos and not delete that tweet, is just, he is probably the most despicable person on this platform. And I don't say that lightly. I usually try to be pretty good faith Gary about that, but that is just sickening. He's a sick person. And it disgusts me that this rich socialist fuckhead who, preaches socialism because he cares about people and then drives around in his expensive sports cars.
Right.
For his YouTube channel.
Literally no empathy for people that are being killed just because he perceives one side as being marginalized.
Right. And it's like, even if you, like are complaining about the people who are in the colonies and things of that nature, or the settlers, I mean, like there's a story that came out how there was some big dance festival that was happening in like near the border, and it was filled with like hundreds of people who were not even Israeli, like a lot of people from all over the world. And that was like one of the first places, because it was very close, that Hamas started kind of like breaking in and just started like murdering all these like kids, all these people in their 20s that are just like at some music festival, and just start killing them and kidnapping them. And it's just like, it's just disgusting. It's so disgusting how so many of these leftists are acting this way. Hasan gave some kind of pissant, like, victim blaming, like both Vosh and Hasan. What they said wasn't anywhere near as bad as Second Thought, but it was still pretty bad. They still gave some kind of like victim blaming, oh well, this is what happens when you're, subjugate people. This is like kind of the response you'd get. And lots of people were coming out with even like these very crazy tweets about how, well, this is what decolonization looks like. This is what and they're talking about this, just like randomly, indiscriminately killing, murdering, torturing, kidnapping, and raping civilians. And they say this is what decolonization looks like. It's just walking through the streets and taking out every person you can take out. And it's
that's
really
terrifying.
Yeah, it's sickening. It's sickening
because they're
that these
using
people
that
are
same
saying
terminology here. They're saying, look, we need to
Exactly.
decolonize America.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And that's why I said, today I said, I guess we've learned that everyone that uses the term decolonizer is just advocating for mass murder and war crimes. And I think that we need to, now that this has been exposed to everyone very clearly what this word decolonize means, this word should be basically just synonymous with genocide. And anyone that says it should not be allowed to teach, should not be allowed to teach in schools or DEI trainings. They should all be fired and shunned from their jobs because this is just disturbing and disgusting.
Yeah, this is a whole America bad contingency. They want this in America.
Yeah.
They see a whole underclass of people that they want to rise up, just like the Palestinians, and start indiscriminately raping and murdering people.
Yep. Yeah. It's just psychotic. It's just psychotic. I did not expect this level of psychopathological behavior so openly from so many leftists and bread tubers in terms of just kind of hand waving this away. I mean, it's just like almost every single one of them had insane takes on this issue.
Well, there's obviously some audience capture going on. And I wonder how much of that audience is just manufactured from different propaganda outlets around the world. Because there really is kind of a propaganda war going on. You constantly see people on Twitter that you think, like, is this a real person?
Yeah. Well, so Destiny had a good tweet on this yesterday. Sean and Jen tweeted out, lots of reaping being condemned by the sowers today.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah. And Destiny said, this is from a guy who did a 2-hour video on how there could be no possible justification for nuking Japan. And it's true. It's true. So.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to me because a lot of people, I think, perceive the problem as if we just showered the Palestinians with money and resources, it would change everything. All of a sudden, they wouldn't have this revenge streak that many of them are on. They wouldn't have a reason to want revenge or this kind of conflict in the Middle East. And I fundamentally have a problem believing that. I don't think, it's hard for me to imagine that you would shower them with resources and they would put those resources into producing a thriving society for their people. They would put those resources into waging war against Israel. Would they not? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that doesn't solve the problem.
No.
You're proposing a solution that it's insane that you think that would help things. Like it's a tough problem. Look, a lot of people come in and they just think, oh, this is so easy to solve, Just give all the homeless people the empty houses. It's that easy, right?
Yeah. Well, it's what's annoying about the situation. And I said this the other day. It's like, these people just they have this bizarre worldview that's like, oh, the Palestinians and the Americans, or the Israelis, I should say, we're just living peacefully side by side. And then Israel's like, we just woke up and decided to be evil today. You get to live in an open air prison where we control all your trade and don't let you get any resources. And it's like, okay, well, obviously that's not what happened. Obviously what happened was after decades of war and terrorist attacks, the situation has become what it's become for very specific reasons.
Right.
Whether you agree with it or not, whether Israel's doing things or not, all these things are happening for reasons.
Right.
I don't. There's lots of Israel's policies regarding this and how to handle this I completely disagree with. I do think they were incentivizing a lot of bad behavior, but obviously nothing remotely would justify this. And as you said, if you just say like, oh, we'll just give them a bunch of money and whatever, it's the problem, like with Gaza, especially because Gaza is under control of Hamas. It's not like you're just going to give them a bunch of money and they're going to build infrastructure and make everything good and try to kind of become a first world country. It's like, no, they're going to get a bunch of weapons, which is what they do every time they get money. They just get a bunch of weapons.
Right. Yeah, because they're in a feud. They're in a feud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You got to deal with the feud before you deal with the income inequality, guys.
Well, you can't really, if there's a government or something that resembles a government, because obviously Hamas is fighting with whoever runs the West Bank. If there's this thing that kind of resembles a government that controls an area and their stated goal is violence and to be a terrorist organization and to attack its neighbors, you can't really construct a peace with that organization if they're not interested in governing and recognizing their neighbor as a legitimate country. It's not really an option at that point.
Yeah.
So
Anyway. Yeah.
So to me, what I took away from what you said is culture over politics. Some guys think about politics because that's the world they're in. So all they talk about is politics. Like a DeSantis, policies, you can outschool anybody because JAG, military, Congress, he's been around, so that's his world. But the average person doesn't relate to that. Kind of like how you said 4,300 miles, you went across this year with 4,200 miles, what people are thinking or talking, that's not their language. Their language is a different language. Do you think that's why Trump did so well and he won 2016?
What Trump is at its core is a philosopher of fuck youism. Okay? So you have 60% of the country that's living paycheck to paycheck, 40% don't have $400 cash available. So one of the things, right, just in this moment, that we're constantly told in the country by the media, and I don't like the phrase the media because it is fragmented, it's not monolithic. But the thing that we're told over and over again as a construct is that the country is A, hopelessly divided, and B, evenly divided. It's not true. 75% of the country politically does not want the Biden-Trump rematch. We agree on that. 75% is a big number. You have 3 out of 4 people in the country, so that includes people who like Trump, don't like Trump, like Biden, don't like Biden, don't want the matchup. When you have trust that collapses to the degree that it is collapsed across the board, every institution, Catholic Church, Boy Scouts, in the culture, now the military is going over the cliff as well, right? Collapse of trust. When you lower the expectations to 0, which is that people have no expectation that government's going to do anything for them. When you take away all expectation, you get a guy like Trump says, well, I'll deliver a fuck you to the people that you blame for the loss of the American dream, the loss of your home 8 years ago, the pressure that you feel. And so Trump delivers every day. He never fails. He has all the people that condescend to everyone in the country. We had an opioid epidemic and still do in America that was invisible. Had 1 million people that were killed. And it was invisible as a national issue to 2016. So Trump is their vessel, right? People saying, fuck you. Right, to some of the largest wealth inequality in American history, people by a broad economic category more stressed and stretched in some key metrics than they were on the eve of the Great Depression. So it is a tale of two Americas, and there's an absence of anybody's ability to communicate the inherent morality of the American free enterprise system to lift people up from their economic circumstances to something better in life and our politics. So that's why Trump took off.
So I think that that's right on the money. How do you feel about that analysis?
I do. People are disputing the people living paycheck to paycheck, $400
Sure.
emergency away.
Yeah. I'm really thinking more of the whole, like, you know, he says people have zero trust in the government doing anything for them, zero trust in a lot of these institutions, and Trump is kind of the avatar of the fuck you to all these things that people have no trust in.
I do buy his entire thesis on the fuck you philosophy. I think that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's interesting to me because, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about, to me, I mean, that seems to be completely correct. You know, I think we've said things similar to that idea of why Trump, you know, kind of took off. I've heard lots of people say very similar things. And the reason that this is kind of fascinating to me, and you're talking about how you were talking about the elephant in the beginning of the stream, is that, I mean, you can't see it on the watch together, but the chat for the PBD chat, you know, since they automatically don't like him because he's part of the Lincoln Project, and I guess, you know, they're very Trump and they don't like him because he would be anti-Trump. They listen, like, all the chat is calling this guy an idiot and saying that what he's saying is crazy and makes no sense.
Our chat?
No, in the PBD chat.
Oh, how are you seeing that?
Because when I watched it the other day.
Oh, so you looked at it?
Yeah, because I was
our
reading the
chat is doing the same thing.
Okay, well, if people in the chat are saying this, I literally don't know what you're even on. I don't know what you're talking about.
They're saying he's lying about the $400 thing. They're saying,
well, okay, forget the $400 thing. That's irrelevant. Okay,
right.
I'm just talking about his analysis of why Trump took off, what Trump represents, how the low trust in our society turns into this, I want the guy who's going to overturn all the tables.
Right.
And that's the part that I was reading the PBD chat, and people in the chat were just freaking out saying that this is just nonsense. And it's weird to me because I'm like, these people are Trump supporters. They're the people he's talking about. And yet, to me, the way it reads is that that's all elephant. It's people who just say, I don't like this guy because he's part of the Lincoln Project. So therefore, everything he says, I just say it's stupid and wrong and crazy. They're not
they know he's an anti-Trump supporter. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Even though what he's saying is completely on the money, it's completely correct. And it's just, to me, that really shows the power of the elephant kind of to control people's thoughts.
Well, it's not a dignified position. So they're going to be upset about him painting their position as just F you to the system. They're thinking, like a lot of people who are supporting Trump, they have utmost respect for Trump. They don't see him as a fuck you to the system. They see him as like, he's going to, well, if you're going to deconstruct the deep state, I mean, it's hard to say how that's not a fuck you to the system, right?
Right. Well, I don't know, because, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but Trump, like the aesthetic of Trump was never like a dignified person, right? It was always this kind of like blunt and brash aesthetic.
Right. But a lot of people,
in your face attitude.
A lot of people, a lot of Trump supporters say, look, I don't like him stylistically.
Right.
But he's going to be our bull in the china shop to take us back to a time when things were trustworthy. Look, he's literally they see him as the guy that's going to restore trust in the institutions by gutting the FBI and stuff.
Right.
So I think it's more than just destroy the entire thing. You understand what I'm saying about?
I know 100%. 100%.
If he's pitching, look, people only like Trump because he's going to blow up everything. That's not really a dignified position that he's placing on these people.
Yeah, but even Well, I guess. I mean, I feel like if a Trump, I feel like if, I don't know, someone who, I don't know where Cernovich or Posadic are nowadays. I don't know if they even in favor of Trump anymore. But I'm saying if someone like that, back when they're in favor of Trump came out and said this, everyone would be like, oh, yes, 100%. They'd be applauding and cheering, And it's like all just based on the source of who's saying what.
Right.
That really controls so many people's thoughts and opinions on the matter, which is always interesting to me.
Look, this is a strange situation because a lot of the arguments that he makes, and I got no dog in the Trump anti-Trump fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of the arguments he makes, and we're going to get into them around the January 6th stuff. Hard to argue against what he's saying.
Yeah, well, that part of the conversation is also very interesting because you basically have two people who are arguing, in my opinion, both incorrectly.
Okay, well, look,
we'll see. I mean, we'll get into it, but they're both so emotionally controlled by their elephants and their moral intuitions. There isn't a lot of writer existing in that conversation. That conversation breaks down in a very interesting way. And it's going to be very difficult, I think, for a lot of people in our audience who are Trump supporters to not let their elephant rampage into just kind of don't look at it like who's right and who's wrong. Look at it like, let me analyze this psychologically and see all the weird, interesting psychological things that are happening in this conversation.
Well, this is where you see literally, and they've talked about this a lot, electorally, that Trump brought a lot of people into the Republican Party that weren't voters. They voted for Trump for the first. Voting for Trump was the first time they'd ever voted in their entire lives.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like those people are not really conservatives, so to speak, because the things that they're applauding in Trump are not conservative. When you get into the January 6th stuff, I mean, you can't argue that that's conservative to me. Like, you're not taking the safe path. If you think of conservatism as really, conservatives are focused more about society falling apart. The people who are cheering on the type of shit that happened on January 6th, I mean, that's society falling apart. That's not sacrificing yourself for the good of society.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it. I definitely think part of it is there are people that were not standard conservatives. I think another part of it is that there are people that probably have been conservative their whole life, but everyone kind of has a breaking point where they feel like actions are justified that would not have been justified before.
Right.
So if the narrative that they believe, or the perspective, I should say, that they believe is that, oh, the Democrats, stole the election and all the courts are rigged against Trump and the Republicans and rigged against you, the Republican voter, it changes your perspective about like the permissibility of certain actions that you would not have justified otherwise.
Right. And that is an excellent point. I'm glad you brought it up, because if we've already gone over the cliff, it's not perceived as the action of like there's nothing really worth preserving. The tradition has already been destroyed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it can also be looked at in another context too, which is, I've heard some people on the right make this point where they say, well, if people on the left truly believe their own hype, if they believe that Donald Trump is a fascist, is Hitler, is all these worse things, then obviously they would cheat in the election to prevent that from occurring. Because wouldn't you cheat an election to prevent Hitler from coming to power? This is an argument I've heard.
Yeah, I heard somebody said this to David Pakman. He wouldn't answer it. It pissed me off because I'm like, obviously, you know the answer to that.
Yeah, and I asked this to Sam Cedar. I said, wait a minute. If you think Trump is like a fascist and is going to enable fascism in America, how is that not an advocation for violence? Wouldn't you use violence to stop fascism from taking over the country? Right. And so, yeah, people don't want to answer that question because the answer is obviously yes. But I think that also applies to Trump supporters on January 6th, because on the inverse of that is, if you think that the Democrats are the ones who are the authoritarians, who are the ones who basically subverted democracy by stealing the election, then obviously that justifies Trump doing whatever shenanigans to try to retain power, because Trump retaining power means saving America.
Right. You're saving democracy.
Right, exactly.
Which is super crazy that we have both teams right now saying they're the ones saving democracy.
Right. But see, and that's what annoys me in all these conversations is that, obviously, I'm not saying both narratives are true, but I'm saying that people don't understand that both sides view it as if they're the party saving America. They're the party that's doing the right thing, as opposed to like thinking, oh no, this is why I get kind of annoyed when people say, oh, the Republican voters are just fascist, because they're like, oh, they just want Trump to be president forever because they don't care about democracy.
Right.
So,
of course they do.
I was the first person on television when everyone said he was a clown and a joke. According to Trump, I was the first person to say, no, we can win, because he was saying out loud things that no one else says, but millions of people scream at their television set. And though Trump lied 35,000 times, at some level, he's the most honest president we've had, because there's an inherent truth in Trump's observations that he offers in a dialect of plain English that resonates with normal people who don't trust what they see out of Washington, D.C., what they see out of Wall Street. And so...
Okay, so we can move on from here, but just I thought his analysis on why people like Trump, I think, is pretty spot on. And then we can kind of move on to the crazy part of the conversation. Or let me say the part of the conversation where everything kind of devolves into screaming.
We're going to cover his take on the January 6th stuff, right?
That's where we're going.
Okay, perfect.
That's where everything gets crazy.
Right,
So,
yeah.
Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian says, to be honest, for guys who call all their enemies soldiers, the funny mustache man, people like Vosh and Hasan don't seem too fond of the chosen people either. That's a good point.
Of course they don't.
Yeah. Mythos Infinite for another 20 Canadian. Thank you, Mythos. Says, damn, this is crazy. This reminds me of this one other guy who also enjoyed mass murdering Jewish people to decolonize his country under the banner of reducing their trade and banking influence. Yeah, it's interesting how that all works, isn't it? Very interesting.
A lot of parallels. They use the same arguments, how they were being oppressed.
Yeah, very fast.
I think you said January 6th was worse than 9/11.
Yeah.
Wait, let me back up a second.
Over the last 10, 12 years on any of this stuff.
It's crazy when I'm listening to you. And by the way, you said, I believe, can you pull that up? I think you said January 6th was worse than 9/11.
Yeah.
Your words, right?
Yeah.
Lincoln Project co-founder, can you go back to the tweet? Let me see. Yeah, you can play this clip if you want.
That grabbed some headlines, didn't it? You can't say that. You can't say that.
No,
Whoa.
not a smart statement. Yeah.
I played.
Well, unless he's trying to grab headlines, then it is definitely a smart
I guess
statement.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Gotta think how you look at it, Sitch.
Okay.
It was.
Yeah, so if you can play this clip.
My friend Matthew Dowd, our friend, talked about this. He couldn't be more right. The 1/6 attack for the future of the country is a profoundly more dangerous event than the 9/11 attacks.
How could you say that?
And in the end, the 1/6 attacks are likely to kill a lot more Americans than were killed on the 9/11 attacks, which will include the casualties of the wars that lasted 20 years following it.
You know how the average person listens to this and say, how many people died during J6 and how much did they exaggerate? And by the way, to be fair, maybe your position's changed. This is a little over 2 years ago when you said this. Maybe today it's a different position. Do you still hold the position as J6 was worse than 9/11?
I do.
How is that possible?
Because
Well, okay. So before he gives his argument, should we weigh in or should we let him give his argument first?
Well, I mean, he's including the coming Civil War tally.
Right.
And they're talking past each other. They don't really understand that. He's saying, look, this is what This is the spark that started it. Like we're in the middle of this right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So talk to me in 10 years and see if I'm wrong. He's making a full-on prediction here.
Right. There's talking past each other, which when I hear talking past each other, I think there's like an honest miscommunication. And then I think there's an intentionally ignoring what the person's saying.
Right.
Or you're just so emotional, you don't care what the other person's saying, which is possible. It could be the latter. Because that's how it seems to me. Because to be clear, first of all, I think what he said is wrong and dumb. And I'll say why, I'll say why in a second. But he didn't say it was worse than 9/11. He said it was more dangerous.
He did.
than
Yeah.
9/11. Yeah.
And he
as
said
you
we
said,
will eventually lose more
Right.
people. Yeah.
Right. And as you said, his argument that she's about to lay out is essentially, he's saying that not that the actual incident that happened on January 6th was worse than 9/11, but that, the Civil War fallout that would come from it would lead to far more deaths and far more destruction in the country than 9/11. Where 9/11 kind of unified the country, this kind of divided the country. Which I understand that argument. I would say that that's wrong because that didn't happen. That's not what occurred.
On January 6th?
Yeah, but there's no civil war right now. So
Okay.
that didn't happen. Now, even if there's say something happens in the future and everything falls apart, is that because of January 6th or is it because whatever happens in the future that causes it? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could still say, oh, January 6th was a starting point. It's like, maybe. But like we live in the future. It's, 2023. That didn't happen. So my argument to him would be like, well, imagine if, remember the women that put on the pink pussy hats?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Let me use a silly example. Imagine if like the Me Too pink pussy hat people like became more and more radically violent. Okay. And they're like, listen, we need a country free of men. And they got some kind of suitcase, nuke device, and they were going to set it off in New York City or Washington, D.C., or, some major metropolitan area in the country. The radical pussy hats. But before they're able, so that they're going to do it, right? They have the bomb, they're going to set it off. But before they're able to set it off, the police stop them and the bomb never goes off.
Right.
And someone said, well, the pink pussy hat people are far worse than the terrorists on 9/11 because they were going to set off a nuke in a city. And it's like, well, I understand what your argument is, and that's sort of true-ish. There's like there's a seed of truth in there, but they didn't succeed. It was an attempt, right? And I think when you're talking about like historically, what's a worst thing that happened, when you're ranking like horrible things that happened, I think you have to rank the horrible thing that happened and like went through versus the horrible thing that happened and didn't actually occur.
Look,
and that would be
I'm
my
pretty
counter argument.
I'm pretty sure he makes the argument though that the Civil War unfolded over like a decade, and that we're still in that decade. Yeah,
well,
so
we will see. But
look, does what happened in Israel, does that create more conflict in America or less conflict?
I don't think it's going to cause. I don't think it's going to really affect the conflict. I mean, it could unify people. It seems like people are pretty unified against how disgusting this is. So.
Oh, well, that would be great. That would be awesome if it did.
Mm-hmm. So, but that's just my opinion. I think you have to take into account whether things actually happened or not. And if they didn't happen, I think you have to account for that.
Talk to me in 2024 on election night, okay? If we're in 2024 on election night and we have two candidates that both deny that they lost the election, we're in a completely different game. Look, if you have one of those candidates in jail and this is happening, it's like,
okay. I mean, listen,
my God, if it's a contested election, look, I don't know. I just look, you feel like we're out of the woods, and I feel like, no, we're wandering into darkness. Well, darker and darker woods. Like you just talked about the second thought nonsense on Twitter. Who says those kinds of things?
Right. But so say there is a contested. So let's say like the most volatile thing I can think of happening would be Trump is literally in jail. He's been convicted on some charge. And then the election is contested. It's super close. It's contested.
What if we don't really even know who won?
Well, let me just lay this out. Okay. Trump lost, but it's like it's like very, very close. Trump lost, or the official count quote says Trump lost. Trump obviously is saying that he won, that it was rigged. All the Trump supporters saying he won, that it was rigged. I think that's going to cause a lot of problems and instability in the country. I don't think that's going to lead to like a military civil war.
Okay.
Do you? I mean, do you think there's going to be like the military is going to be fighting, branches of the military going to be fighting each other?
Look, if you told me January 6th was going to happen,
right,
6 months before it happened, I would have said you're insane. You're crazy.
I understand that.
Look, you can't. There's things that you can't predict the future.
I understand.
Yeah, I don't see things getting better. I keep looking. When are things going to get better? When are things going to chill out? But I feel like we're drifting dangerously close to. Nobody trusts anything. All these, where are the institutions? What is the path to strengthening these institutions? Like, you buy into Steve Schmidt's argument here that all faith has been lost in all of these institutions, the FBI, the military, the elections. What is the path to getting that trust back again? Do you agree that we need to get that trust back
100%.
again before this is over, before we're out of the woods?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the path to getting?
The path is having a Republican that Republicans and Trump voters like, who basically advocates for these institutions.
So it could be completely over this next election.
Well, if that happens, I don't think it's going to happen this next election. Okay.
Well, the only thing that we're disagreeing on is I feel like I'm like, I don't feel like we're out of the woods. I feel like we're wandering into the woods. I feel like you think the opposite. You think January 6th was like the high point and now we're getting back on track.
I'm not necessarily even saying that.
Okay. What are you saying? Because
like in the hypothetical that I laid out, we could have a lot worse violence all across the country. I don't think I don't think the reverse would work, where like if Trump wins and Biden loses by a little bit, because I think the Democrats have been pushing that election contesting is so fake. I think they lose too much energy if they lose, and then they try to determine the election is fake. I mean, if that happens, they'll try to do it. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think it's going to have the same psychological impact, because Democrats have been so trained psychologically to say, ha, 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 election fraud claims.
We've seen it a million times on the show. Everybody does it. They say, look, we point out you're doing the exact same thing the other side is doing. And they say, yes, but I am right.
Okay, let me be very, very clear. As I said, I'm not making myself clear. Okay. The Democrats will do that exact thing.
Right.
They will be hypocritical.
They're going to contest the election. Exactly.
Yes. But when we're talking about violence, we're talking about widespread violence. It's not just about what the leadership does. It's about what you can galvanize people to do, mobs of people to do. And I'm saying is that the mobs of people, there will be people that go out and do violence if Biden loses and he says it's contested. Don't get me wrong. But there's going to be a lot of people who will not be galvanized because they've just been kind of psychologically cemented into this idea that, well, it's people on the right that contest elections, not people on the left. And that's going to cause too much of a psychological whiplash for a lot of people. Not everyone.
I disagree.
But a lot of people.
Look, they're perfectly setting it up. Trump is a fascist. Trump hates black people. Trump hates brown people. It's going to be George Floyd riots 2.0. The fascist president won. They can mobilize thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, in the same way that they did for George Floyd.
Right. So you could be right in terms of the way to say what you're saying is that the narrative won't really matter. It won't be about whether Trump stole the election or not. It's just that Trump, even if he won legitimately, it's still such an evil thing that everyone has to revolt.
They are going to.
That could definitely happen. No, I agree. That could definitely happen. That could definitely happen.
Trump could legitimately win.
Right.
They could say no, he lost. They contest the election, and there'll be riots in the streets.
Sure.
Look, I'm
sure.
thinking there's going to be riots in the
agree with
street
that.
either way.
I do agree with that completely. Yeah. And that's a good
Whoever
point.
wins the next election, there's going to be riots in the street. Like,
yes.
I hope not. Look, I like to be an optimist, but like I said, all signs point to like scary stuff.
Right. But to go back to the sort of the central argument, because what we're talking about, the thesis statement, the umbrellas all exist under, is the concept of, is it fair to say that January 6th was more dangerous than 9/11? And my response to that.
It all depends upon what happens on election night.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But my response to that is, because even if, and I think you're right, that no matter who wins and who loses, there's going to be rioting and violence in the streets in 2024. Unless, I mean, to me, it'd have to get to such a bad level, such an astronomically crazy level for me to say it was more dangerous than 9/11. And I don't see it, no matter what happens. Again, I could be wrong, but I hope I'm not. It's hard for me to envision whatever happens in 2024 leading to some kind of literal civil war that's reminiscent of the Civil War, in the North versus the South. It's hard for me to envision how that would all shake down.
Okay.
But I guess we'll find out.
January 6th attack was an attack incited by a president of the United States of America on the country and the constitutional, peaceful transfer of power. The 9/11 attack was never an existential threat to the United States. Abraham Lincoln talked about this in 1860. He said the most powerful European army could march, land, it will never take a sip of water from the Ohio River. That if we're to destroy ourselves, it'll be through an act of national suicide. That was the preface to the act of national suicide. The Capitol building of the United States.
He very clearly says that was the preface.
Yes, right.
We're in the middle of that. Like, you can't claim like the national suicide has already happened.
No, I understand. But I assume you would agree that regardless about how you feel about this, the messaging on this is a complete non-starter. To just say the words, to compare January 6th to 9/11 for any reason, you've already lost the conversation.
Right. Yes, obviously. Yeah, because he's pairing it with a prediction that the prediction hasn't come true. And the claim that he's making is dependent upon that prediction coming true. And we can't know. Like, this is either he was completely correct or he was incorrect. And if he's incorrect, then saying this is just toxic.
Right. And it's going to turn, I mean, saying this, just saying those words, making that comparison is already 100% going to turn like 50% of the country against you. I don't know what the point of even phrasing it this way is, but
well, to bring attention to it, the claim that I'm making here, or the claim that I see him making here, I buy into. One of the things that terrifies me more than anything about all this stuff is we have a conservative party and we have a liberal party, and the conservative party is usually the one who cares about tradition, who cares about the sacred bonds that bind us together as a country. They care about sacred buildings and sacred monuments.
Mm-hmm.
And the so-called conservative party is the one that is basically tearing all this apart. Like, the liberals are not going to save us from this. They're going to throw gasoline on the fire.
I mean, I kind of agree and I kind of disagree, because and we've said this before, and I thought, and you've agreed with it, even with January 6th physically happened, like, if it was reversed, if it was Antifa people on January 6th breaking in,
they would have burned it down. Yeah.
They would have literally destroyed the Capitol building. They would have destroyed all the paintings. They would have destroyed the statues. They would have destroyed the building, which didn't really happen at all. because I do think that the people on the right do have a respect and reverence for all those items.
It's a good point.
Those
It's a great
symbols that
point.
exist in the Capitol and the Capitol as a symbol itself.
It's a great point. I'm glad you're making it.
Yeah.
And they do perceive this as saving the Union that they so love and respect. Yeah.
Right.
It's being mischaracterized by many on the left as a hatred for democracy, but
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
Right.
I blame a lot of the media. Just the media never dug into the claims of election fraud in any way to satiate the appetite of the afflicted party. They hand waved it away. They called them crazy for even thinking about it when they had an argument that is just completely rational. We said it here on the show just a few minutes ago. Like, if you think Donald Trump is literally Adolf Hitler, you should cheat in the election.
Right.
You should do everything that you can to make sure that that person is not elected. They had that argument, and they said, we want to know beyond the shadow of a doubt that this election was above board. And all they did was hand wave them away. You guys are crazy. Get out of here.
Right. No, I agree. I agree
Yeah.
completely. Yeah. I mean, and just also, I mean, I shouldn't have to say this to the audience, but in case some lefty like clips this dishonestly, obviously I've spoken out and am completely against everything that happened on January 6th.
Right.
Everyone in the audience knows that. But I do think it's just important when what you're talking about is to say that, you know, there is a difference. There is a difference in that, you know, as you said, the right is kind of operating, even the people that broke into January 6th are operating under the idea that they're trying to save the country, where if it was kind of the far leftist, the idea would be that the country and what the country represents and what the country has always represented was always bad. It needs to be destroyed so something
Right.
better can rise from the ashes.
Yeah, the left is not generally about saving anything. They're
Right.
about
And so,
revolution.
yeah. Now, to be clear, both those narratives can create horrible violence, lies, destruction. So it's not like, you know, it's not like one of them is necessarily like the good narrative, but anyway.
Well, they're meant to balance each other out, but
Sure.
we do need some revolutionary change. Like, we wouldn't have industrialization without change, right?
Well, we
I
would
mean,
never have broken off from England.
Yeah,
Never
of
would have ended
course.
slavery. We never
Look.
would have had the Industrial Revolution. Never had civil rights. I mean, you need both of
Sometimes you
these
need a
concepts.
revolution, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Sometimes you need people to chill the fuck out.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
We need both of these forces in our lives. So I just look, and yeah, we're probably lucky that there was a conservative element on January 6th. Otherwise, the White House would be a smoking pile of rubble.
Or at least the Capitol building would have been a smoking pile. But
You think they'd
Yeah.
stop there?
well, I don't think they would have had time to get to the White House since the military would be there.
Oh,
before
yeah.
they could respond to that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it would have been much worse in terms of physical destruction. So
Right.
hopefully we won't listen. I mean, you know, the security on January 6th of 2025 is going to be like crazy. Like, so whatever happens, I don't think that's going to be the issue. But
Right. Well, look, I want to think that we're past the worst of it. I do.
Right.
I hope Steve Schmidt is wrong.
Is the citadel of our democracy. These people shit on the floors. They desecrated the building. A Confederate flag was carried through the rotunda. And 2 years later, the extremist movement in the country is bigger, better funded, and the amount of people who have walked away from the elemental idea of the country, which is elections, has grown. That's why I say that. The bloodiest war this country's fought was the sectional war between each other. And that was prefaced by 10 years of political violence in the 1850s. It is impossible to look at the rhetoric and not conclude that we are barreling towards violence, political violence, and when the history of the era will be written, It will land squarely on the shoulders of Donald Trump. And let me just say on 9/11, my father spent months as a 9/11 recovery worker. I grew up in northern New Jersey. It was an appalling, horrific event. But the killers who attacked us that day really underestimated the country and thought that you could damage the country by damaging our buildings and killing our people. America's enemies have killed a lot of Americans, but they have never come close to killing the idea of the country. And the birth of the United States is the most important event that happens after the birth of Christ and Muhammad.
I mean, really?
Yeah.
After, not before?
What do you
Let's
mean?
have some perspective, Steve. Okay.
Well, obviously they happened after the birth of Christ and the birth of Muhammad. What are you talking about?
Oh, you think he meant chronologically? I thought he was talking about in terms of importance.
He's talking chronologically.
No, I'm talking about in terms
Look,
of importance. Okay.
obviously he has to be talking chronologically because the birth of America is far bigger than the birth of Muhammad. Like
True.
maybe Jesus, then America, then Muhammad. Look, I don't know if you get America without Jesus. That's the thing. I'm not sure.
No,
like,
listen. I don't know if you know how this works. Time works differently for God. Okay, it's not linear. So
Right.
obviously, Jesus was an American before America even existed. Right?
of course.
God, because God knows the future. God has perfect knowledge. God implanted the knowledge of America in Jesus before Jesus was even born, making Jesus the true first American. So America was really the idea that came first.
Of course. Yeah.
So there you go.
To human civilization. The expression of an
Oh, I just want to say, you can't say this guy's not a right winger.
This guy?
Yeah, you never hear someone on the left say this statement ever.
Well, this is like raw America.
Yeah, I know.
Look, I think a lot of people watch our show that are disaffected liberals who just are upset that you can't be a liberal these days and say raw America. There's so much America bad rot in the Democratic Party and in on the liberal side of the political spectrum. All these socialists, they fucking hate America. Yep. Yeah, what the hell? We've created more freedom and liberty for individuals than any other country. Like,
In all of human history.
Yeah, get out of here.
America based.
Right.
An idea that all men are created equal, endowed by a creator with inalienable rights to include life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. At the Battle of Yorktown, the Marquis de Lafayette is in command of American troops. And when the British raise the white flag, Lafayette says something remarkable. He says, humanity has its victory, liberty has its country. And what he believed was inexorably slavery would be abolished, though he accurately predicted its last holdout would be in the Deep South. He predicted that the United States would save Europe, which it did in the next century, that the idea was transcendent, incandescent, and would spread all over the world. That's why the attack on January 6th was worse than the attack on September 11th.
Do you really believe what you're saying right now?
What? What? This response. Look, I'm ready. I'm crying over here. I'm ready to shed a tear for my love of America. And this guy's like, what the fuck are you saying?
Well, you understand, it's funny. like this whole conversation from a psychological perspective is so fascinating because yeah, it's like it doesn't matter once you lose someone, it can be impossible to get them back. And it's like just saying those words, like it's like a magic spell. Okay. When you cast the magic spell of saying the words that 9/11 is worse or more dangerous, or however you want to phrase it, than 9/11, it's over. It's out.
They're not,
You're out.
right.
It's done. It doesn't matter what you say after that. The elephant has left the barn and it will not go back into the pasture.
Right. Well, this guy's obviously not listening. I want to point out, too, he did say the 10 years of political violence preceding the Civil War. So he's conceptualizing this as January 6th is just one of those salvos of political violence leading up to a hypothetical Civil War, political violence in the future. So,
well,
I don't think he ever gets his debate
No.
partner here.
No. I don't. I mean, I don't. It would help slightly. It still wouldn't help a lot. But he should have said it here, and he should have said it when he originally made the statement. He shouldn't have said it was worse or more dangerous. He said it had. He should have said it had the potential.
The potential, yeah.
Yeah.
Left himself some room.
Right. Because when you say the potential, it kind of forces people to focus on you saying, well, you're talking about some kind of potential future as opposed to the incident itself, because obviously the incident itself, which is what anyone in this conversation focuses on, pales in comparison to 9/11 and would seem kind of despicable to characterize the event itself where like one person died and, you know, some people got beat up. Compare that to, you know, the thousands of people that died on 9/11 and the thousands of people that died afterwards, just, you know, cleaning up the rubble and getting all the chemicals and crap in their lungs and all, you know, like it, you know, and then all the, you know, people that died in the subsequent wars. So
I think 8,000 Americans died in Iraq and Afghanistan, and 3,000 died on 9/11.
Yeah. And then just all the Iraqi and Afghanistan people.
They say hundreds of thousands of Iraqis and Afghanis died. So.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a really bad framing or phrasing issue, but
yeah. And let's watch the hilarity ensue over this miscommunication.
Let me read some super chats.
All right.
Real Raven 2000 for 28 euros. Thank you. Says Civil War is inconceivable. Well, Sitch is a little naive, just like the general population. It can't happen until it does. America is really quite corrupted, and it's just not yet accepted by a critical mass of people. Well, we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, look, every time you say, I can't imagine a scenario, I guess what you're really saying is you don't think any of the scenarios that we could imagine together, because there's dozens. Literally, we could come up with dozens of scenarios that would get us there. You just can't imagine any of those actually coming true. That's what you're really saying.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't see it. So, but as you said, it's a prediction, so we'll see. Swag McKickey for $20 says, "Love you, Sitch and Adam. Question: do you think January 6th was worse than 9/11, or worse than the Summer of Love? If so, why or why not?" So I don't think it was worse than 9/11, as I've said. I mean, there's a theoretical future where it can lead to something worse than 9/11. I'm skeptical. I'm optimistic that that won't be the case. In terms of the Summer of Love question, I guess what do you mean by like the actual action of the Summer of Love? To my remembrance or my limited, I wasn't alive then, obviously, but to my limited knowledge.
No, he's talking about the George Floyd riots. He's not talking about the 60s.
Oh, you're right. I was thinking you're talking about the actual Summer of Love from like the 60s.
No, he's talking about
I was like, you could say maybe that led to wokeness, but in terms of the BLM stuff. So I would say the BLM stuff was not worse than 9/11, obviously. I would say it was definitely worse in terms of just like the events themselves, all the BLM protests, if we're going to combine them all into one thing and compare to January 6th, obviously the incidents themselves were significantly worse than January 6th. But then you get back into the question, you know, if we're operating under this idea that we don't know, we're not out of the woods that January 6th played a part of, then we can't say for certain what the potentiality of that will be. But I'm still confident or optimistic that it's not going to lead to some civil war scenario. So I would say, yeah, the BLM stuff was worse.
There's kind of two metrics that people are measuring by here. And Steve Schmidt is obviously measuring by the metric of, does the event bring Americans closer together or tear Americans apart?
Right.
So obviously, if you look at the George Floyd BLM riots, you're going to say, if you're judging on this metric, of course, you're going to say, of course, they were worse than 9/11. 9/11 united the country
right, yeah.
in ways that, were, I mean, there was a lot of love going on after 9/11, even though 3,000 Americans had died. So
yes,
it brought the country together. We had a reprieve from our partisanship for a while. So if you're measuring on that metric, obviously these other things, January 6th, I mean, that's torn the country apart far more than 9/11. So, but if you're going to measure on actual damage done in bodies and lives torn apart, personal lives torn apart, and property damage, obviously 9/11 is the clear worst event. So, but it seems like people are kind of jumping back and forth conceptually. And they're not really taking Steve Schmidt's argument into play here, because he's clearly saying this is tearing the country apart. This is driving political polarization. And that could end in far more property damage, personal lives destroyed, and body count, hypothetically.
Sure. Theoretically, yeah.
Yeah. But you're right. He should just point that out.
Right. But as I said, just making that comparison doesn't work. Just because as soon as you say it, people are gone.
Because of
matter what the argument is.
Right. Because of the elephant rider thing. Like you've already made a claim that doesn't seem credible, and you're never going to be able to walk back that claim. Like the way to go into this is like not start with the 9/11 thing, or maybe just, I mean, I understand what he's saying.
I would never make the comparison. It's kind of like how people, they say like, oh, all these anti-trans bills are like the Holocaust, right?
Right.
Or going to lead to the Holocaust, or going to lead to Nazism or whatever. And it's like, I mean, there's a theoretical future where that could occur. And if it does, then those people will be proven true. I don't think that's likely to be proven true. And so I think making those claims are so hyperbolic that it immediately makes me think this is not a serious person.
Do you think the events in Israel are going to affect the stock market tomorrow? Do you think the stock market opens down 500 points?
I mean, I'm not a financial guy. I wouldn't.
Oh,
like
look,
my
the futures, the stock market is actually up.
I was going to say, like, I don't know why it would.
Oh, wait, no, these aren't futures.
I don't know why it would. I mean, if it becomes something broader, because people are talking about, whether Israel will invade Iran, whether Hezbollah or some other things will get involved. I mean, that could change how the market responds. If it just stays contained as like Israel goes into the Gaza Strip and basically takes over, I don't know why that would affect the stock market unless, and here's the big unless the Saudis or the OPEC countries decide that they're going to do some oil shenanigans in response.
That's what it would be, yeah. Oil.
Yeah, that would then yes, then that would affect
oil is probably going to spike tomorrow.
Yeah, because people are, I mean, you're probably right. Oil might spike because people will buy a bunch of oil futures thinking that there will be some shenanigans that take place. So, though I don't know, because I know that I believe that Saudis and a bunch of other Middle Eastern countries, their initial responses were very anti-Israel. But I think that this one is going to be very hard for a lot of countries, I think, to side with Palestinians when they, or I should be more specific, the Gaza Strip Hamas people, when there's a bunch of videos of them bragging all over the internet of them just kidnapping and
doing the most barbaric stuff.
People. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a little different than like, oh, we shot rockets, they shot rockets back. You see blown up buildings, everything kind of seems detached. that's very different than seeing like a room with a bunch of women and children lying face down in blood and a bunch of Hamas people standing there with big smiles on their faces, and Hamas people taking, women who are tied up and beaten up into like trucks, to do, God knows what. And you're like, oh, I mean, it's just, even if it's like less on a scale of human life lost, the psychology of just seeing that is so different. I'm not sure what the responses will be. I'm not sure it'll be the same as they were in the past.
Right.
So
the only support that they have left is from these just insane psychopathic socialists.
Well, I mean, there very well could be Saudis come out. I mean, there was some defense of it the other day. I don't know if they made an official statement today. I have no clue. I mean, they could all come out and say they support, the Palestinians. I have no clue what will happen. But I'm just saying it's a little bit different than the way things have played out in the past. So we'll find out, I guess. Sodoge for $20 says, Adam, you are incorrect. January 6th won't be responsible for the next civil war. We all know who the real culprit is. Gamergate! That's true. That's a good point. Is Gamergate more dangerous than 9/11? We all know Gamergate was the beginning of all this stuff. Also, I'm done being subtle. I demand you torture the audience with my horrible and cringe video. What was your horrible cringe video, Sodoge?
I'm not sure.
Send it to me. I don't remember what you're talking about. Nova Leon for $20 says, every single person who participated in January 6th was a gun owner, yet none of them brought their guns. January 6th was never intended to be revolution or insurrection or whatever. The entire framing is delusional. I think there were a lot of people there that were just protesting. I think there were there were unequivocally a lot of people that were there for insurrection. I mean, they literally have, some of the people that were charged talking about it being literally an insurrection and a revolution. So I don't think you can say that blanketly.
Yeah, why did they chant hang Mike Pence?
Yeah, so there definitely were. I mean, it's definitely a mixed crowd of people there that had different intentions and desires. As for the gun thing, I mean, I agree to some extent. That's why I don't think I agree. Like, I disagree with a lot of people on the left who saying like, oh, all these protesters went there to insurrect the government. Because I agree, if that was the goal of everyone that went there, or even a majority of people that went there, you would have expected that they would have all brought guns, which they obviously did not. So it was a mixed crowd. But I do think that, and this is why I say this in the conversation, but everyone kind of, it's funny. It's like, this is kind of reminiscent of the conversation that we had with Destiny. If you were talking to someone on the left and I make the point where I say like the physical action of January 6th, I don't see that as being anywhere near as bad as kind of like the behind the scenes stuff with the electors and all this other stuff. It's like just saying those words. I don't see the physical action of January 6th as bad as ... It's like people will just get lost. It's like the elephant is just gone. You can't even communicate after that point. They're not, it's like no one's listening to you. Like a lot of people on the left will just not listen to anything you say after those words. So
100%. 100%.
2,977 people died during 9/11.
Absolutely.
And one person died in J6. Some say 5, but it's one person that died.
Ashley Babbitt, she was shot.
That's not how I measure. That's not how I measure the severity of those attacks.
And what do you say with a Ray Epps that's in there saying, "Get in there, get into it"? Like insiders encouraging people to go in, and he comes afterwards and is being talked about, and he is.
Do you know anything about the Ray Epps stuff?
So this is kind of the interesting psychology of it. So it's like, why is he bringing up Ray Epps at all? Because
Right.
if you're having a conversation about like, it shows kind of what you were saying. They're not really addressing what his point was. His point
He
was,
says right there, that's not how I'm measuring.
right. Yeah. His point, he makes this point where he says he thinks it was worse than 9/11 or potentially more dangerous. He thinks the word potential, so he should have, because he thinks it will lead to the civil war. Right. And so if you're like listening, you could have a conversation about whether you think that's true or not.
Yeah.
But they're not, because then he goes into this, the death toll, and then, which is fine to like kind of clarify that at first. But then he goes into this Ray Epps thing, which is like, well, what does this have anything to do with the claim?
Right.
Unless the argument would be that January 6th, because actually, and it's funny because this argument, if this was even true, this would actually make Schmidt's point more valid. If
The
it turned
Ray Epps
out,
stuff, yeah.
yeah, because if it turned out that January 6th was actually a secret government operation, perpetuated by the government to, make Trump look bad or whatever, that's more destructive to the country in the long term than 9/11 was, because that means that our government is complicit in a massive conspiracy to like destroy one party's reputation and to potentially, create some kind of civil war conflict, right?
We're in 9/11 was an inside job territory.
Right, exactly. So it's weird that he's bringing up the Ray Epps point, because it kind of actually detracts from his own position.
Yeah, that's why I was like, why is he even bringing up Ray Epps? And not only that, look, hasn't that been debunked? Ray Epps was brought up on charges, and he was complaining that all these deep state people made his life a living hell. He was like, send me to jail. I'll be safer in there.
Yes. The Ray Epps thing, and I know it's going to trigger some people, the Ray Epps thing is kind of really dumb, because the argument from the beginning about Ray Epps made no sense. Because the argument was, there's this guy, we see him on video, he's trying to get people to go into the Capitol, right? So it seems like he should be someone the FBI is interested in investigating. So that's point number one. Point number two, this guy is on the FBI's most wanted list, which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But then after 6 months, he's removed from the FBI's most wanted list.
Right.
And then this is where the conspiracy starts, because they say, well, wait a minute. If he was on the FBI's most wanted list and then they took him off, why did they take him off? And then there's this sort of like leap of logic. Well, therefore he must be a government agent, which is bizarre, because it's like, well, okay, people don't understand what the point of the FBI's most wanted list is. It's a list of people that have not been identified, and the FBI doesn't know where they are. If they've identified you and know where you are, and they don't think you're going to disappear, even if they're like interested in going after you, you're not necessarily going to be on the wanted list anymore.
Right, because they know right where you live.
Right, and it turned out that in between those 6 months where they took him off the FBI's most wanted list, the government found out who he was and went and talked to him, and had FBI agents come to his house and take a statement. And they were determining whether they were going to bring charges or not. So they took him off the FBI's most wanted list.
But they did ultimately file charges against him.
They did.
Yeah.
Now people complain that the charges were less severe, which they were, than like the people, because he didn't actually, to my understanding, he didn't actually break into the building.
Right.
And so people complain that his charges were significantly less severe than the people that did, which, you can have an argument about whether he should have been charged more or less, which is fine. But this just sort of like the initial logic of him being a secret federal operative is so weird, because it's based on this complete misunderstanding of what the FBI's most wanted list is, why he got removed from the FBI's most wanted list. But then it also is the idea that like, okay, so the government is secretly perpetuating this conspiracy to send feds into the audience to rile people up in a very crazy conspiracy, which, by the way, if this got out, would literally destroy the FBI, would end up with the FBI being completely disbanded, completely, and would really hurt the Democrats. And they're doing this incredibly complicated op, which there's no evidence have really been ever, like no direct evidence has ever been provided for. So it's obviously done very well if it was true. And yet they were so stupid. The FBI is also so simultaneously stupid that even though they pulled off this thing, they put one of their operatives on the fucking FBI list for 6 months and didn't take him down for 6 months. No one was like, wait, why do we put our own guy on the list? This is a kind of a bad idea.
Right.
So, I mean, the whole...
Especially since he works for them, and they probably already have his home address on his employment application.
Yeah, of course. They'd be like, well, wait a minute. You think like the next day someone would be like, some guy drinking their coffee and they go, oh my God.
That's Ray.
You put Ray on the list. Get him off of there. He's one of ours, you idiots, So.
Yeah, no. Anyway, people, look, Ray Epps is a thing that won't go away, and I blame Tucker Carlson. Isn't Tucker Carlson still talking about Ray Epps like it's something substantial?
I don't know. I mean, he was at some point. There was some... I think Ray Epps is actually suing Fox or Tucker Carlson for defamation or something.
Right. Because
And
it
by the
made
way,
his life hell.
There's been literally zero actual direct evidence that Ray Epps was some kind of secret Fed or something. There's been zero direct evidence for that. So
let go
anyway.
free, even though he was the one that is also doing it, but he gets a small little misdemeanor. Other guys are still doing. You realize like the average person watches. So here's what the average person does. Forget about me and you. The average person watches this and has to decide between you and maybe my position, right? They're gonna say, okay, let's just say they hate Trump. Okay, all right. So they're gonna try to do whatever they can to side with you. Then they hear you say J6 was worse than 9/11. One person died, 2977 died. The difference for me between J6 and 9/11 was the following. 9/11, the enemy was external and we were united. A day after 9/11, nobody cared if you're Republican or Democrat. We were all Americans. A day after J6, we were divided. Because it's like, you voted for Trump, you're this, you're a fascist, you're that. Dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It was so divisive.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. So he's saying, look, he's making the same argument that I was making on the metric of uniting the country or dividing the country.
right.
But he's looking at January 6th as the division in the country was him and his people like him, Trump supporters, were targeted.
Right.
Yeah. So that adds a completely different twist to it. He was
Right.
saying, look, well, but wouldn't that make Schmidt's argument though? Because then it would be 9/11 would be better for him and worse, and January 6th would be worse, which is what Schmidt is saying. Why is he saying this?
So this is actually a great point.
Why is he saying
This is a fantastic point because it shows you what the actual argument, how people emotionally and morally read the argument. Okay. Which is that they're not looking at it. And to be fair, Schmidt could also have this, even though he's not saying it, this could be what he emotionally and morally means by it. I'm not sure. But the way it's perceived by people when they hear this January 6th, 9/11 comparison is what you're saying is that Donald Trump and the people on January 6th are morally worse than the 9/11 hijack.
Right.
That's what people hear.
Oh, you're
on
right.
A gut level when
You're
you make
right.
that claim. And so that's why him is saying, well, it wasn't the January 6th people that caused the division. It was the people on the left that caused the division. That's why that seems to be a counter to the claim, even though from the pure fact claim that you were making about whether it divides or separates, it doesn't really matter who's at fault for the separation.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree with what he's saying about how if the average person hears you make that comparison, it's just so far off. It doesn't matter what logic you use. It's a stupid comparison to make.
So I don't know if he's actually a Trump supporter. People in the chat are saying that he's anti-establishment. If he's anti-establishment, then he would look at 9/11 as worse because it united the country, and January 6th he would look at as better because it's
I see. That's interesting.
tearing
That's
down the establishment.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's kind of a weird, cynical way
I
to
know.
look at it.
I know. Look, we're not anti-establishment in this way. So obviously, we are blind to this, but we can understand the concept of it.
Well, I mean, I would think even if you're anti-establishment, and we'll see because we'll let him finish because maybe he'll clarify. Even if you're anti-establishment, usually when people talk about like the way you're talking about bringing the country together, you're not necessarily talking about like the establishment. You're talking about like ending the divisiveness between people. Like, I mean, after 9/11, if people were listening were alive or remember at that time period, it was like every single person, not every, but like 1 out of every 3 cars had the little American flags on the windows. Remember that?
Yes, definitely.
They had these little, you never see them anymore. They used to have these little plastic American flags that you could hook on your window, and you saw those literally everywhere after 9/11.
You did, yeah. You saw American flags all over, on people's lawns, in people's windows, in people's car windows. Yeah.
My liberal parents went out and not only bought the little car flags, they literally bought for the first time, I think, in their life, an American flag to hang outside their house.
Wow. Yeah. Haidt talks about this. Haidt talks about this in his book. Haidt had the same intuition. It was like, I can't do this. I'm a I'm a liberal college professor. They'll hang me.
Right.
Yes. You remember how he solved the problem?
I don't remember now.
He got a American flag and a United Nations flag and put them both in his car window.
That's hilarious.
It is hilarious.
I would have thought that even, I mean, I would imagine, I don't know what it was like to be a college professor in 2001, but I imagine after 9/11, even as a liberal college professor, you would have been okay with an American flag on your car. You don't need to have a UN flag counteract it. So
I'm not sure.
okay,
I'm
that's pretty
not
bad if
sure.
that's the
Look,
case.
Hyde is a pretty smart guy. I'm assuming he
Right.
knew the politics of the university he had
Right.
to navigate. So
Starting with the media, doing whatever they could to destroy one guy, his reputation, his life, not what they're doing. They're saying Mar-a-Lago's worth only $18 million. It's not the proper evaluation of Mar-a-Lago's $18 million. You're talking about Mar-a-Lago's $18 million. Mar-a-Lago's a $500 million property. It's only worth $18 million. So the more and more they do stuff like this, you know what makes the average person think about? It makes me think about they're targeting this guy. They hate this guy. They envy this guy. They're upset at this guy. Maybe they hate the fact that he's loved in ways that they'll never be loved. Maybe they hate the fact that he gets.
I mean, now we're not even really talking about January
Yeah, I don't
6th
even know
or
what-
9/11.
Yeah, this is kind of straight off into, I don't know what this has to do with anything that the conversation was about, but
Right. I mean, I feel like he keeps making Schmidt's point. He's saying, look, this is tearing the nation apart. Everything
Yeah.
he's saying about this completely plays into Schmidt's argument.
But again, as I said, it's because he's interpreting the statement as, which, and to be fair, that Schmidt's point is January 6th is Donald Trump's fault, and so that's kind of what he's focused on.
Oh,
saying,
you're
well,
right.
It's not really Trump's fault; it's everyone else's fault.
Right. You're right. He's saying that they forced him into doing this.
Right.
Yeah.
Gets the kind of from his followers, because I don't know if anybody on the left, aside from Obama, I think Obama's followers love him. There's people even on his side that voted for Obama that say, after I thought he was going to be Obama, you know, he didn't do as much for my community as I thought he was going to do. There's a lot of people on the left that have said that about Obama. But Obama has people that love him. And Trump has people that love him. And a part of me makes me think, you know, there's a level of envy for how much support this guy gets. And then your side, you're sitting there and you're okay with Hillary saying there's going to be fraud in 2024 election. Or, you know, we probably lost in 2016 because there was a Russia collusion. There wasn't. You know, maybe they tamper here and there, but it's not like the dossier she wrote, $35 million. And what does everybody do? Nah, it's okay. Let's just move on to the next thing. This isn't that important. Credibility is lost. Then with Lincoln Project, it's interesting where you are right.
Well, I just want to pause for a second. It's weird because I don't know. He says your side. I mean, Schmidt is a Republican. I'm assuming he's not in favor of Hillary making these claims. I'm assuming he's not a Hillary supporter.
Of course
either.
not. Your side is the anti-Trump side.
Right. He's an anti-Trump Republican.
Right.
But the whole, this whole idea that like, well, the reason they hated Trump was because Trump was so loved and they're jealous. I don't buy that. I don't think that's what was going on there. For even the people that hated Trump for, you know, that had TDS or like viscerally hate him, I don't think it was due to a jealousy that he was loved more than them. That is not. I've never seen that or intuited that from any of the interactions.
I'm under the
this.
impression the never Trumpers don't like Trump because he doesn't have respect for
He's not
the
conservative.
traditions for the office or the traditions of our country. That was their chief complaint against him.
Well, I think this too. I think there are the people that are very philosophically conservatively grounded, and it falls into what you were saying exactly. I think there are a lot of Republicans who are older who are neoliberals, and they don't like that Trump seems to be, at least in rhetorically, very anti-neoliberal.
Right, protectionist. They don't like that.
Yeah, very protectionist, very populist, he'd be in favor of regulating business, you know, for political reasons. But I think that he wasn't talking about the Never Trumpers. He was talking about the media and like the Democrats.
Right.
And I mean, I never perceive them as like, well, we're jealous that Trump is so loved. I mean, I don't know. It's a weird critique in my estimation to make.
Right.
I think it's more that as Schmidt said, Trump was the fuck you, and he was saying fuck you to them. So that's why they hate it. Like every day, you know the meme of like the cat with the middle fingers, like that's Donald Trump, and he's doing that to the media, and so yeah, obviously the media hates him because he's just telling them to fuck off like every day.
Is this inter-elite conflict? Is Trump saying fuck you to elite aspirants, stifled elite aspirants?
No, he's saying it to actual elites.
No, I mean obviously.
They're not aspiring to be anything. They're actually
Look,
the elites. Yeah.
Hillary Clinton is definitely a disgruntled elite aspirant. She wanted to be the first female president of the United States.
Yeah, but
that was what she aspired to be, and she totally got her legs kicked out from under her.
I understand that, but I wouldn't use, like, to me, when you say elite aspirant, I think someone that aspires to be an elite, Hillary Clinton, even if she lost, is still an elite.
She's wealthy, but I mean, she's a loser.
Okay.
Look, would you want to trade places with Hillary Clinton?
Well, I wouldn't want to be a woman, so no.
Oh my God, look at this.
Birdman.
The patriarchy speaks. Wow.
I mean,
wow.
if you say I want to trade places with Bill, I don't know, maybe.
Look, at least you could have gone for the age. Oh, I've got a lot of years ahead of me. Hillary Clinton's old.
There you go.
Look, you just went for the woman thing.
That's true.
That's like saying 9/11 was worse than January 6th.
No. What I said was based and true. So what are you talking?
Anyway.
Right now, when Lincoln Project comes out and says, Trump is this, and Trump is that, and Trump is this, I think you guys won, okay? What your mission was, you won. Mm-hmm. So credit to you guys. You had a mission, you accomplished your mission. Yep. Respect. You did your mission. You could be an enemy. You could be a formidable enemy, but kudos to you for preventing him from getting reelected. And you can use the word gaslight, whatever you want to put. You drove a lot of people from not voting for him. Worked.
You gaslit people. Look at that.
I like that's funny.
Gaslit means you lied to them.
Yeah.
Effectively. Yet at the same time, here's John Weaver, one of the founders, is up there saying, we have to go back as the Republicans to respect men of character because Trump's not a man of character. And I'm saying, like, wow, man of character. Then what? A year later, 2 years later, this guy's getting accused of 21 young boys under the age of 18 and one 14-year-old that he's exchanging messages with saying, I want to see private parts or private pictures. And he says, I thought it was consensual. What do you mean it's consensual with a 14-year-old boy? You're talking about character with a Trump, and then you're doing this. You realize how hypocritical. By the way, you resigned. You came out and you said some words about it. You realize how hypocritical that is of a project like that I'm supposed to sit there and think Trump's got character issues, yet Weaver's got that kind of character issues. That's confusing to a person.
So this is interesting because this is where I talk about the psychology of the argument. So Schmidt makes this claim. We're so far away from this claim and the argumentation about the claim. We're now into, well, the Lincoln Project had a guy who was a pedo, so therefore you're wrong, I guess. Like, what does it have to do with the argument that was made originally?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Look, well, he's going to answer about the pedo thing. Yeah. Look, nobody wants a pedo on their board.
Of course.
Jeez.
Yeah. But I just think it's interesting to me, the psychology of how the argument kind of goes down these pathways when people's elephants get triggered. It's like you kind of, one of the things that Haidt brings up, which is very important to understand when you are having an argument with someone, is that when people are angry or offended at you, they kind of like reach for whatever ammunition they have.
Right.
Like you kind of visualize it like you guys are in a trench warfare with the other person, and you're just like grabbing whatever's behind you to throw. It doesn't matter if it's like relevant or related or whatever. Well, people are just grabbing anything. And this is why a lot of times you get in arguments with loved ones, with spouses, and people say like really like dark shit when they get angry because they're just reaching for whatever they think will hurt.
Ouch.
And you gotta kind of train yourself to have the mental discipline to kind of stay focused.
I'm going to sell your confusion.
Tell me.
I'm not defending that piece of shit.
Okay.
Number one. Two, though, New York Times writes a story about his secret life. The 14-year-old that he was texting, he didn't do that on the Lincoln Project. He did that when he was working for John Kasich in 2015. Now, I don't blame John Kasich for that, and I don't blame the Lincoln Project for it. Had a fucked up guy. The incredible thing about it is the lead correspondent for the New York Times, in writing, acknowledges she knew about the guy having a secret closeted life. It wasn't kids, it was adult men. And I didn't know. I'm not a closeted gay guy, so I had no idea. Never saw him physically at all during the course of the Lincoln Project. He was never physically with any person.
There's a lot of people that said for decades, you guys all knew how dirty of a guy this guy was.
I just told you, right, that I have no idea. I have no idea what any of your sexual orientations are. John Weaver, though, wasn't the president of the United States. John Weaver is a political consultant who held no position of public responsibility. I want to come back to what you said about 9/11 now for a second, because I guess the bigger thing. The passengers and crew of United Flight 93 were the first Americans to fight back on that day. They took the plane back from the terrorists and they crashed it into a field in Pennsylvania to save the United States Capitol from destruction. The attack on the Capitol on January 6th was a desecration of that sacrifice. It was a desecration of the sacrifice of every American. And it was specifically a desecration of the sacrifice of the men of the 1st Minnesota at Gettysburg, who prevented the Confederate Army and the Confederate flag from entering the capital of the United States through basically a suicide charge. We have in this country a violence in our politics now.
I think this is all really bad argumentation that he's bringing forward here, because it's not really making clear what he's even talking about. Like, I'm not even really sure. Where is this point going?
Well, this is all rhetoric.
Yeah.
This
yes,
this
it's all
is
rhetoric,
all
yeah.
hitting the loyalty oppression, the loyalty betrayal foundation.
Okay.
100% loyalty betrayal foundation. And if you're
Right.
not, if you are looking at why should I be loyal to the United States government who totally fucked over my guy, like, it's not, none of this is hitting.
Yes. Right. Exactly.
Right. This is, and I think Haidt outlined some studies that verify this, that the Republicans tend to have a lot of loyalty when their guy is in office. But as soon as it's the Democrat that's in office, like, their American loyalty wanes considerably. So,
Sure. Yeah, but I mean, that's true, obviously. With the left, the support for the country waxes and wanes depending on who's in charge.
no, the left generally doesn't like their guy as soon as he's in office too. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's the Republicans. It's the left score super low on loyalty betrayal.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about loyalty. I'm like, I would wager, if you did polling where you asked people how they felt about, like, whether they felt the country was good or bad,
Right.
that, when a Democrat's in office, when Obama is in office, the Democrats are going to score much higher. Then when Trump's in office, they're going to score much lower, and then vice versa is going to be true for Republicans. Like, I would imagine the Republicans would have a higher starting point overall, but it's still going to be affected by who's president.
Right. But look, I agree that he's preaching to the wrong choir here. None of this is hitting. I mean, it's hitting with me. Like I get what he's saying, right? Like,
yeah, but he hasn't made to them. He's not. When you're in this conversation and the people are like this, you have to drag them to the frame that you have to drag them to the argument that you're actually making. And this might very well happen on Tuesday. We'll see. As opposed to people just reacting to a bunch of different arguments they have in their head.
You understand the argument that he's making, right? He's saying,
yes.
Look.
Yeah, we had a 20-minute conversation about it. Yeah.
Trump supporters desecrated the Capitol building. They did something that was unthinkable.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the argument that he's making. He's saying, look, this is a sacred building and they defiled it.
Yeah, but that's even if, like, theoretically, let's just say hypothetically, they had burned down the Capitol. Okay. I don't think most people would still say that makes it worse than 9/11 because they destroyed a physical building, right? Like, I understand, the purity argument that's being made here. That's not persuasive into the overall point that he was trying to make about the potentiality for civil war. Now, maybe it's interesting because it shows you where his headspace is, that he does hold up these symbols to be so important to him, that such an action of defilement means so much to him. But I don't think it means that much to other people, even other conservatives.
Well, that's his argument. His argument, as soon as America ceases to be sacred to a certain number of people, it is no longer sacred and therefore dissolved. That's his entire argument.
Yeah, but that's a much better way of just saying that. If you just say that directly, that's a far more persuasive argument.
Well, that's what he's saying. Like, no matter
he's not saying it.
Even if he's saying it poorly.
Yeah, he's saying.
I'm understanding what he's saying.
Right.
He said America's an idea.
Yeah.
A sacred idea.
Right.
And they're basically saying that sacred idea has passed. Now it's over. Like, but as soon as everybody adopts that position, America is over.
When people's elephants are triggered, number one, you're probably not going to convince them. But even if you want to, you need to be as simple and clear as possible.
Right.
But try just to even attempt to get at what we're getting at here.
Well, here's what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, listen, here are all the people that understood how sacred America is. It's the people that fought back against the terrorists on 9/11 and sacrificed their own lives to save the Capitol building, because that was more important than them. And in his mind, he's saying, look, Donald Trump was not willing to sacrifice himself for the good of the country.
Yes.
Look, Al Gore, you can make a very cogent argument that Al Gore sacrificed himself for the good of the country in 2000.
He 100% did sacrifice himself.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Look.
I believe he won the recount whenever they eventually did it after the fact, did he not?
Right. Yes. Look, Americans have come and gone. Look, and he's pulling out another example. He's saying, listen, Americans sacrificed their lives just to make sure that the Confederate flag didn't cross the threshold of that building. People died with that goal in their minds. Americans died for that cause. And this cause is completely disrespected by these people. It's like pissing all over their graves, basically.
I understand what he's saying, but part of why I think this is a non-effective argument is because from the people's listening perspective that he's talking to that disagree with him,
they're anti-establishment. They're ready to piss all over America anyway.
No. They're looking at it in reverse. They're looking at it like the people that were there on January 6th are the people that crashed the plane on 9/11. They're the people that were trying to stop the Democrats from stealing the election or attacking the country.
Oh, good point.
And so that's why
he should make that point.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So that's why I'm saying it's not necessarily going to be persuasive. So
wait, we are the ones that crashed the plane.
Right.
This is so talking past one another.
Yeah.
A rising anti-Semitism, a mainstreaming of white supremacist extremist groups that are an open part of the Trump coalition. And it's
See, now he's losing everyone. It's
Yeah,
like
she's talking about that stuff.
it's like you were winning, and then you started talking this MSNBC water cooler talk. And you completely lost your audience. You pissed away all the goodwill you created, Schmidt. What are you doing?
it's unacceptable. There's a whataboutism that comes up with Hillary Clinton and any one of a number of other people that I don't get. I'm not a Hillary Clinton supporter politically. Wouldn't have been my first choice. I voted against Donald Trump.
Like I said, it's
But I mean, what type of crack pipe are people sucking on if they think that the country would have been where it is today if Hillary Clinton had been elected president of the United States?
Oh, see, there you go. That's where it's 100% over at that point, right?
Yeah, of course. He just shit the bed.
Wait, you're saying it would have been better if Hillary would have been president?
Then Trump
Yeah.
in 2016.
Look, he has to break in. He's like, you just said that on my set? How dare you? How dare you? He's ready to go. I wish they put a camera on the other guy that loses it.
I know,
What is
I
his
want his
expression
face.
like when he said that?
Yeah,
This is what started it right here.
I think it was. Yeah.
How dare you? Look, Schmidt just stepped on a landmine. He's like, do I lift my foot up? What do I do? I heard a click.
16? Of course. Of course. Of course. Because
Okay.
Because
the democracy would not be threatened. The democracy would not be threatened. You have a guy.
You mean the establishment would have been not threatened and
Are
protected?
you troubled by the fact that he just called for the execution of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Does that bother you?
You're saying Hillary Clinton.
Does it bother you that Donald Trump just called for the execution of a 4-star general, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? He just called for him to be killed. Do you think he doesn't mean it?
The fact, Steve, you lose credibility when you say 2,977 people died is less of an event than one person
not-
dying on
no, no, no.
J6.
That's
did you see that? Did you see that super dodge right there?
Yeah.
That
Look,
was
no-
a pretty epic dodge. That was a pretty amazingly epic dodge.
Look, it bugs me that people are not willing to say, yeah, that's totally fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
So
is. It is annoying. Yeah, what you're saying.
They go into it, the
They go
claim that
into
he's
it.
making there. Yeah.
Right.
So
they
we'll
actually bring up
examine
the
that claim.
statement and get into a full argument about what the statement means,
Right.
and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But does it annoy me that when people get into his arguments, they just can't say like, "Well, I don't agree with everything that's ever happened." Obviously, there's validity to a lot of points, even if I don't agree with the end result of the position. So
Yeah. No, that's epic dodge. You're right.
Yeah.
Look,
not,
When you
that's
say that,
not-
you've already-
That's not, you're manipulating what I said, twisting it. What I said was January 6th was a more severe attack on the United States. September 11th had more casualties. There's a difference. The
How
country,
do you measure worse? There's got to be data. You said you're a data guy. Data says one event we lost nearly 3,000 people. One event we lost one.
we lost.
You
we
ask
lost.
the average person,
well,
they're going to say, of
because-
course, 3,000 is going to be worse
Because
than
I
one.
guess I'm counting the 600,000 that died in the American Civil War, and I'm counting the 405,000 that died in the Second World War, and I'm counting the 50,000 that died in the Korean War.
look, I don't think you can count those other wars. Like, if
yeah, I
you're
don't.
saying-
I don't understand how the World War II and Korean War have anything to do with this. But
Look, if we could have avoided January 6th, it's not going to be an end to all future wars. Okay,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
That's a little
don't-
bit big claim.
Very
But if-
bizarre.
But if there is a coming civil war, like if our society breaks down politically, look, I think it's still not going to be the end of America. The Civil War wasn't the end of America. We might lose a bunch of lives, and that would be tragic, obviously, but you can't continue to count every casualty from January 6th on. That's just unrealistic.
And I'm counting the 58,000 that died in the Vietnam War. And I'm counting the acts of sacrifice that go back to 1776 that were desecrated on that day, incited by a single man who assaulted the Constitution of the United States. We were attacked by a foreign enemy on September 11th of 2001. The casualties were horrendous, as they were on December 7th of 1941. But the attack on January 6th was more severe also than the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Well, some would call it attack, but from the videos that we saw, Steve, from Twitter and just undercover cameras, it didn't look like an attack. If
What
somebody
are you talking about?
I'm just talking about all the videos that we've seen, the undercover.
What do you mean all the videos?
All the videos on Twitter.
Well, all the videos on Twitter?
Yeah, hold on.
Are you guys going to really sit here and fucking tell me that the attack on January 6th didn't happen? That the violence, the bludgeoning of the police officers didn't happen?
Hold on.
Because of some bullshit on Twitter?
Hold on.
Here we go. Get the fuck out of here.
Steve, I'll give you
Come
my.
on.
Steve,
Why is this so good, Sitch?
I know. Yeah. Well, so it's really, it is Steve that started the tone
The altercation?
the altercation, because he became very, very triggered about this claim about January 6th. He's, the elephant really got off the hook here.
He does not like people downplaying January 6th. We know
Yeah.
that for a fact.
Yeah. Which, to be clear, actually, and I understand he's very emotional about this, but that whether the physical action of January 6th was as bad as Steve wants to have, or this other guy doesn't want to have, that's kind of irrelevant to Steve's actual argument, because he's making kind of this argument about how the psychological idea about peaceful transition of powers was damaged, and that's kind of the core of our democracy, and that was damaged, and therefore that's worse than January 6th. You can argue about whether you agree with or disagree with that, but that kind of doesn't really matter how bad the physical violence was on January 6th, then, if that's your argument. So he's kind of not really thinking clearly at all at this moment.
They tricked him into arguing on their turf. They're the ones that want to make the claim that body count is all that matters. And he switched. Like, he was making this argument that it's about desecration and the lives of previous Americans that fought for the sanctity of that building. And then all of a sudden, he switches over to they bludgeon the police. He's arguing on their turf.
It's a great
Don't
point.
do that.
Yeah.
Say, listen, it doesn't matter how many people died. I'm talking about the idea of America here. Ideas are bulletproof.
Yes.
I'll give you my opinion, and then you could talk. First of all,
It's not an opinion.
Hold on.
It's not an opinion.
This is why, Sitch, what is it about? What is it about this human conflict that's just so
I
good?
gotta go back. That was just so funny. He's like, okay, let me give my opinion, and then you can talk. No, no, you can't even tell me your opinion.
Oh man.
Okay.
Here we go. Get the fuck out of here.
Steve, I'll give you
Come on.
Steve.
Look at these guys. These guys are they're stunned.
I love it.
These two are stunned. They're like, I'm witnessing a mugging here. I'm going to get out my cell phone and record this.
Yeah.
What kind of host is this?
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
Well, I just look.
This is what you...
There's a fight breaking out on his set, and he's just like mesmerized.
Yeah, that's what you do. What do you mean? This is great content. What are you talking about?
Okay. Okay.
I'll give you my opinion, and then you could talk. First of all, it's not
an opinion.
Hold on.
It's not an opinion. It's a bullshit conspiracy.
All right, time out. I'm not only a fucking New Yorker, I'm a veteran. For you, time out.
Yeah.
My sister's a veteran. My brother's a veteran. He's a veteran. For you to listen to me. For you to say that January 6th compared to 9/11 is that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Hold on, let me finish. Number one, it wasn't an attack. It looked like a guided tour. Okay, that's what it.
You're a fucking nut.
Are you? Yeah, you fucking ain't right. I am. It was a guided fucking tour.
A guided tour.
You think
a
now?
Guy beating the cops.
What?
With all the violence.
Who died? Who died? Ashley Babbitt, a veteran, they fucking shot. The Capitol Police shot her ass. Where the fuck is that guy getting in trouble? You're just upset because Donald Trump said, you know what, they probably cheated. You don't think he has a leg to stand on that they fucking did it in 2016?
But listen. You know, you can, and I think it's totally fair to criticize Steve for kind of changing the tone of the conversation, making it far more argumentative for a topic that, you know, when you make a very incendiary claim like that, is going to be explosive and it's going to anger a lot of people.
I mean, why are you making the claim? This is what you asked for.
Right. But the right is doing this bullshit. Like, whenever someone says it was a guided tour, I mean, come on, that's a bullshit thing. People know in their heart of hearts that that's not true. Okay, we all know that's a lie, right? I agree. You can make, you know, comparing 9/11, you have a lot of issues with that, but the way to defend against that, I don't think, is to put forward a lie, which is to say, well, it was just a guided tour. Okay, just a total guided tour. Everything was fine, right?
It was a guided tour that was supposed to end in Trump still being president.
Yeah, it's like I saw that video. I think he even brings up, he's like, I saw that video, you know, where the police officer walked the shaman into the room. Okay, it was a guided tour, right? It's like, you know, obviously cutting out the part that Tucker cut out, where they literally ask him why that they're not being arrested. And it's like, well, there's like 20 of you in this room, and there's one of me, and there's a bunch of people trying to break in outside. How am I supposed to arrest you? Where exactly are the cops supposed to take them? They can't arrest them and then make them leave the building because they're trying to barricade the doors from the inside, preventing people from the outside from getting in. But, you know, all this is kind of like lost on the conversation. And it's just, and this happens for everyone, is that when people make hyperbolic claims, the other side digs in their heels, and then they start making hyperbolic defense claims that are equally ridiculous.
All of this could have been avoided if Steve just would have stayed with his original argument. Like, why is he even arguing this? Like, he completely switched over to the violence, which is, I mean, it's a weak argument because there wasn't much violence. So,
right.
But the goal of you're never going to get away when you're trying to downplay January 6th. You're never going to get away from the goal was for Donald Trump to maintain the presidency. Mm-hmm. That was the goal. That was the goal of the people who were there. That was Donald Trump's goal. It's just, look, that's the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah. Totally.
Hillary, Russia, FBI, colluded. Are you like? How are we fucking crazy, Steve? How are we crazy?
I mean, this is going to be on video, so I mean, you're going to speak for yourself.
No, I'm going to speak for myself. 19 terrorists took 4 commercial flights, crashed them in the World Trade, crashed them in the Pentagon, did all that. Yeah. Okay, and you're saying that, and we've lost. And by the way, for how many decades of wars, we've lost over 1 million people from the Iraq War, which is all bullshit, all a lie. 1 million people.
We lost 1 million Americans in the Iraq War?
No, we lost. We killed people because we said there was weapons of mass destruction. Mm-hmm. We lied. Bush lied. Oh yeah, there's weapons of mass destruction there. There was no weapons of mass destruction, but we were like, oh, we changed the name since we're here, enduring freedom, which is bullshit. Okay, so
Steve tried to get him on that. You know he did. Steve knows that we lost 8,000 Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's like, hey, 1 million Americans we lost, right?
A veteran, as an American, as a New Yorker, for you to say that one day compared to that is absolutely absurd, Steve. I understand that you love this country. I'm not questioning your patriotism, but the hate for one guy because he loves this country so much.
He loves the country.
Bullshit. He does.
God, you're a fool.
How am I a fool? How am I a fool? You have Trump derangement syndrome. You just hate him. You just hate the guy.
You are taken
American
in by
patriot.
a con man.
No, I'm not. I guess
he
what?
loves
I'm
the
not
country.
a Republican.
Trump
I'm not
loves
a
the
Democrat.
country.
You damn right he does. He's been saying it since the 80s, 90s on Letterman and all these shows.
He's a guy on September 11th who went down, said he was down there. He wasn't. He's a guy who called in on a radio. He said, now I got the tallest building in lower Manhattan. He's a guy who lied.
Oof. Is that true? Is
What?
that true?
He lied about the height of his building.
No, that after the World Trade Center came down, he said, now I got the tallest building in New York. That's harsh.
Did he? Well, let me see. Trump
Oh, that's
said
harsh.
tallest building in New York,
Oh my goodness.
9/11.
That's not pretty.
Well, it's funny, and to be clear, none of this has anything to do with the original argument, by the way. We've completely veered off into and this is what I said, the argument becomes, is Trump bad or not, right? Because it's like, the argument has now, like, the defense is, Trump is not bad, people attack bad, and now Schmidt is like, Trump is bad. This has
Right.
nothing to do with the actual argument, the original argument. We kind of veered off into the elephants arguing the intuitive core underneath the argument, which is the Trump bad argument.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. 21 years after 9/11, we can still hear Donald Trump's reaction to the terrorist attacks, and it was a strange one. The U.S. president called into the TV station WWOR to talk about the day's tragic events. Then, oddly, he turned his attention to the height of one of his properties, where he falsely claimed he now had the tallest building in Lower Manhattan. He said, well, it was an amazing phone call, Mr. Trump told WWR. I mean, 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown. It was actually before the World Trade Center was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, so now it's the tallest. So I'm going to say, judging on, obviously I'd want to see, like, listen to the whole
Yeah,
context.
yeah.
Just listening to that, it doesn't
Seems
sound like he's bragging about it. It sounds like he's just saying, like,
Right. He's just talking about.
he's just,
All right. Steve Schmidt does hate Donald Trump. So,
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I would say that's some severe TDS. It doesn't sound to me like Donald Trump was, like, happy or bragging about the World Trade Center coming down because that meant his building was tall.
Donald Trump does seem to be a little more politically astute than that, because that is just like,
Yeah.
wow,
Yeah.
why would you say that? Right.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff the really incendiary stuff that they've claimed Donald Trump has said has been off the record between people. And it's just things that I could never imagine Trump saying in public. And if he said it in private, I think it might be just like a super incendiary thing that is a joke. Like, I might say something horrible to Sitch when we're in private that obviously is not meant for
Sure.
human consumption.
Or not even a joke, but just like this. Because, like, I mean, look at how, like, this article that I'm reading from, this is in The Independent. It's obviously very left-wing, but the headline's very dishonest. It says, the headline is 9/11, when Trump bragged he now had the tallest building in downtown Manhattan hours after the World Trade Center collapsed. And they have the audio clip, and you can listen to it. And I just listened to it while you were talking. He's not bragging about it. He's just kind of saying it in kind of like, it's so crazy that this happened kind of way.
Right.
He's not saying, like, yeah, now I have the tallest building. So I think it's very dishonest for them to frame for this article to literally put that in the headline. Like,
Well,
that.
I think Steve Schmidt reads a bunch of these dishonest articles, and that's what he's building his worldview off of.
Yeah, because but this is why, and this is the danger of the media being constructed this way, is because essentially it's like, okay, if you hate Donald Trump already, you read that article and you just assume that that's true. You don't even question it. You assume it's true. You read, like, the text of it and you interpret it with whatever tone of voice you want. Like, you could read the text that I just read and you could put it in your mind. You could hear Trump saying it in a braggart way. And then you're like, oh, Trump must have said this. He must have been bragging, right? Done.
Right.
And it's the same thing with Joe Biden or Hunter Biden or any other stuff. If you hate Joe Biden, you hate Hunter Biden, you can see a headline that makes an incendiary claim against them. You read, there's some quote there, there's some line there that you can read without devoid of context, and you just you impart whatever meaning you want into it. And that's why I think it is so damaging when we have the media is not biased. I mean, is biased and is not trying to not be biased, is not trying to be objective at all.
Right. They're trying to stoke hatred.
Yeah.
They're trying to drive a narrative that makes Steve Schmidt go on a show and say these kind of incendiary claims.
Right.
about Muslims, cheering it in New Jersey from Jersey City. He is a con man. He is a liar. And that you have fallen for this bullshit.
I'm not falling for anything, Steve.
Please.
Steve, how about this, Steve? It didn't have to be Trump. What I love is that this dude sacrificed everything to pull back a curtain and tell the regular American.
What did Donald Trump sacrifice?
Time out. Guess
what?
what?
Did Donald
His
Trump
name,
sacrifice?
his career, he could go to prison.
So see, but this is interesting because, like, again, the argument is all just about Donald Trump bad, because his perspective is Donald Trump sacrificed the pullback, the curtain of reality, right? It's so interesting. Again, this has nothing to do, because this is not even a defense. I mean, is this supposed to be a defense of Donald Trump basically destroying, or attempting to destroy, I should say, the peaceful transition of power? Because Donald Trump sacrificed everything to peel back the curtain of reality or something? Like, what is the argument? How does this translate into what the conversation was?
He's got a much different perspective than me. I mean, Donald Trump is a mixed bag in my eyes.
Of course he is.
Like a
Right.
very, very mixed bag. Donald Trump did some good things. January 6th was not one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Look, and this is just, oh God, it's such a pain. It's such a pain.
Right.
Yeah.
He can go to prison for what you guys want for the rest of
Probably
his
shouldn't
life.
have broken the
No,
law.
Steve, you know what it was? Steve,
Broken
don't
the
give me this breaking
espionage.
Dude, I just look, if January 6th didn't happen, I'm not sure they would be going after Trump.
No, I don't think they would. I agree 100%.
Right.
If January 6th didn't happen, even with the well, I don't know, the documents thing's kind of shaky, because I feel like that would have happened regardless. Because he was
Right.
just being so flagrant with it. But the other, obviously, all the other charges are about.
They are about
January
January 6th. Yeah, exactly.
Though I would wonder. I don't know. I'm curious if the New York things, which were not really January 6th. I mean, obviously, I think the people that are pushing for that are politically motivated to hate Trump. I don't know if those would have happened regardless of January 6th or not. They could, or they could not.
Right. You're talking about the indictments that involve the Mar-a-Lago properties and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's lying about
Right.
how much the properties were worth.
He lied on his tax form. That's really what he's in court for right now.
It's more complicated than that. I don't know if it was taxes or something with insurance. It's one of those things that, like, I don't.
He lied on a form.
Yeah, I just have no.
He lied
interest.
on a fucking form.
Like, he could be completely wrong. He could be completely right. I don't know why. When I heard the story, it's like summary judgment against Trump for lying about, all this like financial stuff. I'm like, I don't know. I don't care. I'm not saying it's not a big deal. I'm just saying personally, it doesn't interest me enough to like look into it.
How is that not? Okay, let's just assume neither one of us have really looked into it in any detail, but let's just assume that it's Donald Trump lying on a form. How is that not show me the man and I'll show you the crime?
No, well, yeah, because I get my understanding. I have my very limited understanding it too. Was that it was if the people he was lying to, I know it still is against the law, but if he was still lying to get bank loans or whatever, I mean,
that he's already paid back.
Right,
I know that
like
part
if the
of
banks, If the banks don't care, it does seem kind of weird for the state to care.
He lied on a form, got a loan, paid the loan back, and now they're dragged his ass in court for lying on the form.
Yeah.
This is just, I mean, people want to throw around the term witch trial, and it's hard for me to say it's not.
Yeah. Now, again, I'm not familiar with the facts of this case. Would be completely wrong because I'm not interested in it whatsoever.
Right. Yeah.
That's how you know that me and Adam don't have TDS, because they're like, oh my God, Trump's annihilated summary judgment for this thing, and we're just like, whatever. Okay. So we're not even interested to look into it.
I just, yeah.
Bullshit.
Huh?
He pulled open the curtain and let all of us see. The regular
us see.
people, look at what these assholes are doing.
You
Fake
talking
news,
about-
fake this.
Are you talking about the shower curtain where he had the country's most sensitive secrets?
Oh, you
Is that
mean,
the
no,
shower
what about
curtain?
but this,
Is that-
No, that's a funny joke, Sitch. I'm not gonna lie.
I like that it just devolves into like, here's all the bad things he's done, here's all the bad things that they've done against him. It just becomes this like, who can tally up more, marks on their side. Like, it's not
that-
even, it's like
is
not
that
about anything anymore. It's just,
Sitch, you gotta give him credit. Is that the curtain, the shower curtain where the documents were stored?
That was a good joke. It was a good joke.
Schmidt is on it. Schmidt is on it. That's so good.
That the
Biden doesn't
shower
bother you,
curtain?
but
Is he
Biden
gonna
doesn't
sell-
bother you.
Right,
They all
big
take
difference.
documents home. They all take. Hey, hold on. Were we in better shape now than when Trump was in? Are you happy with what's going on? You and your Lincoln Project, but mind you, the biggest hypocrites. You guys were going after him for Russian collusion and tax evading. That's what you guys were doing. All your people. You were the only one that was innocent. The rest of them were perverted. One of them was a Russian agent. One of them was a Russian agent. One of them owes $390,000 in a tax lien in his house, and the other guy went to court from American Express for not paying his $30,000 tax bill. You guys are the biggest hypocrites. The biggest hypocrites. You guys hate the man. You guys just hate the man. But the policies and what he did for this country, I'm happy. Listen, it didn't have to be him, Steve. It could have been a fucking turtle. He woke us up. He told people, hey, look at this curtain. Look at what these assholes are doing. Fake news, and it's all bullshit. And he sacrificed it all for us. Plain and simple, Steve. Say what you
Like, did you really need Trump to tell you that the news was biased?
Well, I mean, I think Trump, the fact that he was, it's like kind of like a chicken and the egg thing. It's like one of these things that like created the issue that it's talking about, because the media was biased, but they hated Trump so much that it basically consumed their thought to the point, and their elephants became so out of control that they went. You know how like James Lindsay talks about how the left's goal is to essentially goad the right into overreacting, and then they get them, then they get you, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I think he said that about January 6th and some other things. And kind of that's essentially, like, Trump didn't do this intentionally, but that's what Trump essentially did. He essentially goaded the media and a lot of other institutions into hating him so much that they overreacted to such an extent that it kind of put a spotlight on how biased these organizations were, because they, like, by showing that it was ramped up to 11.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. The media bias went through the roof. The media bias was already there, but they couldn't help lying about Trump at every turn.
Right. It went to the point of being, I mean, as long as you weren't completely TS driven, it went to the point of being basically not deniable once you got to that point. So
right, and there was this feedback because Trump was like, the media is going to lie about me. There's nothing I can do about it, so I'm just going to say whatever I want. So he didn't even really try to tailor his words to lessen the impact of it. You could tell.
He did the opposite. He tailored his words to get them all riled up.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But there was like a light bulb moment, I feel, for Obama when he realized, okay, things that I say have an impact. And he became very more conscious of what he was saying, trying to word things in the perfect way so that a firestorm wasn't going to erupt with him, what he was saying. That never happened for Trump.
Well, I think I kind of disagree, because, I mean, my recollection of events was that at first, when Trump first won, it seemed to me that there was a short window where he was kind of operating under this idea of like, okay, everything that happened during the election was like wrestling and theater, and now I can like do things differently to some extent and kind of like maybe work with the Democrats, maybe the media can chill out and like, things will be a little different. And then I think it became clear that that wasn't the case, that the hatred for him, like, that's not the way that the media and the Democrats, when he was running, they didn't perceive it like him doing theater. Like, they perceived it as like real. And so then they acted as if that's how it was once he was president, which then made him become that thing, if that makes sense.
So but are you saying that Trump tried to tailor his speech to fit to not create incendiary articles about him?
Yeah.
It seems like you said the opposite.
No, at first.
Okay. So he tried for a little bit, and then he realized, I'm not going to try anymore.
This would be my guess, okay, and I have to go back and look exactly what he said when he first became president, because I don't remember. This would be my guess, was that when he was running for president, he was saying crazy incendiary shit. And that he was operating under the idea that like the voters are stupid and they're going to think I'm serious, but the politicians and the media knows that I'm kind of saying this just to win. And then once I win,
kayfabe.
Yeah, that was kayfabe. And once I win, I'm going to kind of like tone things back a little bit, and be different. Which people were actually saying at the time that he was running that that's what was going to happen. There were pundits saying that would happen. But then when he won, that never, like, the perception shift never occurred between the Democrats or the media. And so if it was even true, because maybe it's not true, maybe Trump never had this thing that I'm imparting to him, but I'm just saying theoretically, if it was true, that he realized, oh, they're just going to attack me regardless. So I need to keep trying to, like, I'm going to keep winning. I'm going to keep stoking my base, because that's where my power lies, by just continually saying the most incendiary things possible. Because I do think that there was, I don't think Trump was the 10D chess genius that everyone thinks he is, but I do think he was intentionally wording things and phrasing things publicly in very incendiary ways to trigger the media and to trigger the Democrats.
I said Trump was basically saying whatever he wanted to trigger the media, not trying to tailor his words so they couldn't be twisted.
Right.
And Obama had a moment where he was like, I need to basically make my words bulletproof. And Trump never had that moment.
Yeah,
You're saying Trump had that moment and then abandoned the idea that it could be
I'm saying he had that
accomplished.
moment in the other direction. He's like, I guess I have to continue.
Okay. So you're saying that he, instead of tailoring his words to stop the effect of twisting his words, he was basically saying, I'm going to make my words more incendiary so they're easier to twist. And,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. That'd be my guess.
Well, it doesn't contradict anything I said, because
I agree. Yeah.
Look, he never had that moment that I need to play nice, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. You're basically...
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I don't think he ever thought of that. I think he did attempt at some times to basically say, look, we need to unite the country, but he couldn't do it. He didn't know how to do it effectively, because the media was always going to twist what he said, and he never adjusted to that.
Yeah, because I'm trying, I mean, again, it's been some years, so I don't remember clearly. I just remember that there was some time pretty early in his presidency where there was some kind of conflict for some kind of legislation that was being debated between the Democrats and Republicans. And Trump actually at first disagreed with the Republicans and was trying to actually work with the Democrats instead. And then this led to like a talking to between Trump and McConnell. Where McConnell's like, you can't do this. This is why you can't do this.
Right.
And then Trump kind of like abandoned that idea. So
okay, so McConnell set him straight. It
yeah,
wasn't Trump setting McConnell straight.
Yeah.
Right.
So
anyway.
You want. Say what you want. You're talking to a veteran that whole family fought for this country, and my parents are immigrants, and I'm a New Yorker. For you to compare those two is fucking asinine. The only girl that died was a veteran. The Capitol Police shot her. You said bludgeoning? Who died on January 6th? Who died? Who died?
Well, we have multiple suicides.
God, give me a fucking break. Give me a break.
We have a lot of damage.
I so wish, man, someone there would jump in and say, listen, it's not about the death toll.
yeah.
Look, the whole operation was to install Donald Trump as president, even though he lost the election. Like, argue that. Why are you, look, who cares how many people died?
Right.
On January 6th in the Capitol, who died?
I'm
passionate because I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, Steve. You're the one, you were cussing and talking shit. You're not going to do that shit with me. I'm sorry, bro.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
You are sitting here lying to millions of people about what happened on January 6th.
I'm lying.
Which was an attack on the country incited by the president. Watch the fucking
Why
video.
is he in jail for inciting violence?
He will be
Is that-
soon.
Is that the video? Is that
He
the
will
video where
be.
he's like, "Go peaceful"?
Yeah.
He's like, "Go in there, be peaceful."
That's
don't
what
do shit."
happened. I don't know.
You guys
And
just hate
you
the
guys,
person.
you guys don't seem to be a whack job like this guy.
Yeah, I'm
so.
a fucking, I'm a whack job.
But you know what it is, though, Steve. You know what it is.
Look, that's gonna be a meme from now on.
God.
You whack job.
God.
You guys
Well, I
don't
mean-
seem to be a whack job.
Kind of going back to what you were saying about like this shows you how part of difficulty is when you get heated and you get into arguments with people is to just always try to remind yourself what was the original point, what was the original argument, because if you don't do that, you'll find that very often when you get into these arguments that you've completely strayed away from whatever the original point was. You've gone way off track. So
He tried to reel it in. He basically said, you know, it was an attack on on the peaceful transfer of power. That's what he's looking for.
no, but I mean, like, sometimes you even have to tell yourself repeatedly again and again and again, what's the original point? Where's the original point? When someone says something to you, you say, how does this response like align with my original point? Because as you said, he says, you know, the only person that died on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt, which is true. And it's like, and as you said, well, that's irrelevant to the point, but Schmidt is lost in the argument. So he's like, well, people committed suicide or died afterwards or whatever, which is, who cares? That's not.
That's a
what the point
losing
is.
argument.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
a losing
totally
argument.
losing
That's
argument.
irrelevant, you know.
Look, you're not going to get to 3,000 if you start counting the suicides. You just
No.
look, you're way off. You're way off,
Right.
man.
Right. See, the Chad move was Steve Smith should have, like, when he said the only person that died was Ashley Babbitt, should have looked right in his eyes and said, based. Then he would fucking things that got real wild at that point.
Look, the Schmidt does come off like a Chad here. He really does. I mean, makes fun.
Does he? I don't know.
He's totally calm. He makes
Yeah.
fun of the vein popping out of his forehead.
Right.
I mean,
I guess. I mean, I don't. I mean, he started the conflict in the first place with his tone, so he loses a lot of points for me for that.
right. He drew first blood.
He did draw first blood, yeah.
Yeah.
He drew first blood, Adam.
So for me, I want to respect the voter, and I think there are millions, if not tens, who feel like he does. I think
I don't give a fuck how he feels, and this is
And I don't give a
important,
fuck
and
how
this
you
is-
feel.
And this is
Period.
important. This is important because you can watch the video. You can watch the video. You can watch the actual video of the insurrectionists attacking the Capitol. That's real. It happened.
They attacked the Capitol.
Okay, can I just weigh in on one thing? You guys are both wrong and you're both right. Let me explain.
Look at that. We have our enlightened centrists.
It doesn't-
And Sitch.
look,
Sitch
it
is trying
doesn't
to
go-
He's trying to build a bridge here.
Sitch, it doesn't go well for you.
Oh, I know. I know it doesn't go well. I'm just saying it's funny. It's funny. It's, you know, sometimes it's good that I'm not on camera yet, because sometimes when these arguments break out, I'm like dying of laughter and people don't realize.
I look.
I don't like, if I was on the set, I would be laughing so hard.
so
Like,
many people in the chat always note, look, Adam's smiling so hard right now. Like, I can't help it. I can't help
It's
it.
funny.
We were
sometimes
talking
it's
to-
funny. Yeah.
We were talking to Jank, and Jank, look, Jank just is hysterical.
Yeah, when he
can't-
was going off about Kyle Rittenhouse, I was laughing. Like, I don't know if people could hear. It was just so wild to me. I'm like, this is so silly.
I know. I don't know if I should be, but I can't help myself.
I mean,
can't
it's better
help
than getting
myself.
angry. It's better than getting angry.
It is. Somehow I feel like the point, people want you to get angry though. But
Sure.
it's impossible to get angry when you're just in that giddy. Oh, this is hilarious. This is hilarious mood. I love how Schmidt keeps doing this with his papers. He's like,
Keep shuffling them around.
you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, it's just like- he just needs to do something with his hands. He's just doing shit. It's kind of like, you know, Richard Wolff, like opening all the drawers. and
Oh,
shit.
totally. Totally. But I think Richard Wolff was legitimately pissed off. I feel like Steve Schmidt is just gassing him up. He's the matador. Like the papers are the
the red cape.
are the red cape, exactly. He's totally look. You're getting angrier and angrier, and I'm just here. Woo!
he wrote on the back of the paper, says Trump sucks dick.
Yeah.
He's waving it around.
Oh, that would be so.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so good.
No,
I
I think Schmidt is legitimately triggered. I don't think it's an act. I think he's very triggered by the whole situation. I mean, he's not arguing effectively, and to me, if that's
You're
kind of
right. You're right.
indicative of the fact that he's triggered. So
He's better at holding it in.
yeah.
Both days are horrible days in American history. We're comparing what's worse of a tragedy when they're both horrible tragedies. So who's right, who's wrong? You're right more symbolically. Correct. This is an attack on our democracy, the peaceful transfer of power. Talking
He's saying it didn't happen.
No, which he's wrong.
He's saying it
what
didn't
he is
happen.
saying.
Wait,
hold
I
on.
said
No.
Hear me
out.
out. I deny that.
First of all,
Hear me out.
here's a question for you.
Hear me out.
No, hang on
He
a
said-
second. Listen to
he's
me.
saying
No,
that
hang on a second.
Yeah.
This is how I feel. I'm like, let me try to explain it. People are like, no, I don't want to hear the explanation, Sitch. I want to be mad.
Nobody likes the bridge builder.
I'm like,
Get
no, let
outta
me explain
here.
what's happening in this conversation. No, shut up, Sitch.
Get out of here. Nobody
Get
likes
outta
the bridge builder.
No, and then the host.
We
and then-
wanna fight.
And then PBD's like, let me interrupt you while you're trying to explain what's going on. He's like, no,
Oh.
let's keep the fight going. Okay,
Look,
you need
this
to
is-
shut up.
This is where it gets. This is where it goes so bad for him. He's like, "Can I finish my fucking sentence?"
Yes. But let me read some super chats.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, we're gonna drag it out. It's all for $20. Says, personally, if you think January 6th was, quote, endangering our democracy because it's fragile, you're an alarmist that doesn't know your history. You can't have our freedom, our history, and have a republic be fragile. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree, kind of disagree. I agree. I said this in the past. I mean, our institutions held. All of our institutions held. And I do think that our institutions are strong. And I think that's something that people on the left, when they talk about this, tend to ignore, that our institutions did hold. And it turned out that the institutions were not fragile at all. I think that's a good point. I just would feel more comfortable if people on the right would acknowledge that, yes, our institutions are not fragile, but what the attempt was still really fucked up and wrong. So.
Yeah, the institutions held during the Civil War too. It doesn't mean the Civil War didn't happen.
Well, I don't know if that's a good comparison, because I mean, obviously the institutions of the country didn't hold because the country had a civil war, right?
Well, we still have the same Constitution that we had before the Civil War.
Yeah, but
right?
it required violence. Like, to me, that's if you
Well,
have to have a
look.
cil war, then the institutions didn't hold. And the way I'm defining it anyway.
Okay, so then look, they've held up till now.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess
sure.
if you're saying the institutions that existed before the Civil War no longer exist, like, I would contest that claim.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we have the same institutions. The part of the country seceded, and they used those institutions to say, no, you can't secede. What are you talking about? We're going to invade you and establish order again.
Right.
So I just look, this idea that what's implicit in Thal's super chat is that the Civil War can't happen. That the institutions are.
I don't know if that's what Dahl meant.
What do you mean? He says, look, you guys don't understand these institutions. They're bulletproof. That
Well,
doesn't.
wait, no, he
look,
just said they're not fragile. He's saying that they survived everything. I mean, I guess he's saying that they survived all of the conflict they've had. You know, the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, slavery, Jim Crow. So obviously they're not fragile. They've survived all of these things.
Look,
right?
you've changed your position, because before you said the institution didn't survive the Civil War. Which claim are you?
No. Obviously, the American institutions survived the Civil War because we're living in that country, right?
Okay,
What I
that
meant
was
I
my
don't-
claim.
Right, and I agree with that. Maybe I didn't articulate myself properly. What I meant was, I would still, even though our institutions survived and the American system survived, I would still argue that the way I would define it is that there was a fundamental breakdown of those institutions if a physical civil war occurs.
Right, and that there should be some kind of like restructuring of those institutions. We literally lost a party. This was the birth of the Republican Party. We had a two-party system. I think it was like the Whigs and the Democrats, and the Whigs no longer ceased to exist, and the Republicans became a brand new party. So that's a brand new institution. So,
yeah, I don't remember if the Whigs went before then or not. I don't remember exactly what parties existed.
Right.
Pre-Civil War, but yeah, no. So.
Look, I don't.
But just I guess to just address your point, I guess we're gonna have to come back to this question in 2024, 2025 to see what happens. Because if whoever wins and then nothing happens, then we agree, right? Then the institutions are fine and everything is hunky dory. But if there's some massive breakdown and a civil war breaks out and it's directly related to these claims of election fraud, then you say, oh, well, I guess it did have an effect, right?
Yeah. Look, Schmidt laid it out perfectly in the beginning here. He said there was 10 years of political violence that led up to the Civil War. The Civil War was the last act, okay? Mm-hmm. Talk to me in 10 years. I think, and a lot of people think, that it's going to get worse before it gets better. So, look, I don't want that to happen. I hope things chill out. Everyone chillaxes. We have an amazing 2024 election. It's a blowout. Somebody wins. It's completely uncontested. But I'm a little nervous that it might not be. So we'll see what happens, right?
Right.
Part of the problem is people. I mean, there are these things that are unthinkable, and then somebody does the unthinkable, and a number of people think, oh, well, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Let's try to see how much further we can push this train, right? So, and Thal's super chat is kind of a testament to that, right? He's saying, look, that wasn't that bad.
Well, it wasn't so far, right? I mean, you agree with that so far.
Of course, yeah. But look, I don't think you could look back at the Civil War and think, oh, that wasn't that bad.
Well, no, but that's different because we obviously it was, and we could look back and see the whole host of events.
Something good came out of it. I mean, we got rid of slavery, right?
Right, but hopefully we could have accomplished that without a civil war.
Yes.
So it would be like there. I don't know enough about all the names and everything, but it'd be like if there was some law that was passed or some action that happened before the Civil War actually started. And it wouldn't be necessarily clear that action coming into being would start the Civil War, right? And at the time, you'd say, well, look, this thing passed. It's a year later. The Civil War hasn't happened, so therefore it wasn't so bad. And then the Civil War happens, later, right? That's the argument that you're sort of laying out.
Yeah. Look, is it wrong to poll the audience? I kind of want to.
I don't think it's necessary.
I'm curious though.
I mean, if you want to,
if
sure.
people think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
But yeah, if you want to ask, is it going to get worse before it gets better?
Right. How about if I just ask, is the 2024 presidential election going to increase the conflict or?
Well, no, I think the question you want to ask is, do you think the 2024 election, regardless of outcome, will cause what? I mean, do you want to say civil war? How are you going to frame that? Because I mean, I think we'd all agree it's going to cause some level of civil disturbance. Probably, I'd imagine.
I think we should just ask, are things going to get worse?
Well, what does it get worse? How? What does that mean?
Are we headed for a civil war?
Okay, just ask that, yeah, because that's really the question you want to ask. Are we headed for a civil war? So, and regarding the Whig Party, Adam, you were correct-ish. The Whig Party collapsed following the passage of the Kansas-Nebraska Act in 1854, where most Northern Whigs eventually joined the anti-slavery Republican Party, and most Southern Whigs joined the Nativist American Party, and then later the Constitutional Union Party.
Yeah, okay. But so the Republican Party was always anti-slavery.
What? I mean, it was at this time period. I don't know what the history was.
So there was three parties that the Whigs all joined. Look, I think
you're right. The Republican Party was founded in 1854, by forces opposed to the expansion of slavery, ex-Whigs, and ex-free soilers.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm always saying. Like if there's any truth to generational theory, all this talk about third parties and the possibility of third parties, a lot of people are saying, there's no way a third party can win. But in history, third parties have risen and become the dominant party as a matter of course. So
yeah, but I feel
didn't
like
it begin like the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist? Weren't those the first parties?
yeah. But I feel like it's a little different in those days because I'm not sure, like the way that money is set up and the way that political elections are set up. I feel like having these two parties is so entrenched. It's like almost impossible to pry that away. Not impossible, but very difficult. It's far more difficult than back in those days. I think you could just literally say, "We're quitting. We're starting a new party," and it's like, okay.
They're entrenched. They have entrenched powers. They have systemic power. Basically, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, like the way that all the state legislatures work, the way that all the elections are set up in all the individual states, like the way that just the logistics of how everything is set up on the state level is kind of built around over the years having this two Republican Democrat party. So it would make it, I think, much more difficult than it was in the 1800s necessarily.
Could be.
To just kind of like create a completely new party.
I don't know what the dynamic was back then. So
right.
But it seems intuitively correct that it was just like, I'm starting a new party. Let me print up some flyers.
Right.
You want to join my new party?
James Stanford for $20. Thank you. Says, wasn't there text from Ray Epps that he had orchestrated some of the break-in? He texted his child about it from the January 6th documents. Also, people had deep dived into this, so I don't know if you guys researched this. So I don't know about the text you're talking about. I did research the Ray Epps stuff. I mean, not recently, but when a lot of the initial claims were coming out, I did research it. And the idea that he's a secret Fed is just preposterous, at least according to all the ideas that were profited at the beginning of the conversation that these claims were made, or a year after these claims are made. There could be new evidence that comes out that shows that he was more involved in January 6th break-in or not, and that's fine, I guess. I don't really care about defending Ray Epps. I think he's probably a shithead. I mean, he's obviously telling people to bring the Capitol. He's obviously a shithead. I just think the idea that he's a Fed is silly, and that he's part of some government op to get people to break into the Capitol is ridiculous, and there's been zero evidence to actually show that. I can guarantee you that there's been zero new evidence that will show you that Ray Epps was secretly working for the federal government with the intention of trying to get people to break into the Capitol.
I feel like I shouldn't answer this poll.
Thal for $20 says, listen, Sitch, quote, Trump is so loved. Trump is loved more than anybody has ever been loved in the history of love. Trump is so loved, you won't be able to handle all the love. It'll be so overwhelming. True.
Trump is very funny.
Trump is loved more than anybody else has ever been loved in the history of love, Adam.
Trump is very funny.
He is funny. Understate for 20 Canadian says, happy superior Thanksgiving, everyone. What does that mean? Is there some like fake Thanksgiving today? Is it like Canadian Thanksgiving or something today? Or one of you fakers with your fake Thanksgiving? Whose fake Thanksgiving is it today? Huh? Which one of you fakers? You can't steal our holidays. Is this Canadian Thanksgiving? It is Canadian Thanksgiving. What the hell? What's up with that?
First of all,
you can't steal our holidays. What is this nonsense? I mean, listen, I know you want to be us very badly, so maybe you can, but
what is there to give thanks for if you're Canadian?
That's a good point. Yeah.
That's an excellent point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you had something going for a while there, and then, I mean, Canada's kind of a shit show now. It's completely been overrun by wokies. Yeah.
Can't get your own holidays. Okay. I mean, I'm conflicted. On one hand, I want to say get your own holiday. On the other hand, you know what they say, imitation is the best form of flattery. So
Right, yeah.
I know you want to be us. I mean, this is just more reason why we should just take control of Canada. I mean, you already have our holidays. You've already stolen our holidays. So what even is Thanksgiving for in Canada? Like, what are you celebrating? The fact that you
knows?
stole all the native children or something? Like, what is being celebrated exactly? Okay.
Phil sent a DM to me and I sent it to you. I think it's the property values around Mar-a-Lago. But
Oh,
I mean, everyone
care
was
about
saying, look, I'm looking at the property values and it's like 25 million, 25 million, 29 million, 24 million,
mhm.
55 million, 19 million. The numbers that they were throwing out in this podcast, didn't he say like 300 million? That's like 10 times the value of any one of these homes.
So is the picture that we're looking at supposed to be? I'm not even sure what we're looking. I mean, I don't even. Again,
I don't
even what we're
know.
looking
Yeah, I
at,
don't know
but-
where. I don't know which one is Mar-a-Lago, but wasn't this document filled out some time ago? So obviously, I mean,
They're saying. I'm assuming what they're saying is, look at all the property values around the area. How is it possible that Trump's or that Mar-a-Lago, which is significantly bigger than just a normal house or a normal mansion? I mean, it's not a normal house because they're mansions, but how is it that this giant property that's much bigger than a mansion would only be worth 25 million? I'm assuming that's what the picture is supposed to show.
did
right?
Zillow put the property of Mar-a-Lago at 20? Is this something Zillow
No, I'm
did?
assuming the government's case against him put it at 25. I'm guessing that's
Oh, okay.
what the claim was. Came from the government. I'm assuming it's not from Zillow. Which, I mean, I agree. When you look at that chart, if that's true, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So,
Of course not.
Um,
Oh wait, maybe someone's looking at Zillow here.
But whatever.
739 million? I mean, $750 million?
yeah, they're saying Trump valued it at that, and then the appraised value.
Oh,
It
and
says it was appraised by Palm
2018.
Beach. It says it was appraised by. Okay, so it says that Trump valued Mar-a-Lago in 2018 at 739 million, and that Palm Beach County itself appraised it for only 25 million,
Right.
which is weird. I mean, that disparity seems bizarre, unless all those surrounding properties are also lying, or something to that effect. But
Well, it's usually the property that's worth the money, not the
not the physical structure.
not the physical structure. So
And it's if you, I mean the property itself is like, that's huge.
yeah, you would add all those other properties together.
Right.
Look, see how all those properties are about the same size as the Mar-a-Lago? Like if you
Yes.
just split it down the middle. So I think as a real estate agent, you would divide between you would add all those properties together
Yeah.
and place, because you could literally subdivide that and sell a bunch of houses, real estate.
Of
So,
course, yeah. So I mean,
yeah.
obviously, it doesn't make any sense that the entire property would be listed for 25
Yeah,
million. That seems
and
impossible.
I heard the judge was like a big TDS guy, so
Mhm.
it makes sense.
Well, it says that the appraisal wasn't done by the judge; it was done by the county in 2018. So, but I mean, I have to see what exactly that number means.
Oh, Phil is saying that this is from Zillow. This picture is from Zillow. So
Oh, okay, the other
that's
numbers
like
are
the
from
interesting thing.
Right.
So Zillow comes in and is like 25 million.
Well, no, but,
But
it's,
that could just be a dumb algorithm. I don't know.
Well, but it says in the second picture underneath it, it says the 25 million comes from Palm Beach County appraising it.
Oh, okay.
You see those little asterisk?
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
So, I mean, that doesn't make sense if that's really what. Now, I haven't read this, so I don't
They're
know
going to
what's
do
going
an
on with that.
eminent domain on Donald Trump. They're literally going to take his house away from him and the city's going to make billions of dollars off it. They're like, this is a huge opportunity for us. We're going to take his house and the city's going to make revenue off it.
Okay, let me read a thing.
Is
About
this like-
since you brought it up? So
Is
still get
this,
sidetracked here. Oh.
Look, look, how is that for Civil War inducing? The ex-president of the United States, they take his home through eminent domain. You keep saying, look, I can't think of one thing that might piss people off. And I'm like, I can think of 15 things. How about this, Sitch? Mm-hmm. Palm Beach County commandeers Donald Trump's house over eminent domain. They pay 1/10 of what it's worth. And they subdivide it up.
Okay, let me read this. Civil fraud lawsuit says Trump created false valuations. In 2022, the New York Attorney General, Lita James, filed a lawsuit alleging that the Trump organization created, you can bring up the pictures if you want.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Filed a lawsuit alleging that the Trump organization created 200 false and misleading valuations of assets in New York, Florida, and Scotland to defraud financial institutions. James is seeking $250 million in damages to bar Trump from serving as an officer in any New York corporation and bar him from acquiring any New York real estate over the next 5 years. Trump has denied wrongdoing. The civil fraud trial continues as of the date of this publication. New York Supreme Court Judge Arthur Engoron, September 26 ruling stated that from 2011 to 2021, the Palm Beach County property appraiser, so it's Palm Beach County that did this, determined that Mar-a-Lago's value was between $18 million and $27.6 million. Okay, so that's what Palm Beach County property appraiser determined. Trump's statements of financial condition presented to investors stated, however, that the property was worth $426 million to $612 million, which the judge said would be an overvaluation of at least 2,300%. Trump posted on Truth Social that Mar-a-Lago is worth 50 to 100 times more than the lowest asset value of $18 million. Media outlets quoted Palm Beach real estate experts who said $18 million was a very low valuation. Yeah, I mean, obviously. When contacted for comment, a Davis spokesperson said to say that Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million is bonkers. There's currently a 2.3 acre lot for sale in Palm Beach for $200 million. It's an empty lot. Mar-a-Lago, on the other hand, is 20 acres and is a historic property with more than 30,000 square feet. Okay.
So in this picture you guys are seeing here, Mar-a-Lago is the giant lot on the bottom, and there's all these subdivided lots up that are all between 10 and 25 million apiece.
Right. The judge Engoron, however, asked the media to stop attributing the $18 million figure to him. He said, quote, "Please stop saying I valued it at $18 million. The tax assessment valued at that or something in that range." Okay, so he's saying he just looked at what Palm Beach County said, which is true. That is what, well, supposedly that what Palm Beach County said. But here's the question. Why did Palm Beach County say that? Mar-a-Lago County appraisal takes into account the deed restriction. Mar-a-Lago is not valued by the county as if it were a luxury home because it's a private club. Trump in 1995 signed a deed of conservation and preservation easement, which means he ceded the right to use the property for anything else than a social club. That means the property appraiser uses an income-based valuation for the property, Becky Robinson, a spokesperson for the property appraiser, said. Mar-a-Lago is one of 9 deed-restricted clubs in Palm Beach County, and all are valued in the same manner. The income approachment to valuation capitalizes the net operating income the private club could generate. This means that the value of the property is determined based on the amount of income that it generates as a club. That's different from determining the value of a house when an appraiser considers recent sales of nearby homes and determines a comparable value. Okay. The county appraiser is a government office that assesses properties for taxation purposes only. Wouldn't Trump, for the purpose of taxes, want it to be lower, not higher? Wouldn't he be happy with a low tax assessment?
I'm not sure. I mean, it depends upon what he's getting it appraised for. Obviously, for tax purposes, you want it low, but if you're using it as collateral on some kind of loan, you want it high.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so to be clear, what the what the Palm Beach County people are saying is they're saying, in a home, you're making a determination really on the value of selling the property based on how much other people buy for a property around it. And they're saying that apparently there's some deed to the property which says that you can't buy Mar-a-Lago and chop it up into a bunch of lots.
Right.
It has to exist in this giant chunk as a private club, and that's all you could presumably ever do with it. And so therefore, the way they derive value is based on how much money the club makes a year. And so they're saying that number, that 25 million number, isn't like the sale price. They're saying that's how much it makes annually.
Right.
Okay.
All
Which makes a
this
little
is
bit more
like-
sense and why the numbers would be so wildly different from each other.
Sure, it makes sense, but as soon as the city appropriates it, they can subdivide it because they can just tear up
obviously.
the agreement.
Right. Right. Well, I would have to read the case to try to determine what, because then you could say, okay, well, if the state or the county is valuing it based on how much it makes as opposed to how much you sell it, there could be a logical reason why, if Trump is valuing it, that he wouldn't use that number, because maybe it wouldn't make sense to use that low number, determining whatever you're trying to do with the property. Right.
Right.
So, let's see if there's anything else in the article that's important. Davis said that the New York Attorney General said that the Mar-a-Lago was valued at $18 million. In James' statement to the media announcing the lawsuit, she said that Mar-a-Lago was value based on the false premise that it could be developed and sold for residential use despite the deed restriction. In reality, the club generated annual revenue of less than 25 million and should have been valued at closer to 75 million. Oh, even saying she's saying that's too low. Her statement said the Article 3 project noted that James said in a post on X that the value was 25 million. Okay, well, so it seems like it's a confusing thing, which unfortunately, whenever you see these like wildly disparate claims, it usually means that whatever is being argued is something more obnoxious and confusing. So there you go.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Ugh, that's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen any of the footage of have you seen the clip of the judge?
Which
this
I haven't.
case?
No, I haven't. I haven't been following any of this stuff. So.
Oh my God.
No.
It just screams like political hit job.
I mean, it could very well be. It's because I said I'd have to actually read the case to figure out what, like, maybe it wouldn't make sense for Trump, even if that county appraisal makes sense for whatever purpose they're designating the appraisal. Maybe that wouldn't make sense necessarily for Trump to use that number for whatever purposes he's using the number. So,
yeah.
But anyway,
check your DMs.
Total sidetrack here.
Yeah, that's okay.
Not really.
Okay.
At least not for now. Let's see. Wait. Could I get back to this video? Auction receipt for $20 says a little behind the stream, but it's pretty obvious to me. This guy Steve is either a liar or a grifter. His arguments are bad, and he should feel bad. I don't think he's a liar or grifter. I think he just has a very different. I understand his argument. His argument is that he is a person that views these symbols of the country, I mean, with a lot of reverence, and he views the institutions with a lot of reverence. And so he feels that people breaking those institutions or trotting on those institutions to him triggers his anger and disgust, moral intuition. So, and obviously people who disagree with that wouldn't perceive it that way. But.
Yeah, I don't think he's a grifter, because he would have stuck with Lincoln Project and been one of those 3 people making all the money if he was a grifter.
That's
like
a good point. Yeah.
If he's a grifter, he's doing it all wrong. Like he did an entire campaign for McCain, and he didn't get paid a dime. Like, what the hell?
Right.
He's supposed to make $2 million and he didn't get a cent. That's bad grifter, man.
Lad Gadfly for $20 says, I'm not sure if you guys saw, but a guy called Zarathustra's Serpent made a good video response to a stream of yours. Would recommend checking out and maybe inviting him on. He's a cool guy. Yeah, okay. I did actually. I haven't watched it yet because we were kind of getting ready for Cenk and then this, and then also Tuesday. So I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But I did see that he did that video on that. So it is in my watch to check out list. So
cool. I'll
check it out. I think it was about how to define woke, if I recall correctly.
Oh, well, I'm always interested in that.
Right. Toddley 76 for $10 says, Trump valued Mar-a-Lago based on its potential for residential development, but it can't legally be developed for residential, only a private club. You can't value it based on surrounding residents. Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Which is what I just said.
Perfect.
Mega Mikey 75 for $20. Thank you. Says the judge lied about the value of Mar-a-Lago to try and destroy Trump's assets and dissolve his organization. They also pissed off every real estate broker in Florida by doing this. No trial whatsoever either.
Oh yeah, that's got her real estate.
Right. So yeah. So
agents get
again,
pretty pissed.
I would be curious to how the Florida real estate people would react to all this stuff, and I'd have to actually read the case to make some determination about it, which I don't really care enough about it to do, but I guess I will if it becomes a bigger issue than it is. But my understanding is that with the no trial thing, my understanding is that Trump's lawyers waive the right to a jury trial. I thought they chose that.
Waived?
Yeah.
I
Did
thought
they
I thought they effed up. I thought they screwed up.
like it was an accident?
Yeah, that's what people on the street are saying.
How do you accidentally waive the right to a jury trial?
Well, they were saying because he had a hot attorney that just messed up, didn't check the right checkbox on the form or something.
When you say hot, you mean like he had like a hot lady attorney who he hired because she was hot and she's just like dumb and didn't check the right box or something? Is that the claim?
First of all,
Yeah.
it checks out. Okay, she is smoking hot. Second of all, I think that you have to, it's not just checking a checkbox, but you have to like submit some separate form to say, hey, we want a jury trial. Otherwise the default is like a bench trial. And she never sent in the form.
What's Trump's lawyer look like? Or what's her name? I want to look this up. This is
Why?
an important part of the information.
Why?
What do you mean? You're making a claim here. I gotta fact check it, Adam. I have to fact check the veracity of this claim.
Look, you don't follow Nuance Bro? Nuance Bro is always tweeting out all of Trump's hot attorneys. That's where you can find it. You guys follow. Look, if you guys want the DL on Trump's hot attorneys, follow Nuance Bro on Twitter. It's a great follow. He also he also tweets out good stuff too. So
I mean, it's true. Like there's some. Well, I don't know what he had some attorney called Alina Habba who's pretty hot. I don't think. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't think. Listen, I don't know anything about these attorneys. They could be very intelligent, very good attorneys. I don't think you should be basing what attorney you pick on how hot they are.
No shit, Sherlock.
I don't think that's a good idea. In my estimation. Okay.
Look, you're giving the joke away.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
Do they? Trump doesn't know that if that's what's happening here.
Oh my God.
Oh, here we go. Wait, no. Who's the? You still never found the name of the attorney.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Oh my God. Someone in the chat now. I should be looking. So I'm sure someone in the chat said it. Okay.
Oh my God, Nuance Bro. Don't go to Nuance Bro's Twitter feed right now. It's a mess with all the.
Is Alina Habba the one that Adam's talking about?
All the Israel stuff.
Is it funny that her name is Alina Habba, and you want to say Hubba Hubba?
Oh.
Is that the simulation winking at us?
Look, the chat already figured it out.
If that's the one you're talking about, then yeah. Okay, but wait a minute. What is this thing about the jury trial, though? What is this thing about the jury? Is that true? Okay, wait, here's an article. Why Trump's fraud trial in New York doesn't have a jury. Trump has claimed it's unfair the judge in the case opted for a bench trial without a jury, but the court document shows that while Attorney General Lita James filed for a document requesting a bench trial, Trump's lawyers never filed any corresponding document requesting a jury trial. If Trump's team had requested a jury, then the judge would have to consider both sides' request.
So the prosecutors asked for a bench trial and nobody asked for a jury trial. So it defaulted to the prosecutor.
Yes, right. So, I mean, theoretically, you could have a situation where Trump asked for a jury trial and the judge turned it down. But that didn't even occur because they never even asked.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So was she hot? Did you get your answer?
Alina Habba is very hot, yes.
Okay.
Listen. I'd give her. Listen, I'd bench her any day. Okay.
Alina Habba.
I give her a bench trial.
Oh my, Sitch.
Yeah.
After your earlier comments about how you wouldn't want to be a woman, I just
Listen. Bring it up. Bring up the picture. I sent it to you.
look which picture. There's
I
so
sent you a
many to
picture.
choose from. Let's see which one. Oh my God, Sitch! Sitch, you picked the worst one. I can't bring this up.
Oh, why can't I?
This
You
is-
bring it up.
This is gonna break the terms of service.
She's in public giving a press conference, Adam. Okay. It's not like.
Is she?
Yes.
All right. Is this appropriate wear for appropriate attire for a press conference? You guys,
I would say yes.
I feel like we need to do a new poll here.
Listen, I take back what I said. This is the right lawyer for the case. Okay. Take back any complaints I made.
Even if she forgot to send in the form?
Well, then you can use that as leverage to get a discount. Okay. For her legal services.
Oh my God. What kind of discount do you think Trump is going to ask for? Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on. This took a dark turn.
Okay.
Let's pretend none of this happened.
Well, let me finish the article.
The article? Okay.
Alina Habba is a woman on Scream.
No, I took her down already. Look,
Oh, how dare
I'm
you.
ready to move on.
Said okay, so she's claiming that Trump said that he didn't want a jury trial.
Oh, of course she's claiming that.
Okay. So she's saying that she didn't sign the form wrong, that they didn't want the jury trial. And listen, I'm gonna be honest, I look at her, she seems really trustworthy. Okay. I mean, you put her next to Trump and I look at them and you say,
Right.
Who do you believe? And I'm like, I'm going to believe Habba.
She's hot. I trust her.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to believe her. Especially when she's wearing that outfit.
Okay, let's move on. Let's get back to the video now.
Oh, I forgot. Only Adam gets to be the big pervert on stream. Okay.
Look, I'm not. Nah.
Yeah.
I don't go that far. Come on. Come on now. I try to keep
Okay.
it tasteful.
Adam's wife walked in.
Not true. Not true.
All right. Okay. Anyway, we were doing. Wait. Let me.
Should we
okay.
continue
We were
the
watching
stream?
a video about something completely unrelated to all of this stuff.
Look, it wasn't. It's not totally
I
unrelated.
guess it's true. It was about Trump.
Yeah.
Let's get back to it.
Here we go.
Saying it
Hold on.
didn't happen.
No, what she's wrong.
He's saying it
What he
didn't
is
happen.
saying.
Wait,
hold
I
on.
said,
No.
When
Hear
the
me
hell
out.
did I deny that?
First of all,
Hear me
Adam,
out.
here's a question for you.
Hear me out.
No, hang on
He's
a second.
he's
Listen to
saying
me.
that
No,
it was-
hang on a second.
Yeah.
You're the judge of this.
Can I?
You're
give my,
you're
can I
the
give my
judge of this
opinion?
to say he's wrong or he's
and
wrong.
I said, hold on, did I say it didn't?
Why is he sabotaging? Isn't that everyone has an opinion? What's going on?
He's throwing him under the bus. He
That's
really
kinda
is.
That's what's up with that.
He's like, "How are you the judge? Who made you boss on my podcast?"
Oh, you think he's like, I'm the judge.
He's trying to build a bridge, and this guy's going, "Bitch, sit down. No one asked you."
This is good content. Let them fight.
I said people weren't there. You said attack.
Yeah.
I said they were there. They were protesting.
You said it was a.
I didn't say it was
tour.
attack. No.
You
I
said it was a tour.
No. I
You
said it looked like a guided tour. I
It
said
didn't look like a guided tour to me.
Yeah, what channel were you watching? CNN, MSNBC. I was watching shit undercover cameras.
You are a five-star
Benny,
whack job, man.
Where Vinny is
Unbelievable.
right and wrong was
5-star whack job. That's so good. He is so good.
He's completely wrong.
where I agree with what people say is by definition, a lot of people would say that it wasn't literally a insurrection. Was it a riot? Was it
What
a non?
people?
Was it a violent protest?
It was an insurrection aimed at stopping the certification of the election constitutionally prescribed on January 6th. That's the purpose of it.
You can argue over semantics, because that's what I think.
It's
you're
not.
doing. I
It's
do
not. It's no.
What point are you making?
We're
Adam?
not. There's.
I'm saying
Make your
it's not
point.
semantics.
I would love to make my
I want
fucking point.
Go ahead. Let's see what
if
it
I
is.
can finish my
For
fucking
once, make your
statement.
point. Hurry up.
For once. So the point is, both
For
days were
once.
piece of shit, fucking horrible days. You know it was not just a guided tour. You know that it was a violent act of complete absurdity. It wasn't a guided tour, but at the same time, I don't think many people think that it was an actual insurrection. It was a horrible day in American history. Horrible day. It was not a tour through the Capitol. It was horrible. But at the same time, you have to understand that millions of Americans are going to see what you said about 9/11
Right.
and be shell-shocked by the ramifications of what you're saying.
This is a problem with the insurrection terminology, because people are more fixated on the violent part than the insurrection part. An insurrection really is about replacing the government. And that's exactly what happened, right?
Well,
There was an attempt to make Donald Trump president for another 4 years when he lost the election.
it's complicated. Let me tell you why it's complicated.
Insurrection.
Okay.
Let's just get a little simple definition here.
Okay, you bring up the
Organized opposition to authority, a conflict in which one faction tries to wrestle control from another. That's exactly what happened.
right. So let's be clear here. Okay, Donald Trump personally and his team, by trying to get Pence to throw out the votes so that the House of Representatives would vote Donald Trump to be president, even though he lost the election, that is an insurrection. That's Donald
Right.
Trump personally doing an insurrection.
And Donald Trump admits to all of this.
Right. Well, not to, he doesn't say it's an insurrection, obviously. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about were the people who broke into the building on January 6th in their minds, and was the mob's mind, that they were committing an insurrection, right? That's what's kind of being argued in this conversation. And that's why it's kind of, everyone kind of falls back into this definitional Sitch's law argument, because it's like, well, were the people that breaking in the Capitol, is that what they thought they were doing? Did they think they were overturning the rightful government and replacing it with another? Or did they, like, what exactly did they think? Or was anyone thinking of anything? Or was it just kind of like a mindless mob?
You're drifting into the justification for the
That's their
conflict in which
Right.
one faction
Yes.
tries to wrestle control away from another.
Okay.
They could have
Right.
a justification, like they
Right.
think the election is stolen. Sure, I get that, right? That's their justification. But in the strictest sense of the word insurrection, that's literally what happened. I don't see how you can say that's not what they were trying to do.
Well, you could make an argument. The counter argument, I guess, to what I said is you could say, well, it doesn't really matter what the mob thought. Because first of all, it is a mob. So every person thinks something different, presumably, or slightly different. It doesn't matter what they thought. What matters is what the outcome would be, right? And so, like, if you had a mob of people break into the Capitol and that had Pence change his view and he did throw out the votes, then the mob breaking in is an insurrection act, because it leads to the act, it leads to the consequence, right?
Right.
So, I mean, so I get it. I get the argument from both sides. I don't think it's one of these things that's super worthy of spending a lot of time arguing about.
What do you
because
mean?
as I say, it's like, I understand why everyone fixates on the break-in on January 6th. Symbolically, psychologically, emotionally, it's crazy to see a group of Americans break into the Capitol building via force, get into fight with police officers, and actually disrupt the peaceful transition of power. I get all of that, right? But that's, to me, far, like, I don't perceive that as actually changing the outcome anywhere near as egregious as Trump literally trying to get Mike Pence to throw out the votes based on nothing, on just his whim or his intuition that there was voter fraud that he couldn't prove.
But that's part of the insurrection.
No, but I'm saying that that's the action that people should be focused on, because the way they look at it is that that action could have succeeded. Like the people breaking the Capitol, that only succeeds or fails depending on what Pence is going to do.
Right.
Like
Look,
if Pence says, I'm not going to do this, it doesn't matter what people break into the Capitol or not. That has no effect on the election.
Look, no, if the first time Trump goes to Pence with this plan and Pence says, sounds great, I'm game.
Right.
Nobody shows up on January 6th because Trump doesn't send out the word to show up.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, what the hell? The only reason he wanted people there was because Pence told him no.
So the argument is, so Pence tells him no. So Trump says that Pence said no. So the people breaking the Capitol, the intention is to try to either by force or just by existing in mass, try to coerce Pence into doing what Trump wanted, essentially.
I've said this before on the show.
Right.
I do not believe that Trump thought, I'm going to have a mob come and murder the vice president.
No, yeah,
and
I don't think he thought people were going to break in the Capitol.
Look, he thought, like what all politicians think. They're like, look, people care about voters. People care, what are the voters going to do? Am I going to win re-election? Am I going to be popular in the next election? My job's on the line as long as I make the voters happy. So he wanted a show of voters that were going to make a ruckus and say, look, we're not going to vote for you in the next election if you don't do what we want.
Right.
Look, it's a harebrained scheme, but I think that's what Trump had in mind.
Right. So
the idea that he thought, oh, these American citizens are going to show up and hang Mike Pence, I don't think was part of the plan.
Right. So to clarify, what you're saying is Trump's thought process was a bunch of people come out, they'll surround the Capitol. They're not going to break in, but they'll surround the Capitol. They will protest. There'll be like such a large group of people that will pressure Pence. And then even if Pence goes through with it, the other Republicans into voting Trump to remain in power because they just see that there's so much support for him.
Right.
Right. That's what you're saying.
It will empower them to take the alternate slate of electors, throw it back to the Congress to make the decision where he's got Republican control and the Republicans will make him president.
Right.
Like all of this, look, we were all trying to figure this out during this period of time. Trump laid it all out when he did the first town hall, the first CNN town hall, which I was just astounded because he basically said, yeah, that was the plan. And look, I had the legal authority to do it. The only problem was I couldn't get Pence to go along with it. Like most people do not believe that plan would have passed constitutional muster, right?
I would hope the Supreme Court would say no.
Well,
you can't just throw out people's votes because you think there was fraud like that and you have no evidence of it. That's not how this works.
Trump to this day believes that it would have passed Supreme Court muster, and he could have just had his second term if Pence would have just played along, stuck with the plan, not been, a big stick in the mud. Look, this is why you have the Steve Schmitz of the world, because this offends Steve Schmidt's conservative sensibilities down to the core.
Right.
The idea that Trump believes that he could have maintained the presidency through this legal maneuvering and that the entire country would not have been torn asunder. It baffles his mind.
Right.
Look at that. Does that baffle your mind, Sitch?
Of course it does. Yeah, completely. Completely. But see, that's why I said, that's what annoys me about the way a lot of people on the right talk about this is it's like this kind of dismissive hand waving of the electors thing. And when I get into, I think part of it is, I think most of it is, when I get into arguments on Twitter with people about the electors thing is so jargony, legalistically confusing. People don't really understand what happened. They don't really understand that essentially what happened was Trump said, I think this voter fraud. He could not, whether you personally think there's voter fraud or not is irrelevant. Trump said that there was voter fraud. They could not prove it. Trump and Giuliani literally could not prove it to any of the Republican state, not even in a courtroom. They could not prove it to the state legislatures who asked for proof of this. They could not provide proof of these election fraud claims. Trump did not have secret election fraud knowledge that was outside of the scope that anyone on Twitter was talking about whatsoever. And then he, based on just his hunch or his belief, whatever you want to call it, that there was voter fraud, was telling Mike Pence to take lawful votes that our entire system, whether you agree with the votes or not, said these are the lawful votes signed off by the Republican governors in these states. Take those votes and throw them in a trash can.
Right.
You have the authority to just determine that they're fake or that they're not valid, and then throw the vote to the House so the House of Representatives can just vote me president for another term. And to me, that's so wildly egregious that it does frustrate me to no end that there's a lot of people on the right who just look at that and they just shrug like that's just fine because I guess the ends justify the means, which is essentially the argument that is brought forward.
Well, not only that, you talk about the summer of love. You know, the videotape of the George Floyd thing basically caused everyone to lose their minds and riot all summer long. You don't think Trump like following through with this scheme is not going to be 10 times worse? What are you thinking?
Yeah, no, I mean, so if Pence had done this, it would have, first of all, it would have caused a constitutional crisis, obviously, if Pence had done this and the House, and say Pence did it and then the House voted for Trump. Because it's still possible Pence did it and then the House grew a spine and didn't vote for Trump. But I think that's unlikely. So say that Pence does this, the House votes for Trump, it causes a constitutional crisis. And either way, it's going to end up bad. Because if the Supreme Court throws it out and says, no, you can't do that, Biden's president, does Trump accept that?
Of course not.
Or does he say, fuck you, I'm the
not.
executive branch. Remove me from office. Judicial branch, you don't have any like power.
Look,
You're just a bunch of people in robes. Does he say that? I don't know.
Look, he left when the whole thing fell apart. I don't think that even if the Supreme Court said no to him, he wouldn't leave. Like that's a stretch. He would be gone.
I don't know the answer to that question. Okay. But then what if the Supreme Court, you know, it's very Republican majority. What if they went along with it? What if they said, oh, well, technically there's a vague loophole in the law that allows Mike Pence to do that, which even if there was some law like loophole, like, and this is why it's like annoying when people make this argument, even if this loophole exists, it's fairly obvious that it was not anything anyone intended, nor should it be functioning that way. And it's kind of bizarre if you're going to say like, oh, let's throw away, you know, all of our precedent and basically like people's voting because we think there's a loophole in the law that allows a candidate to just determine that they're president. Like that's not a real argument.
It's fascist.
It's not a real argument. It's a fake argument, and people making it know it's a bullshit argument. But just, you know, so like say the Supreme Court went along with it. I don't think they would, but even theoretically, if they did, I don't know what happens. I mean, you're right. I don't know what happens at that point. I think we do get into some kind of violent civil war conflict at that point, because that's just like, oh, well, you know, one party basically just stole the presidency in a very direct way at that point.
Sitch says again and again and again, I can't imagine how a civil war would happen. Yet 3 times on this podcast, we come up with 3 different scenarios that lead to civil war.
No. I can imagine how civil wars happen. I'm just saying, imagining the trajectory we're going on and the way that things turned out. It's hard for me to imagine civil war because, as I said, Pence stood up to Trump and said no. And I don't think, even if he hadn't, I don't think the Supreme Court would have gone along with this. I would have been shocked. I think it would have been all this. I think if this went to Supreme Court, I think every single Supreme Court justice would have said, fuck no, this is insane. That'd be my prediction.
Even Clarence Thomas, would
say this is a step too far.
I don't know.
I think he would. There's no fucking the legal argument for this is this insane, like, because not only because you have to argue that there's how does someone like Clarence Thomas, right, who, like, a lot of the conservatives on the Supreme Court are trying to be these like originalists, right? They're trying to interpret the laws and like what was the intention of the people that created the law. Do you think the intention of people that created the law was to give the vice president the ability to look at the verified slate of electors by the state and then look at in his left hand, and then his right hand look at a piece of paper written in crayon that says, no, the other guy won, and then say, well, I can't determine what's real here, so we're gonna have to kick it back to the House? Do you think like when they wrote the law, that was the intention?
Church, I can't believe you proffer fake news on this show. It was not written in crayon.
No, but I'm saying, okay.
It was
The reason
written in colored pencil.
Yeah, exactly. The reason I say that like written in crayon is because the fake electors that are not certified by the state are the same validity as a piece of paper written in crayon. That
No,
says
I
Trump
get the
won.
joke. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like for people, if someone is confused by why I'm using it, it has the same weight of validity to it. So I can't imagine that when the people wrote this law, that was the intention, was to just, because then if that's the way it works, you understand, if that's the way it works, then elections don't actually matter at all. And that's why I would think that the Supreme Court would say this can't be the way the law, because there are legal precedents and legal theories that everyone operates under. Whereas like even if the law is worded in a weird way or has this weird loophole, if it leads to some absurd outcome, you say that was obviously not the intention of the law. The law can't function that way. The country can't function that way. And you can't argue with sincerity that you think a law was constructed that essentially said elections don't actually matter, and that the vice president and the House of Representatives forever just determine who is president. Because that's essentially
Seems like a pretty big loophole.
Yeah, it doesn't, obviously that's not how that makes no sense from a legal perspective, but anyway.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying, that you're both right and wrong in your assessment.
I think millions of Americans will understand perfectly what I'm saying. I think millions of Americans sadly are abused by people like you.
What's up?
I
Got
think
some
it's funny, he's
commentary
like,
here.
I think it's funny. He's like, he's just like, I think they believe what I'm saying, and they're abused by you. I just like the way you framed it.
Right. No.
You have a platform, and
I'm abusing people. That's right. I'm abusing people.
Yeah, right.
I'm abusing people.
Right.
understand perfectly what I'm saying. I think millions of Americans sadly are abused by people like you.
I'm abused.
Who have a platform and communicate misinformation like you just did, that this was a guided tour as opposed to a violent attack. You are one of the people, through your conspiracies, who is poisoning the discourse and the ability of people to tell reality.
Yeah.
I want to say for the record, you're completely, absolutely, totally full of fucking shit.
Yeah,
When you
I love
say,
you too.
when you say,
I say what?
when you say
Yeah,
that
stop
that
getting
was
so close to me.
anything
Why you getting
other,
closer to me?
when that was anything
Go use
other
your
than an
microphone.
insurrection.
Go use your
It's like a physical fight's about to break out. Why are you getting so close? Oh my god.
He wants to tell me he's full of shit. Look,
God.
we've been there before, Sitch. This has happened. We do this regularly. What are you talking about?
I understand. I understand.
You're full of shit. You're
He's
full
very-
of shit.
I mean, he's very, very, very emotional about the subject, obviously. So, which that's understandable, but
Well, I do think people are lying to people.
yeah, everyone's very emotional about this on both sides. That's why it's so contentious.
Well, no, emotion aside,
yeah,
I do think there are a lot of content creators that are spreading misinformation. It's just
Of course.
bullshit. Complete lies. Complete lies. I see them go on other shows all the time. Lie, lie,
Right.
lie, lie, lie. They think it's the truth, though.
yeah, they don't. Well, yeah, I think most people, they don't know, they're not intentionally spreading lies or whatever. They're
Right.
just interpreting information incorrectly or differently. So,
But if you get an opportunity to tell one of those people to their face, you're spreading bullshit. I mean, you do it, right?
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do it this way
This
unless
way
I got
is-
really upset. But
This way is a little counterproductive, but
yeah,
still funny.
it is. It's hilarious. It's very funny.
Go back to your microphone. Get back to your microphone.
What's so funny because he's getting so mad. He's talking. He's like from over here because he's like trying to get close to the guy's face.
I know.
He's like so far away from the mic.
PBD has his hand on the volume. He's cranking up his microphone. It's okay. Get closer. We got you covered.
Get right up in his face.
We'll just move the microphone over there. Tell him what you want to tell him.
How amazing would it be like if when he's getting like closer to the other
The
guy,
microphone is moving down the table.
you see like a hand. There's like an intern on a desk. See like a hand like pushing the microphone, like following him as he gets closer.
Exactly.
A boom mic comes down from the ceiling. And
Oh,
it's, like,
yes.
hovering over it.
Oh, yes, the boom mic.
Does.
We got it. We got it.
Keep
Tell
going.
him.
Keep going.
Oh, this is so good.
Microphone. And what? Guess what? I can say whatever I want because I'm an American.
By the way,
Say
reasonable
whatever the fuck I
question
want.
for you.
Yeah.
Reasonable question for you. What was
Well, I just want to say it's annoying too because like, so there is kind of the claim about the 9/11 January 1st claim, but then there's also the argument kind of branches off into like what was going on the January 6th, but it wasn't like they never really got into the argument. It was just yelling at each other and both sides kind of pushing rhetoric. There was not really a dissection of what is actually being argued and what actually happened. As like kind of like we just had that conversation.
This is why Sitch and Adam show is so great, because we're actually debating the actual substance of what is going
No, I mean,
on.
yeah, obviously when you get very heated, the conversation changes drastically.
Right.
And neither of us are very heated at the moment about the topic. So it's
Of
easier for
course,
us to
because we're
kind of-
not involved in an altercation on a podcast where millions of people are watching.
Yeah, exactly. It's good.
Yeah.
and Adam, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
You said violent protest. You used those words.
Twice. He
I
said
did.
violent
I
twice.
did. Yeah.
You said J6 is violent.
Yes.
Was BLM protest violent?
Oh God, Sitch, why?
What is this?
Why? What about
I'm assuming Adam
blight?
is a regular host on the show, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, they've never talked about BLM before on the show.
Now, Adam, you said January 6th was a violent protest.
Yeah.
What about BLM?
Well, okay. To be fair,
Uh-huh.
there is a legitimate reason to ask that question beyond what about
Okay,
it.
what is it?
It's just to try to gauge if the person is actually being objective or are they just being partisan.
Okay. So if he says, look, BLM was a summer of love, there was mostly peaceful protests.
Yeah, then you're like, okay, this person's full of shit, right? Like,
But I just, it
now, to be
doesn't
clear,
seem
that
like,
doesn't mean that they're wrong about the first claim, but it shows you where they are at.
look, I haven't really watched this podcast before, so
Right.
for all I know, he's like the resident liberal on the panel, and he is going to say that.
I have no clue, yeah.
I mean, I watched this once through, and I don't remember him saying that, so.
So we're going to go to a
No,
separate
no,
topic.
asking you a
question for you.
Yeah.
Yes, it was violent.
What's more violent, J6 or BLM riots? How many businesses went out of business, or how many businesses were trashed during
Antifa.
J6?
Now I have to defend BLM.
You do,
now?
because you
Okay.
used the word violent.
They were
This is such bullshit.
Well, see, now that's complete bullshit. Yeah, because he said, well, see, this is
you
kind of
use
why
the V word. Now you have to defend BLM.
when you get in these conversations, and it's hard to do this.
Who did these rules? Where's the
Right.
rule sheet that says you use the V word, you have to defend BLM?
I know. I mean, first of all, it's stupid. This entire line of questioning is preposterous. Okay, but when you get in these conversations, you have to try to stop and let the person ask their question and don't interrupt. Because if he just says, would you call BLM violent? Period. Right?
Hell yeah.
You just pause and you say, of course I would. Boom, done. Right? Because if you notice, since he answered while he was still talking, it allowed him to change the question. Because the second time he asked it, he didn't say, is it violent? He says, is it more violent? He changed the question, which is like, well, that's a different question. I mean, obviously I would say it was because BLM happened over multiple time periods in multiple cities. I don't know how you could say it was less violent. Like there's no, and obviously more people died during BLM, and I'm assuming more people were injured during BLM protests, and more businesses and everything was burned down. So obviously it was more violent. But what does that have to do? Like, and I don't know that much about the PBD guy, but if he's going to sit here and say that January 6th riot was not violent, I mean that's like delusional. What do you mean? There's like literally people trying to break into the building. There was people beating the crap out of cops. Like, what does violent mean if you're going to say that that wasn't violent?
Let me read a definition for you here.
Yeah.
Organized opposition to authority. A conflict in which one faction tries to wrest control from another. Does that not fit the BLM riots? I feel like it does.
Are you saying the BLM riots were insurrection?
Of course. How can
Read
you
it again?
Organized opposition to authority?
Yeah. Well, that
I mean,
obviously
defund the
that is,
police.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, the first definition, 100%, 100%. BLM was an insurrection under that definition. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are we even arguing about here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
BLM was a more violent insurrection than January 6th.
Right.
Done. Can we move on now?
Yes.
I mean, first of all, we've never got to Schmitt's argument. Schmitt's argument was supposed to end in Donald Trump remaining the unlawful president of the United States, which I think is like the bigger argument.
Well, no, his argument was that this action leads to civil war at some point in the future.
Right.
That was his argument, which was never really addressed.
Both violent.
No.
Just like 9/11
no, it's not.
was also a horrible day.
That's not how.
Just like January 6th.
No,
That's not how this works.
That's not how it works? Okay, well, how does it work? We'll see.
not how
There's
it works.
levels. So
That's not how
only
this
one
works.
can be violent
No,
when the
it's
other
not.
one can't?
It's not. No,
Okay.
no.
Why
So
can't
January
you
6th was
understand?
peaceful
You
and
have
only
to-
BLM was violent. I got it.
What is the difficulty in understanding?
Wait. So,
Now Schmidt's taking over.
Why
Now
did
it's his podcast.
why did he interrupt? Because I want to hear what is the defense to that claim.
Look,
That is not how it
knew he was driving down a cul-de-sac at 80 miles an hour. He's like, "Ooh, time to tap the brakes. Here, let me shuffle my papers a bit."
Yeah, but that happens a lot. I've noticed in these conversations when people are angry and everyone's trying to shout to say what they want. Like someone drives into the cul-de-sac and then their opposition saves them because they keep talking or they bring up a different point.
Right? Yes. You got to hammer it home. You got to like, what are you saying about the? Well, why? What was the point of bringing up BLM? What was your point there? Here, you have the microphone.
Well, yeah, because you brought up, you asked him if they're violent, and he said yes.
Yeah.
So,
Look, there's no answer to that.
right.
He messed up.
That one of them was an attack on a very specific place on a very specific day with a very specific function taking place on that day that had everything to do with the peaceful transition of power, which is foundational to how the country functions. That's why.
Now we're talking different issues.
Right. So if there's a riot
right
in Cleveland
Uh-huh.
and 500 businesses are burned down,
Yeah.
that is a threat to the economy in Cleveland, but not American democracy. If you assault the Capitol
Yeah.
on the day that the Congress is certifying an election to begin the process that will culminate on the 20th with the transfer, they have nothing to do with each other. The attack on the 6th was incited.
Well, okay. So, I don't agree with this argument. Because I would argue that if you have widespread rioting and widespread looting and widespread burning down of businesses, that could definitely lead to the complete breakdown of democracy. Like it didn't, obviously, but it could if that behavior continues, if that behavior is like people, like as some people were trying to shrug it off like it's not a big deal, as we saw definitely from a lot of people on the left, we're trying to shrug it off as a big deal. Like our country, our democracy can only function if stable property rights exist. So I understand that these are very, like, I agree, they're very different actions. and one is more of like a broader system that would like of actions that could create a conflict, and one is like a far more like precise direct action that could create a direct problem. But I don't agree with the broad overall assessment that he's kind of making, at least the way that he framed it.
All right. I mean, I get what he's saying.
I mean, I understand what he's saying, but I don't like it. I don't agree with that argument, the way he's framing it. So.
Look at one. It's hard to say that the BLM riots were going to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power.
No, obviously they were not. They have nothing to do with the peaceful transition of power, right?
And the whole January 6th thing was about the peaceful transfer of power.
Right.
So I agree with him there. Obviously, look, a lot of people point to George Washington, like they wanted George Washington to be king, and he basically retired after, I don't know, however many years he served, but they say that that was the inspiration behind the tradition of the presidency being a limited thing. So
right. But okay, so my argument is, if Schmidt is saying, so like, okay, January 6th happened, but Trump lost, okay? So he's talking about the potentiality of the action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the potential that it could cause that hasn't yet manifested. And I'm saying if that's the framework we're talking about, potentiality of some action that could be caused afterwards, you can make the same argument for the BLM stuff, that there was a potential. It didn't manifest that way, but so far January 6th hasn't either. There was a potential that could have destabilized property rights around the country and caused a much more devastating impact on our democracy as a whole. So I'm just saying that's why I don't agree with. Look, I understand what he's saying, but I don't agree with the framing that way.
I think there's a causal link between the George Floyd riots and the January 6th thing, because everybody had seen all of these riots and buildings burning, and it I mean, if none of that happens before January 6th, I think it's far less likely that the breaking into the Capitol and the vandalism and that kind of stuff does take place. I feel like there was a social justification. They felt like everybody has been doing this all summer long and the media has been covering for it. So it's like socially acceptable. It's not a big deal. So I do think there was a causal link between the two.
Well, no, I think that's a really good point. And I agree with you. I would just only slightly amend it. I don't think it was like a conscious thought process that like, oh, well, the BLM riots occurred, so I can do this. It's more like people see something exists, and it kind of like inceptions the seed in the mind of like, this is a possible outcome that we can do because I saw someone else do it.
Yeah, none of those people got in trouble. None of those people went to jail.
Yeah, so I do agree with that, and that's a good point. And that'd be interesting to bring up when someone makes that comparison. So,
by one of the 44 people in the history of the country who's raised his hand and swore the 35-word oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Period.
See, you didn't let him finish the argument. That's the devastating part of the argument.
Well, no. I just
he's saying, listen, Trump swore an oath to protect the Union.
Yeah.
And calling for the January 6th protest is directly opposed to that oath. I think he's standing on firm ground when he makes that argument.
No. I think that's true. Even if, and to be clear, to make the argument clear, even if Trump doesn't think people are going to break in, just the idea, and I would say just not even calling for January 6th to happen, just him trying to pressure Pence to do what he did is a violation of that oath.
I totally agree.
So I do agree with that. I'm just saying in terms of the broader frame, if you're going to argue that January 6th was a threat to democracy, which it definitely was, I think you could very also say that the BLM riots were also a potential threat to democracy.
I think they were.
That's the only thing I'm saying.
I mean,
right.
Yeah, obviously. Look, there'll be a lot more riots that are a threat to democracy.
Sure.
It was the most grotesque betrayal and abdication of presidential responsibility in American history. It constitutionally disqualifies him, in my estimation, from holding office ever again. How could anybody look at what happened? Look at what happened. It was a tour? How fucking dare you?
You didn't see the shaman getting guided around? Mr. The guy was supposed to be this crazy wild man. They were okay. Here's my question. Steve? How do you explain the countless FBI agents in plain uniform that Congress won't even tell us how many?
Because it didn't happen.
Oh yeah. Oh no. And,
It didn't happen.
Ray
led the
Epps.
violent insurrection.
Oh yeah. By the way, what do you? Let me see this. Can I saw that? Go back to that video. Could you show this video? People are fucking rotting in jail for 30 years.
Yeah, 'cause
okay,
they're
for
criminals.
doing this shit.
What
What
do
the
we-
hell does that look like?
Okay,
what
so
does that look like
that's
to you?
one video,
Look at the
Vinny.
violence. I don't give a
Vinny,
shit.
just because you're yelling doesn't mean you're right.
No, it doesn't matter.
That's one piece of video.
Yeah, one
Why
piece
don't we
of
show the hours of footage
Yeah,
of them
Tucker
breaking
Carlson.
down
Look,
the wall?
okay.
What do we
guys,
got here? We
guys,
got Tucker
who got
Carlson
shot?
here.
Who
we
got shot?
We got a guy. We got
Who got
Tucker
shot?
Carlson. We got a
Who got
guy who's
shot?
got his own show on Russian
Ashley
TV.
Babbitt, God rest her soul.
We
a
got
veteran,
the king
12-year
of
veteran gets
replacement,
shot. Yeah, look at
domestic
this. Oh my
terrorist.
God, look at this violence. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But let's
Oh my
go
God,
to-
they're turning it up.
Let's roll
So-
the tape of the violence, though.
Okay,
Vinny.
bro-
Okay, that's like saying there's a war going on over
Adam,
here, but you have
Adam,
video of outside
Adam,
of
hold
them
on.
getting along.
Here's my question.
There's other videos,
wait,
Vinny.
Hold on, let's go back. So you mean to tell me Donald Trump, 2016, we found this is a fact. This isn't BS. I made this up. 2016, fact. All right, the Durham report. Hillary Clinton, DNC, FBI, they all colluded to say he.
None of that's true.
No. Oh yeah.
all
None of it's
bullshit.
true. So you're full of shit right now. Number one, 100% true. She paid for the dossier and did all that shit. 100%. So wait. So Donald Trump is crazy to think that they would cheat again?
Wait. He didn't. I wanted. What was the claim he was going to make? He said the Durham report showed that Hillary Clinton, the DNC, and the FBI colluded to do what? What was the claim? We never got to it because then she said, "Well, she paid for the dossier," which is like, oh, okay, well, we all know that.
Yeah. To dig up Oppo research on her political opposition, right?
I mean, the FBI didn't like to be clear too. And the thing with Steele is kind of stupid too, because obviously everyone ignores the fact that a bunch of the claims Steele made in the dossier turned out to be true, which everyone ignores. A lot of the meetings he talked about were actually determined to have occurred, but obviously there was no Trump-Russia connection that occurred. There was a lot of smoke there, but there was no fire, which is fine. But the FBI taking the claims seriously, that was in the dossier, and the FBI taking the claims about how did Papadopoulos know about Hillary's emails being hacked by Russia before the public did. I mean, taking that seriously, that doesn't make sense to point to that and say that that shows that the FBI was colluding with the Hillary Clinton campaign or the DNC.
They were all cheating, ma'am.
But then even so, even if you were to say, okay, let's say just theoretically, let me just grant the argument and say, okay, there is magically in the Durham report. The Durham report has irrecontrovertible proof. Okay.
Irrevertible evidence.
Yes. Has the magic smoking gun has been found. Okay. That shows that Hillary Clinton, the DNC, and the FBI all colluded together to try to get Trump out of office. Say that has been 100% proven in a court of law. Let's just grant that for the sake of the hypothetical. Okay. How does that then justify Trump saying, well, I don't have evidence of voter fraud, but I think there's evidence, and the FBI tried to screw me over before, so therefore I get to just be president? How do those two ideas work together?
Well, he was wrong. They threw the first punch. So as soon as everyone's cheating, there's no rules to this game.
Even if it's so, but that's not how it works though. Even if you say, okay, the FBI and Hillary, quote, cheated in terms of creating all this bad press to try to get Trump out of office. If you can't prove that they actually rigged the voting machines and it's just your hunch, you say, well, they cheated in this other place, so they must have cheated here. And you can't prove it, and you don't have any evidence of it, you don't get to just determine yourself to continue to be president. That's not how that works.
Yeah, it does.
You not be president, and then you sue the fuck out of Hillary Clinton, the DNC, and the FBI.
No. Look, once they cheat once, the gloves come off.
I mean, that's the stupid way of thinking.
That's
right?
look.
That's how
the
you destroy
argument.
the country way of
Look,
thinking.
you understand that's the argument, though, right?
But it's a dumb argument because that's
It
not,
is a dumb argument.
It's
obviously.
the argument that, well, someone cheated in some other avenue, so therefore I get to cheat now. I get to just retain the presidency now, even though I don't actually have evidence for the claim. I mean, that's not how that works.
it's
It's not,
totally
not
logical.
how it should work. So,
Are you kidding me? You've been having the FBI
There's no evidence of voter
give me a
fraud
break. All right,
of
so
any
Durham's full of
type
shit, too.
whatsoever
Durham's full of
anywhere.
shit.
Yeah, but
No, you're full of
that's,
shit.
that's a
No, you
separate conversation.
Hold on. By the way, and the hypocrisy for you guys to talk
You have any
shit,
good
the
videos from when
Lincoln
you were
Project
56?
was comprised of all the same shit that you guys accused Trump of. That's the fucking funny part. You guys are all full of shit. Your whole crew was tax evading, Russian foreign agent, money scandaling fucking people, and we're supposed to what? Believe you guys were making money. Where's all that money? Where's all the money? And I'm fucking crazy? You didn't vet none of those people? You didn't vet none of them? No, none of these people. And it's always the ones that point are the biggest pieces of shit. The ones that go, hey, look at Trump, tax guy, Russia guy. It was you guys.
Wasn't me.
It's you. Oh, you're innocent. You're 100%
I pay
innocent.
my taxes.
Oh, okay. Do
You want to find some fucking guy? You know what you are?
an American patriot?
You're
That's
a whack
why.
job.
Yeah, I'm a whack job.
You're a whack job.
Let me guess. Yeah, right. Yeah, dismiss conspiracy. No, the truth fucking hurts and doesn't.
It's funny. What was he gonna say? He was gonna say something far more incendiary than whack job. And
You
then
think
thought
so?
that-
You think
Sure. He's like, you know what you are? What am I?
so?
You're a whack
American
job. It's like,
patriot.
no. There was something coming. There was something in the chamber. Okay.
I love the whack job. I just love the whack job.
It's
Job.
Well, it's funny because it's such a boomer dad insult. Because it's like not. I mean, it's like someone calls you a whack job. Someone calls me a whack job. I'm like, what? Like, okay, old man. It's like it's not. It has no teeth to it. It's silly. It's like, you're a whack job. It's like, all right.
I don't
Okay.
look. What is up with these podcasts where they have to have the biggest, goofiest headphones imaginable? They all look like they're in the cockpit of an aircraft. Why do they do that?
Well, I'm gonna guess they do that because they're sitting in a room and they want people to hear each other via the headphones and not via them talking.
Look, I have a headphone I wear on the stream every day. Look, I don't have to have the giant aviator headphones.
Well, no. So what I'm saying is I'm not in the room with you talking right now.
Right.
Okay. If I was in the room with you and we both had mics, and there's probably a short delay between me talking, you
I
hearing
see.
me and the mic. So you want to have like some kind of noise canceling headphones, I'm guessing, so that you're just hearing not the people speaking, but you're just hearing through the
Right.
microphone.
You can do that with earbud headphones.
They're not going to have the noise canceling effect.
There's earbud headphones with a noise canceling effect.
Well, they're probably
Definitely.
more expensive.
Okay. This podcast, obviously, they can't afford it. So
Well, no, I agree with you because like I look at this and I mean, if I was on one of these things in a normal conversation, I mean, I don't even like those. I never use those big Bajumi headphones because they always press on my ears and I could never
they're
find any that are
ridiculous.
comfortable.
You can do
Right.
we can do a 12-hour live stream with those
Yeah,
things
no,
on my
I always
head. Are
use
you kidding me?
earbuds. Yeah,
Here,
I
let me
always
just
use-
put my head in a vice for 12 hours.
Right. Yeah, I find them very uncomfortable. So
Yeah. Anyway.
Care about your
Please.
feelings. Period. I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm not delusional
what
about
he's
a man.
saying about the peaceful tour of the Capitol,
Yeah.
which I fully disagree with.
It's
but
not.
but
it's
he's allowed his
not. It's
opinion.
not. It's not.
What is he
no,
saying
no,
that's
no.
wrong?
It's not. It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. He's a liar. He's a liar. He's lying into the camera about a violent event, saying it was peaceful, spouting conspiracy theories, and using a Tucker Carlson thing.
I didn't play.
Now he's calling him a liar. Ouch. Oh. That's harsh. No wonder. Right now, he heard that word liar, and his elephant just went like,
Of course.
"How dare you!" His elephant literally pulled out a gun and started loading it. He's
Pulled
going.
out the elephant gun.
He's going. Look. Now you're calling me a liar, you piece of shit.
It's over.
I mean, I don't know what to say other than to say it's why the country, right? I mean,
Is why Trump is leading in the polls because there's so many crazy whack jobs like me that are tired of your bullshit. Period.
Yeah,
America first. Look where the fuck America is right now. Where are we? Are you happy with what's happening right now in this country?
That is not. This is what terrifies me when we go down this path.
Yeah.
Like, America is in a bad place, and therefore it's okay for us to steal an election.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This whole ends justifies the means things. People jump into that so easy. So easy. So
Well-
easy. Look, we had to do it. We had to genocide all these people. Look,
Yeah.
things were too bad.
But this is why I get, I'm so disgusted by the leftists who have such disdain for order and civility. And this is sort of when my like Ned Starkianness comes out.
Oh,
My lawful paladinness comes
we
out.
love Ned Stark.
Yeah, because it's like I get it. You can have a system that's corrupt. You can have a system that's problems, but you understand that, and you should try to fix those systems. But you understand that the not having the system will always be worse. Will always be worse, because people's impulses are always worse than whatever the system is doing.
Yeah.
So you have to try to fix the system. You don't just burn it down and try to rely on your, the lesser angels of your impulses.
Yeah. Scary stuff.
Country? Are you genuinely happy with what's happening in the country?
If you-
Border wide open, inflation, all the bullshit that's happening, all the violence, all the smash and grabs, all the shit. You're happy?
I think three things. I genuinely think you're a whack job.
I think three things. And number one, whack job.
That was like, this is like perfect. This is like out of a movie. That was the perfect comedic timing. I want to go back here. Listen, like everything about this was perfect. This guy's angry at him. He picks up the paper. He like organized it on the desk.
I know. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. This is so good.
All the bullshit that's happening, all the violence, all the smash and grabs, all the shit. You're happy?
I think three things. I genuinely think you're a whack job.
God bless you too. Thank you so much.
I think you're ignorant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And
What's number
And
three?
you have nothing to say because you know that I'm right. And guess what?
I
hope to God Trump's win again. Trump wins again, so at
what,
night he just lives in your head.
So he can kill me?
No,
Kill the chairman of the Joint
because
Chiefs?
I want you.
So well, it's unfortunate because I wish, even though that was like fucking hilarious comedic timing, unintentionally, because he's not trying to be funny. I wish he would have actually answered the question. Because it is, I mean, to bring up like and say like, well, everything you're saying, even if I don't like what's going on with immigration, even if I don't like what's going on with, in these cities where they have really big crime problems, which by the way, even if Trump was president, the cities are solving with crime problems because we're talking about local law enforcement and all this stuff. That has nothing to do with whether Trump should have been able to, hold on to power at all. These things are completely detached from each other. And I wish that they actually could have a conversation about that.
Yeah. I'm just happy with the insults.
Okay.
I think three
I mean,
things.
it was funny. It was hilarious the way he did
I think
that.
three things. And the first two are about you. I'm trying to think of a third one about you right now, but you won't shut up.
The first two are insults. I'm trying to think of a third insult.
You're a whack job. You're ignorant. And you're retarded.
Crazy. Yeah, retarded. I don't know. That's not really.
It's so good. It's so good.
You don't wake
He's
up
so
every
cool.
morning.
Yes.
Look, I like the way he turns to the, so you can kill me, so we can have no civility at all as a country.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's a fair response because that's not that guy's position.
That guy's ready to kill him right now. What are you talking about?
No, come on.
I'm right.
on.
And guess what? I hope to God Trump's win again. Trump wins again, so at night he just lives in your head.
So he can kill me?
No,
kill the chairman of the Joint Chiefs?
because I want.
What did he say?
So he can kill the chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
No. What did the other guy say? Losing my head.
I genuinely think you're a whack job.
God bless you too. Thank you so much.
I think you're ignorant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And
The papers.
And I think you have nothing to say because you know that I'm right.
papers.
And guess what? I hope to
Listen.
God Trump's win again. Trump wins again, so at
when
night he
can
just
kill
lives
me?
in your head.
So he can kill me?
What's he say? So you'll lose your head. Oh, he's saying, I hope Trump wins again so you'll lose your mind. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. So you go crazy. Yeah.
Right.
No,
Kill the chairman of the Joint
No, because
Chiefs?
I want you to wake up
Shut
every
down
morning
NBC?
and go, I want you to wake up every morning and go, oh, I want you to cry like all the people that cried, but he made America dope. It's people like you that are dividing us. All right? I don't give a shit about personality. I want.
Look. Trump didn't make America dope. You're living in a delusional place if you think Trump made America dope.
He made America dope, bro.
What?
do you mean?
I mean, what?
He peeled back the curtain of reality and showed us the truth.
He made a bunch of people lose their freaking minds. It was not fun.
He owned the libs, Adam.
Yeah, okay. Well, that might be good for you if you live in a state where there's no libs that are being owned, who are living rent free, and Donald Trump is living rent free in their heads every day.
Right.
Yeah. So I didn't have TDS while Trump was president, but I did feel the effects of TDS. Many of us did.
Right.
And it was not fun. So I was just,
Well,
I mean,
there are things that he did during his presidency that you like, that you acknowledge that you like.
Of course, the payment protection bill about healthcare.
Yeah. Healthcare, you like prison reform, you like...
Well, I don't know
starting
about the
any
prison
wars.
reform. I don't know anything about the prison
Oh,
reform.
okay.
Maybe it's
All
good,
right.
maybe it's bad. Yeah, no, obviously. But like January 6th kind of erased all of that for me.
Yeah, I understand. Well, that's what's like weird, and we've said this a million times. If he had just accepted defeat, instead of going down this pathway, even if he had at first fought it, but then said after the safe harbor deadline, say, okay, whatever, it's over, and not done all the stuff with Pence and the electors and all that shit, and January 6th didn't happen, I think it would almost be impossible for him to lose the election coming up.
He would totally win. Yeah, he'd be in the catbird seat right now. If he bowed out magnanimously and said, "Listen, we didn't do it. We didn't do it this time."
Yeah.
I think the Democrats used COVID
And mail-in voting and blah, blah, blah,
used
blah.
mail-in voting to gain the upper hand, and they got us. But for the good of the country, hand over his heart, American flag, for the good of the country, I'm going to step down and announce my candidacy for president in 2024.
Right.
And I will see you at the inauguration, and
We will
when
take
you're
the country back.
when you're looking at Joe Biden at the nomination, you're like, we'll see you in 4 years.
Right.
Look, that's like a winning narrative. This whole elector scheme,
Yep.
that ain't a winning narrative, man.
No.
And
no.
watching these guys on these podcasts trying to spin this as a winning narrative, just makes them look bad. It makes them look bad. Look, you can say all you want about Steve Schmidt, but I think his narrative is, it's the raw American narrative. So, yeah.
Policy. I want to live in a safe fucking country, all right? I want the border to be secure. I want the economy to be killing.
Well, you don't think we want that, dude? You don't think we want that?
No.
I
We
mean,
want open borders and everything to suck.
look, if you have a civil war, how much border patrol do we get during a civil war, Sitch? What do you think happens at the border during a fucking civil war?
I think most of those troops don't exist on the Border Patrol?
Yes.
I don't know what
It's
happened. That's a good question.
This is just this is stupidity on steroids here.
I don't think the economy is going to do very well during the Civil War.
Look, you're going to have factions in the Civil War saying more immigrants come and fight for our side.
Yeah, they're going to be giving them guns.
They're going to be giving them guns and they're going to be giving them citizenship
Oh my god.
for fighting against the secessionists.
That's true. Yeah, that's fucked
A
up.
fucking nightmare.
Yep.
You think crime is going to drop during a civil war? Ha! How did that work out for Israel and Palestine?
Right.
This is just such fucking mental retardation here.
All right? I don't want people like you.
I don't
going around
know,
like,
you seem
he's
a-
a boogeyman.
you
He's
seem a
boogeyman.
little
No,
rattled
it's not.
to me.
Not at all, bro. I'm
Seem a
on
little
point
rattled.
all day.
Nice,
I have a
nice vein in your head.
Yeah, it's a vein. It's called passion.
Nice vein in your
Yeah,
head.
I have passion.
What do you think about what he?
I don't like. I mean, I don't like the whole. Schmidt is now just doing this. You mad, bro? Like, come on. We're not on 4chan. You're not a child. The
Let's
you
back
mad,
it
bro
up and
thing.
hear it one more time.
The whole. No, but also it's kind of bullshit too because he's the one that got mad first. He's the one that kind of changed the tone of the conversation to this.
Well,
And
I
then
just look.
So
I
to
wonder.
then, even though I agree with his stance more than the other guys, like the I don't agree with that behavior. So like get everyone riled up and then say, "Oh, why you mad?" It's like, well, I mean, you made everyone mad. What are you talking about?
He got passionate. I don't know that he ever got angry.
What do you mean? He got fucking triggered as shit when he was like, "You're a fucking whack job. You know, you're just lying to everyone." He was getting close to
Well, this is
I was
later
like,
in the
guy was literally telling him
conversation.
to physically back away from him because he was getting so close, like he wanted to start a fight. Steve Smith was super triggered.
Personality. I want policy. I want to live in a safe fucking country. All right. I want the border to be secure. I want the economy to be killing. All right. I don't want people like you.
I don't
going around
know,
like,
you seem
he's
a-
a boogeyman.
you
He's
seem a
boogeyman.
little
No, it's
rattled
not.
to me.
Not at all, bro. I'm
Seem a
on
little
point
rattled.
all day. I
Nice,
have a
nice vein in your head.
Yeah, it's a vein. It's called passion.
Nice vein in your
Yeah,
head.
I have passion.
What do you think about what he's asking about killing the Joint Chiefs of Staff as a veteran?
He's for it.
The what?
For it. Kill him, right?
What do
Kill
you call
Millie?
what?
When Trump wants to kill Millie.
I didn't hear.
Maybe you'll shoot him.
that. I didn't
You
hear
didn't
that.
hear it. You didn't
Have
hear
that
it?
conversation.
He just said it.
I
He
didn't
just said
hear
it.
it. I didn't hear
Trump
anything.
just said he wanted to kill Millie. You against him killing
when
Millie?
When did that happen? I didn't,
Yeah,
I
it
didn't see
happened 3 days ago.
Okay, I didn't see it. It didn't make
okay,
headline news.
Answer the question he's asking. He's
What?
asking a question about how do you feel America's doing today? We'll get to this here in a minute as well. How do you think America's doing today? Under Biden.
I
glad you made him
think
ask
the
me that
country is. I think the country's got a bad economy right now.
Okay.
And I think the country is, when you look at the polls right now, the country is having a choice put on it that it doesn't want. And so right now, when you have 80% of the country saying we don't want the Trump-Biden rematch, we'll see if we even get the Trump-Biden rematch, right? Johnson didn't get out of the race until March of 1968. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens if Glenn Youngkin gets in to the race from Virginia. We'll see what happens if Nikki Haley pops in New Hampshire. Trump isn't going to go down in a national election. He'll lose in Iowa first, and then he'll lose in New Hampshire. And the candidate that could beat him in Iowa, hasn't revealed themselves yet. But Nikki Haley can beat him in New Hampshire. And we'll see, over the months ahead. But I wouldn't bet my right arm that we're going to see a Trump-Biden contest at all.
More because
At
Trump's
this-
not going to
at
make it
this
or Biden's not going to.
Oh, that's so music to my ears. Oh, please. Please be true.
What did he say?
He said he wouldn't bet his right arm that we're going to see a Trump Biden. And this always happens every election. There's some clear candidates that are going to be obviously the players in this election season.
Mhm.
And it almost always seems to be wrong. It's always wrong. So hopefully that's happening here. Hopefully everyone's saying, look, it's going to be Biden, Trump, it's all over. And it's going to be something completely different.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's definitely heading in that direction.
Yeah. Look, you don't want a Biden-Trump matchup.
Of course
Right?
not.
Yeah.
No, I don't want either of them.
Yes.
Right.
Let's have some new candidates.
I hate how the search engines
Are
do
garbage
this.
now?
They're all garbage, and they intentionally hide Truth Social, and they make
Really?
it very difficult to find Truth Social posts.
Even DuckDuckGo?
Yeah.
Really?
Because like I want to find, because I can find articles talking about what Trump said, but I want to find like the post itself.
Yeah. Look at you. Keep digging because they
Right.
come into this, and it is important. So I'll let you work.
They're going to make it.
I think that there's a scenario where they both don't make it.
Who do you think is going to make it on the left?
I think the Democratic race is still very, very fluid. I think, look, the reality of the campaign is you had a guy go on MSNBC named Cornell Belcher. He's a pollster, and what he said was that Biden's age is an asset because of his wisdom. And so when you run a presidential campaign, you got to start and you have to be grounded in reality. And reality is, if you're going out, and I think objectively this is what the Biden campaign is saying. It's saying that this is the best economy ever. I think that's what their message is. And two, his age is an asset and he's the wisest guy in the land. No one believes that. So I think it's a very difficult proposition. And so when you look at numbers in November, in December, that consistently show him losing to Trump, there will be a different discussion. Right now, when you see the numbers coming out that show a very close race, that show how much dissatisfaction there is with him on the economy, mostly in Washington, what they say is, don't believe the polls. Don't read the polls. But those polls are real. And so I don't think they've caught it up. Now, it's interesting because Democratic Party historically was always the more chaotic party. But they're in line right now behind Biden. But if this Minnesota congressman, for example, Dean Phillips, if he were to go up and run against Biden in New Hampshire, I think he would do very well. James Carville is shouting from the rooftops about people better wake the fuck up because 3/4 is a big number. When you look at gas prices, when you look at interest rates, when you look at real wages, all of these things, the economy's in tough shape for most people.
We were in California yesterday. Gas prices were $6.50 in California. But going back to your question, what are your thoughts on Newsom?
He'd be a very formidable candidate.
We're on the same page. Let me answer the question for you guys with this Trump thing. Can you pull this up so we can, because he asked the question, I want to answer his question. So Trump said what? Trump floats the idea of executing. How did he say it? Can you pull up the quote on what he said? What did Trump say? Exact words, if you can find it. Go a little lower, and yet none of these examples.
Well, I see it suggests what?
General execution, but what's the exact words?
And who said it? Who was it on camera?
Do you know where he said it?
I don't even. I'm trying to look.
Steve,
the phone call. Oh, is this one of those? Like he heard somebody say?
Steve, do you know where he said this?
It's in the.
He says the punishment would have been death regarding the phone call that he made to China.
Yeah. Well, these are some.
An act so egregious that in times gone by the punishment would have been death.
Mm-hmm.
The phone call was, in fact, explicitly authorized by Trump administration officials.
So I found the post.
Is
You know
this
how I
re-
found it? It's kind of ridiculous how I had to find this. I had to type in a quote from the True Social post, and instead of putting that in quotation marks, I had to put truesocial.com/@RealDonaldTrump in the quotation marks to force that in the search result.
Wow.
So talk about your algorithmic suppression. But I can't find the because I don't have a True Social account. I can't find the second post because it says to be continued. And I was curious as to what part 2 was because I don't really see anyone talking about it. But anyway.
But Donald Trump on his social media network, True Social, wrote that Mark Milley's phone call to reassure China in the aftermath of storming the Capitol on January 6th was so egregious that it would have warranted death, basically. So,
right. Well, I'll read the. I mean, it's a long post, but I'll read the part that's relevant. He says, Mark Milley, who led perhaps the most embarrassing moment in American history with his grossly incompetent implementation of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, costing many lives, leaving behind hundreds of American citizens and handing over billions of dollars, the finest military equipment ever made, will be leaving the military next week. This will be a time for all citizens of the United States of America to celebrate. This guy turned out to be a woke train wreck who, if the fake news reporting is correct, well, that's a very weird sentence, if the fake news reporting is correct, was actually dealing with China to give them a heads up on the thinking of the President of the United States. This is an act so egregious that in times gone by, the punishment would have been death, in all caps. A war between China and the United States could have been the result of this treasonous act. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't feel like he's calling for the death of Milley, but
yeah, I mean, he's doing the thing that he always does, which I agree with you. It's not, I don't think he's calling for the death of him, but he's doing the thing where he writes something that he knows people will interpret in this kind of, he's intentionally using very incendiary language.
Right. To get free earned media.
Right. Because you could have just said it was treasonous. Because if you say a punishment would have been death and also treason, those are synonyms, right? Theoretically. Right. So you only needed to just say it was treasonous. So well, I do think
all
that
caps of death is really where he sells it, right?
Right. So on one hand, I do think he's not, I think if you kind of take a plain reading of the words, he's not calling for his death. But I think he's intentionally writing it in such a fashion to basically trigger people to say that he is calling for his death, which is not a good thing either. So.
Yeah.
And I thought, if I recall the story correctly, I thought Milley called his counterpart in China to say that there was some rumor, wasn't that Trump was going to start a war with China to
stay in office.
And wasn't the phone call to say that there wasn't going to be a war?
Maybe I don't recall the situation though.
Let me see. I pulled it up. Milley says, I know I am certain that President Trump did not intend to attack the Chinese. It was my directed responsibility to convey presidential orders and intent. My task at the time was de-escalate. My message again was to consistently stay calm, saying de-escalate. We are not going to attack you. Milley said, Milley's been at the center of firestorm amid reports that he made 2 calls to the General Li Zhouxing of the People's Liberation Army to assure him that the United States was not going to suddenly go to war or attack China. Okay. I mean, it depends. I guess it would depend what the phone call said. If all he said was Donald Trump has no intention to attack China or go to war with China, and that's true, there's nothing wrong with that, right? At all. He could get in a little bit more trouble if he said, listen, even if Donald Trump orders us to go to war, we're not going to, right? That would be egregious for a different reason. You wouldn't want to signal that to the Chinese government that the country is so in a state of chaos that he would say that. But that's not what he said. And I don't know if there's ever been evidence that is what he said. But
I don't know that this guy passes the cover of Time magazine test.
Mark Milley?
Was it Time magazine? No, Dean Phillips.
Oh.
He threw out Dean Phillips. I never heard of the guy.
Right.
As a formidable candidate on the Democratic side. And I'm just looking at some pictures of him.
Mm-hmm.
And I disagree. I don't think he passes I don't think he passes the Time magazine test.
But I assume you would agree if he called him up and all he said was Donald Trump is not going to attack, the United States is not going to attack China. What is the issue?
There's none. Absolutely
Okay.
no issue. Yeah.
Right.
I completely agree.
I mean, you have to say something more egregious in my mind for that to be an issue.
Right.
Okay, start it up.
Let's hit it up.
Combination of Trump's tweets, statements.
Okay, so he
speeches
didn't
in the
actually say it. Is
last-
that the-
No, he actually absolutely
No,
said it.
I'm looking for the actual quote of what you said that he said.
first of all,
he ordered death.
Number one,
Bullshit.
It's number one. It's treason to talk to China behind the president's
it's not.
back.
What?
That's number one.
No,
But
it's
number
not.
two.
No, it's not.
But can I give you my number two?
Yeah.
My number two is, I don't support those words. Here's what you have to realize. I don't sit there and support every word a candidate's going to say, left or right. I'm not sitting there saying, I 100% agree with 100% of what this guy says. No, I don't. That I've never been like that ever with a person that's been a president. Is this?
First of all, it's treason. So, I mean, shouldn't he really kill Millie? It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, he said he doesn't support those words, so
Right,
that's
no.
a fair reading. But I mean, how is it? How is it treason? If it's unless you're saying Trump intended to attack China, how is it treason? If
Right.
he's just saying something that's true,
It's not
he's not
treason. but-
undermining Trump at that point. If he called them up, listen, if he called up the general guy in China and said, listen, this Trump guy's a whack-a-noodle. He's a whack-a-doodle crazy person. If he orders an attack on China, we're not going to listen to him. Like, I don't think that would have been remotely appropriate. I think that is,
not at
I think
all.
that's like treason. That's where you go, whoa, what the fuck's
Yeah.
going on here, right? But but he called him up and said, Donald Trump is not going to attack China. America is not going to attack China. That's not treason.
This is the one, so let's read it. Mark Leader will let an embarrassing moment in American history with his gross incompetent intention on Afghanistan, costing lives and Arizona, handing over billions of dollars of the finest military equipment over the years. Next week, this will be a time for all citizens of the U.S. celebrate. This guy turned out to be a woke train wreck who, if the fake news reported is correct, was actually dealing with China to give them a heads up on thinking of the president of the United States. This is an act of egregious that in times gone by, the punishment would have been death. Yeah, okay, that's not saying that's what he's saying.
Well, I was waiting
a
for
war between China and the United States could have been the result of a treasonous act. He's right. I mean, I agree with that. And he didn't say he's got to die. So that's the response.
So it was fake news. So you just did basically what the media does.
He's calling for the assassination of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
No, he did not.
Right
That's
there.
fake
Get the
news.
fuck out of
That's
here.
fake news.
His word saying this is an act
In
so
times
egregious
go-
that in times gone by in the past.
Well, first off, the act was normal, standard. He was talking, as the chairman does, to his counterpart in the Chinese military to deconfliction reasons, which are normal, appropriate, and standard conversation.
To each his own at this point, right? With this area, somebody can say this is a little bit of an exaggeration. He's not saying he should die. No.
Listen, he's Donald Trump.
See, but this is the problem. This is what kind of annoys me when people talk about the Civil War and shit. Because it's like, yes, the left is doing all this bad shit to ratchet up the Civil War, and I agree with that. You have to be honest, though. Trump putting out that post, his intention, he could literally be the dumbest person on the planet, but I don't think he is. His intention is to create this situation where you have these people arguing about what the fuck he's saying. That's the point of the post.
True.
That is the point of the post, is to create these arguments, which is to inflame tensions and is to, heighten the polarization, heighten the quote Civil War and all that stuff. And
Right.
we shouldn't be supporting that.
Am I targeting Millie? Am I sending my crazies
Who knows?
to Millie?
Right.
Yeah, who knows? Argue about it amongst yourselves.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Has made intimations of violence towards many people, judges, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This tweet, other statements, and it is what it is.
What are your thoughts
This
about
is-
this?
this
When you
is-
read
this is disgusting.
execution?
Well, here,
How do you read it? I'm curious.
number
By the way,
one.
my mic keeps cutting out every once in a while. No, I want your thoughts
I'm gonna
on
say
this.
this, and then I want to ask a question before we wrap up. But this is the whole thing: is that it's not literally him calling for death, but the whole premise with Trump and where it gets complicated is that it is a lot of dog whistling. I'm not going to come out and say it, other than Russia, 30,000 emails. But he dances around, hey, typically this is death. He did capitalize death. This is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This was his general handpicked. So again, it's not literal, but there is some sort of hyperbolic nature about Trump where you can kind of interpret it this way. But if this were a red flag, yellow flag football, you don't know. That's the whole thing with Trump. Is he didn't come out and say it, but he said
Rob,
it without
can you guys
saying
hear my voice or no?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, well, here's my question. But let's go back to the strategy thing.
Yeah.
Because if we parse through all the nonsense, at the end of the day, whether 75% of people want to see Trump Biden, it's looking like we're heading for this train wreck. If you're the campaign manager, if and when you might even get this call, based on your strategic abilities, you're the campaign manager for 80-year-old Joe Biden. You know that the economy is weak. You know that people are fed up. You know that Trump is also a weak candidate numerically.
I think the rest of it's not explosive. I don't know if you want to watch the rest of it or not.
I mean, we can jump out if you want to just do super chats.
Let me check real quick.
Check what?
Just see if anything else crazy happens.
Oh, okay.
Because I think that was about the toning down of the conversation. So
Check. My mic. Something's all off with my mic here.
yeah, that's it.
At least this guy's willing to say
That's it. So yeah. Well, that was fun.
Trump is stoking anger in people.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Sure. Lots of people are stoking anger, and Trump is one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. That was great.
Fun conversation. Okay.
Well, let's put an end to the poll here. We have, is the U.S. headed for a civil war within the next 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
We have about 1,200 votes.
Okay.
And yes is 33%. That's 1 in 3 people think civil war next 10 years. No is 45%.
There you go.
Which is, I mean, that's good, right?
Yeah.
So, and no answer is 22%.
Okay.
So 2 out of 3 are no to I don't know, and 1 out of 1/3 are yes. They're putting their money on yes. So we'll see. I hope the majority is correct.
Right.
And we get this ship back on smooth sailing, smooth waters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you can do the thing if you want.
Do what thing?
I'll send you a DM.
Do.
Okay. Let me read super chats. Thought for $20 says ultimate whataboutism. Oh, here we go. You ready for the ultimate whataboutism?
Let's hear it.
Sitch, you say that January 6th was violent. What about saying you're going to beat horse-sized ducks, Sitch? Which do you think was more violent? Huh, Sitch? Is it more violent to beat up a horse-sized duck than January 6th? Explain yourself, you hypocrite.
A horse-sized duck is more violent. Look, they're not even in the same ballpark.
Listen, no. Here's the difference. I'm gonna tell you the difference. You want to know what the difference is? The difference is those disgusting, degenerate horse-sized ducks deserve it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
They deserve to be purged from this earth for being horrific monstrosities, a blight on our civilization and on our beautiful planet.
Right.
That's the difference. It's not a whataboutism. It's a truism. Get those horse-sized ducks out of here. Okay. Phil it remains. Hey, Phil, for $20, says BLM was terrorism. I agree.
Cool.
I agree with that.
Is Phil still listening? Does he want to come on for a bit? Look, I'll send him the link and he can come on if he feels like it.
Sure. Because we finished a little early.
Did we? What do you mean? This isn't
It's-
early. What are you talking
we
about?
finished the video we were gonna watch, and it's only 9 o'clock Eastern. That's early for us. It only took us 5 hours to get through a video, Adam. I don't know what you mean.
Look, it doesn't. We don't. This is an extra stream anyway because we streamed yesterday too. Obviously, we.
No, this is the regular stream. Yesterday was the extra stream.
Right. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I know
Like
what
if
you
we
mean.
close shop early, people are
It's
not.
not. Yeah, I understand.
Look,
We
we
did
try
it.
to produce enough content for the members. You guys keep us in business. We like to oblige you with content. So we gave you a bonus stream yesterday.
There you go.
And yeah, if we close up a little bit early, it's not the end of the world.
That's right. Tuesday, I'm sure will be fun. Jesus.
Tuesday we have Your Movie Sucks coming on first.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, we have an hour of like shoot the shit because Your Movie Sucks is not coming on until an hour after we normally start streaming.
Oh, okay.
And then we have RIR I'm Really Important and Pisco coming on at 4:30 my time, 7:30 your time. So
Right.
that should be good, right?
We'll see. We'll see.
You want to come on, J-Mac? J-Mac says finishing early. I guess just invite 20 people and we'll go till midnight.
No. I am tired from yesterday too, so it's not.
Oh, you're tired now?
Yeah, I don't invite 20 people on.
Let's
Okay.
bring up the Jank interview. We could
We're
review
gonna cover
the
ourselves. No, what?
we could review the Kyle Rittenhouse
No.
portion.
Stop.
you
Stop
don't
it.
want to?
Stop it. Okay, let me read the super chats. PC for 5 memberships. Thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs, and thanks so much Spoopy Lucy for the 5 gifted memberships. Lives in Devs Wall specifically for 5 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says finally joining the cool kids hike club, but my copy of Righteous Mind hasn't arrived yet. What do I do with this elephant? It's cute but difficult to care for, and Dev is starting to get suspicious. There you go. I like it. You listen. You train your elephant to hold the book with its trunk, and then flip the pages for you. That's what you do. Huck, yeah.
Phil says he's going to pass, but he'll hit us up next time. So
No problem. No problem. I mean, I think we agree on the BLM stuff anyway. Huck Finn for 18 months says, guests on the show have been fantastic lately. You guys always manage to get unique takes or mask off moments from them as well. Well, thank you, Huck Finn.
nice.
You do have some weird quality to get people to say weird shit on our show. I don't know why. It is
Sometimes.
interesting. Usually, not always, but generally, yeah. It's funny, I am interested now to see the Ethan Klein Hasan arguing about Israel conversation. You know what's going to happen. It has to happen, right? That'll be a travesty of reality if that doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, of course. Obviously, we want to cover that. Anticipating a giant train wreck. Ethan, for those of you who don't know, is Jewish. His wife is Israeli. And Hasan is a big, fat Palestine simp.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right.
you know, Hila, is it Hila or Hila?
Hila.
She probably has family over there. Fucked up, man. Super fucked up.
Let's see. Hasan said in relation to it, he said, there's no perfect retaliation to apartheid. It's not good.
Well, there's no perfect. Look, all these people have been putting Palestine in the oppressed role.
Right.
So they're basically saying everything they're doing is justified. Look, you've been justifying all this stuff for years now. You can't. You can't go, oh yeah, all of a sudden, look. Well, I didn't think they'd really do it. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think when you're referring to the mass murder, kidnapping, and torturing of men, women, and children, civilians, I don't think you should be using the words "not perfect" to describe that incident. Okay.
Right.
That seems insane. It's like, Mr. President, what do you say that the American troops went in and accidentally, oopsie doopsie, killed 600 innocent men, women, and children? What do you say to that? And they go, well, listen, was it a perfect military, do we have like a perfect military operation? It wasn't perfect. There's room for improvement. Like, that's not the wording I would use to describe a like horrific war crime travesty massacre, right? No, perfect is not the words I would use.
Adam.
That sounds messed up. Okay.
Very messed up. So does he continue?
Oh, I'm glad you brought this up. Yeah. Only victims everywhere. One party holds all the power to end the violence. It's not true. That is like the completely insane. However, it's certainly not the Palestinians living under a colonial apartheid regime that has chained them in the open air prison it bombs routinely. So there's Hasan 100% sipping for Palestine.
Right.
So gross. Very gross. I'm sure he'll have some take on it that is awful, and maybe we'll cover it. We'll see. Who knows? So this video that you brought up, this is a very important video, Adam.
Yeah, I got you while you're tired now. I'm getting my second win now.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, I have to go to the bathroom, but you can play the video while I go.
Okay. No, I'm going to wait. I want you to see the video.
Okay, then you can read some supers.
Let me see if I can find some supers here. I guess I'll just go back to the top. PC gifted 5 memberships. Welcome new members, and thank you, PC, for gifting some memberships. Love new members here. Look at this. And Spoopy Lucy. Spoopy Lucy gifted another 5 memberships for new people. Look at this. 10 new members. Welcome new members. Welcome to the club. I hope your A team S class is piss class. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically, is a member for 5 months and says, finally joining the... Oh, I guess you just read that one. Okay, we won't read that again. I think you read this next $20 one. Did we get to Huck Finn? Huck Finn, member for 18 months. Guests? Oh, I guess we read that one as well. Maybe I should go to the bottom here. Maybe I can find some unread super chats here at the bottom. J-Mac gifted 50 gifted memberships. Look at this. It's raining members. What's up? Welcome new members. Amazing. Let's see. How many does that make it for the... It looks like that is about 76 new members for this stream. Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
I don't think I got to read one super chat while you were gone.
What were you doing?
I attempted to read 3, but I realized quickly that you had already read them. So
okay, well, whatever. So, super S class, major detective general,
S class, suck up
of detecting truth, wisdom, and the American way of life and order.
Right,
enlightened centrist,
and also the guy who did our amazing Hasan's a dumb fuck music for the video. I edited the video, but Enlightened Centrist did the song that's in that video, which is fucking amazing. But yeah. So I don't know how he did this, but he managed to find when Voluminous was first used on the stream, right? So we had a disagreement because I had not learned the word voluminous. Come on, I learned the word voluminous when I was 2 years old, okay?
Right.
Like, I've known the word voluminous my entire life, okay? It's an amazing word. I know how to pronounce it. I know how to say it. I read it in a book, and I thought, you know, I love this word,
You
voluminous.
can already see where this hedging is existing from.
I read it, and I was like, look, I've known this word since I was 2 years old. I always wanted to use it more often. Let me write it down, and I'll, you know, when it comes up on the show and I have an opportunity to say voluminous, it's a beautiful word, I will use it more often on the show. Now, when I started doing this, Sitch immediately followed suit. He's like, look, this word voluminous that Adam keeps saying, that's a good word. I'm going to start using it now that I know how to pronounce it correctly.
That is not what happened. Look at this fake framing, fake news. Oh my God. Look at this.
What do you mean? So
That's not what happened. What happened was Adam suffers from selection bias. Okay.
selection bias. What is that?
Yeah. Or whatever. Or no, I'm sorry, not selection, frequency bias. Okay. He learned this new word, voluminous.
That's not even remotely true.
He learned this new word, voluminous, and suddenly he's like, "Oh, I like this word. I'm gonna start using it." And then he noticed that I say this word sometimes, and he's like, "Oh, well, now that Sitch is saying the word, he must be saying it because I'm saying it, because he didn't remember all the times I said it before."
You mean all the times you read it and pronounced it incorrectly in an article?
No. Fake news. Fake news.
Well, luckily, Enlightened Centrists tracked down those moments when you read it and pronounced it incorrectly from articles.
Show me.
Let's
see. Let's watch.
So Enlightened. Look, I'll let Enlightened Centrists make his argument, even though it's basically dog shit. But
Adam has to come clean, because last time on the Sitch and Adam show, Adam accused Sitch of stealing his fancy words. He said that every time he starts using a new, interesting, cool sounding fancy word, Sitch immediately copies him and starts using that word as well.
Well, that part's correct.
Now, I have the transcripts, I looked at the transcripts, and I can tell you who is right and who is wrong.
Wrong.
Yes.
This part of the video is incorrect.
This part is true.
Well, look, this is what's beautiful about this video is because he doesn't even realize what he's done. He's found the first time Sitch has uttered the word voluminous on the show, and he pronounces it incorrectly. It's so obvious he doesn't even know the word, and he's reading it from some article.
Wait. You have to acknowledge that that's a bullshit argument. Okay.
What do you mean?
From day one, how often have I said the word obfuscate incorrectly?
Oh, look at this.
Wait. How many times? I say the word wrong almost every time I bring it up. And yet, you know that when I'm saying the word, I know what the word means and I'm using it correctly. I just can't say the word correctly for some reason.
Oh, look at this.
Okay.
Look at this.
So wait. So by that logic, okay, you therefore know that I can say words and pronounce words incorrectly, but still know what they mean, and I'm using the word in the correct context. So
just
take that in your pipe and smoke it, corn boy.
So I guess, you know, since the government has done corrupt things in the past, that means everything that they do is corrupt. Is that what you're saying?
Look at this.
Is that what you're saying?
Look at this.
Is that your argument?
Look at this bullshitter. All right, get out of here.
Is that your argument?
Get out of here. You know what, Adam? You know what? You're a whack job. You're a whack job, all right? With your conspiracy theories.
Look, you can't see Sitch on camera right now, but there's a giant vein, like right in the middle of his forehead, popping out.
Oh, as Enlightened Centrist says, Sitch learns words from reading, and Adam learns them from listening to books. Of course, he knows how to pronounce them. There you go.
It is odd because where was I reading? Where did I actually? Because I do remember reading it, but I so rarely read books.
I don't know.
Now, before we get into that, what is that word? We will see a short clip.
Oh, great. He's got the clip from the podcast. Yeah. Not true. Like the last
okay.
The last one that I did, I got from reading, and I was like, that's a badass word. Why don't I say that word more? Voluminous. And ever since I started saying voluminous, you
I
say
said voluminous all the time. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I say these words like regularly whenever they come up, and you're like, "Oh well, I just read this word in a book, and now I'm saying it." Sitch must have copied it from me.
I don't. Maybe what you're saying is completely untrue.
Okay. Okay.
I remember reading. Look, you can tell. This is like we're hour 10 into the stream. Where's this? How long are we in? It's so funny when you listen back to the stream when it's late in the stream, how you can tell we're both just fucking dead tired.
Right. I like that when I say that. There's like this pause. You have like a full pause.
Look, I'm exhausted.
And then you're like, that's just completely not true. Like it took 10 seconds to say that.
In the book, voluminous, and thinking, I'm going to use that word more often. So I literally wrote down voluminous on my desk here. I don't remember you saying voluminous on any
It's just a
show.
word. It's a word I'm aware of. It's a word I've used. I know I've used it.
I've never heard you use it.
So if we can find an instance where Sitch said the words way before Adam ever read that book, we know for a fact that what Adam just said is not true. So guys, if you're watching this right now, Sitch and Adam has to make a statement. Now, he must state when was the time he wrote that down. How long is it ago that he read that word? Because we will now see the first time the word was used on stream. And who said it first? Here we go. It is Quinton Reviews Hamilton Isn't Woke Enough, show 96. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So Adam, what was the date that you wrote? What date was it that you carved the words voluminous into your desk with a knife? Okay.
Look, I didn't write a date down when I wrote the word down, so that's really unanswerable.
Was it before episode 96?
Oh, of course, this is long before I wrote it down. Yeah.
Long before.
Yeah. Okay. Right. But he misinterprets what I said. Like the claim is not that I learned the word. You okay?
Yeah.
You need something to drink? Like you need to take a little break or something?
Let's hear you, whack job.
Look, First, I think three things about this. First, you're a whack job. Look, he misinterprets what I said here. Look, I never said this was the first time I ever encountered the word, that I learned the word, that I looked it up. When I read it in the book, I knew what voluminous meant and had used it many times before. I just thought, look, I don't say that word in conversation much, but it's like a good word to say in conversation because it's beautiful.
Well, no, but your
voluminous,
claim, right?
It's like voluptuous, but just one syllable over.
No. But your claim was that I only used the word because I heard you use it.
Right. My claim was that once I started making an effort to use the word more often, Sitch completely jumped on my coattails, and now I hear him saying voluminous all the time.
That's the BS. Yeah.
Well, that's the BS claim. But then he pulls up two clips. The first one here.
Okay,
which, spoiler alert, you're obviously going to be able to tell he's reading it from an article.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How do you know that?
Listen in. Okay.
That's really stupid and wrong. Okay. Unlike the pharaohs of ancient times, lots of the founding fathers wrote voluminous journals and correspondence that are all documented.
Don't come here and say, well, he said voluminous and not
voluminous.
We know.
Okay, why do you think I'm reading an article? Did you find the article that I'm reading?
No, you're so obviously reading an article.
What do you mean? What article is going to say? Okay, wait a minute. Let me pull up a transcript here.
Why would you say voluminous?
Because I say shit wrong. What do you mean?
No, that's the word that he meant. That is the word that shows up in the transcript. His pronunciation.
Wait a second.
Let's look it up.
The transcript says, That's real. I said, that's really stupid and wrong. Okay. Unlike the pharaohs of ancient times, lots of founding fathers wrote voluminous journals and correspondence that are all documented. And then it cuts off. Why does that sound like I'm reading an article?
What are we talking about? Look,
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is
often
happening.
read articles.
I don't know. I don't remember what the fuck we're talking about.
We have to bring up the clip to settle this, obviously.
Okay. Go look for
it. Maybe you aren't reading it, but why would you say voluminous?
Because it means a lot of something.
Okay.
What do you mean, why?
Well, the second time you obviously are reading it.
I am. Well, wait a minute. It doesn't matter what happens the second time because this is the first time. Okay. And the first time, I'm not reading anything. This is my opinion.
You're either reading it or you're not reading it. If you're not reading it and you pronounce it incorrectly, I would say, I mean, that's a little sus in that you're using the word regularly on the show.
But it means I know what the word. No, wait. The claim was that I only used the word because you said it. And I made the claim that I've used the word before and knew what it meant before you used it. Okay?
Right.
And so this is me using the word. I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, but this is me using the word in a way that makes sense. It is the correct word for that situation.
It is
far before this. You wrote it down and carved it into your desk claim. Okay.
The claim that I am making, is that when I started using the word regularly, you started using the word regularly.
Well,
that's
then you
the claim.
Okay. Well, listen. I don't even know if that's true because then you'd have to show whenever you started to use it, and then you have to show.
Look, I called you out on this. I called you out on the show because you used it. You used my word.
No. Wait. So the claim that you're making now, okay. The claim you're making now.
Voluminous is now like a meme.
This is very important. We gotta get to the bottom of this. Okay. The claim that you're making now is that you use the claim. I mean, you use the word, and then I heard you use it. So I was saying, oh, I like that word. I'm gonna start using it regularly.
Yes.
Right. And then so you have to show, well, how many times after you started using, whenever this occurred, how many times did I start using the word voluminous in a response? Because I don't.
Right.
I mean, it's a word I know, but I don't remember saying it all the time.
Look, if Enlightened Centrist goes back and looks him up, it's going to be
I don't want him to do this. This is a waste of his time.
It's going to be like you use it like every other time I use it. You use it. Oh my
God.
You do.
Look at this guy. Okay.
Let's go to the second time. The second time you're obviously reading. I'll admit that this time it's hard to tell if you're reading or not. Let's back up and listen to it one more time.
I found the stream if you want me to bring it up.
Yeah, no, let's bring it up. But let's bring it up after we hear the second time.
Don't come here and say, well, he said voluminous and not
voluminous.
We know that's the word that he meant. That is the word that shows up in the trans.
Because it seems like you might be saying, like you might be feeling out. You're like, oh my God, there is a word here. What is it?
Listen
voluminous.
Listen to this fucking guy. Okay.
It's like voluminous. And of course, I don't correct you because
you don't know the word. That's why I don't correct you.
No, I don't correct you because, look, I'm a nice person, right?
Yeah. Oh,
but he does it again. And I'm like, no, how dare you?
Sure.
Transcripts. His pronunciation is a little bit off, but still, he used that word first. And Adam didn't correct him. So he didn't correct his pronunciation, which let us assume that he didn't know it as well.
Bro!
When you assume you make an ass out of you and me.
Not that part, but what he said.
Look, I didn't correct you because I did.
Right? He didn't know the word.
That's just a giant assumption there's absolutely no evidence for. Like I said, I've known the word voluminous since I was like 2. I remember. Look, I was in a spelling bee when I was 5 years old. Voluminous.
Oh, really? When you were 5 years old in kindergarten, they're like voluminous.
Look, I can't spell. Like I've never been.
Do you even know how to spell it now?
I've never been in a spelling bee.
Okay.
And if you don't believe me, if you say, well, you know, maybe if Sitch makes a mispronunciation, Adam would just go along because he's a nice guy. Well, let's look at the second clip. The second time use of the word.
See, I don't look, enlightened centrist. I don't know what your argument is here. You're like, listen, maybe he knows the word, which I do, and is just not correcting him because, I mean, I don't feel the need to correct him. This was maybe 2 years ago. I don't remember why I didn't correct him. But the second time I do correct him, which obviously shows I do know the word and that he doesn't know it.
Voluminous on stream.
They would basically tell Twitter, I want you to search for this. And then Twitter would give them some massive batch of emails, you know, that had to do with that search query.
Okay,
and it would be so voluminous
Voluminous is the word.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Sitch, I think you're right. I don't think you are reading.
I told you I wasn't reading shit. See, you know I wasn't reading anything. Yes.
I don't think you are reading.
See?
I don't think
and
you
actually,
are reading.
And go back, if you listen, I actually corrected myself before you corrected me of emails, you know, that had to do with that search query.
Okay,
and it would be so voluminous. See, I said I corrected myself. I self-corrected.
You did.
Okay?
You did catch yourself. You did. Yes.
Boom!
Yes.
Enlightened centrist, S-class brigadier general of detective objective truth. Got him! Got him! Voluminous motherfucker!
Or as Sitch likes to pronounce it, voluminous.
Voluminous. Let's turn up the volume on this voluminous claim Adam's making.
Okay. Look. I think we can come to some compromise here. When I regularly use the word on the show, and I say voluminous.
Yeah.
I want you to continue using your version of the word voluminous. I think it makes you sound smarter when you say volume.
You do, huh? Uh-huh. Okay.
What do you think?
I'll listen. As a meme, I'm probably going to say it now.
I think that's an acceptable compromise. You are not stealing my word. You're literally making your own word.
I have my own word. Yes. There you go.
Okay. Well, thank you, Enlightened Centrist, for making this. This was a lot of fun.
Yes. Thank you so much.
How are you able? Do you have like do you have a search feature on all of the videos?
How did you find this?
I know.
Did you literally go through like each one and search the transcripts?
Yeah, copy the transcripts.
Yeah, what did you do? That's like crazy work.
Enlightened Centrist is theoretically working on a song for our 300th episode, which I just came to the joy of realizing is on Remember the 5th of November, right? Which is kind of cool. Ideas are bulletproof.
The time that we're not going to be streaming?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yes.
Good.
So, thanks, Enlightened Centrist. This was a lot of fun.
Let's play
to the end.
He says it's pronouncing it wrong, right? But Adam is not correcting him. So we can assume that Adam, at that point in time, doesn't know the word.
Look, that's just fake news, okay, obviously. Voluminous, I've known. Okay, Java.
So I would totally believe that, Adam found that word, wrote it down before March 2023. But definitely he did not know the word 3 years ago.
I did know the word 3 years ago. I just didn't. I wasn't making a concerted effort to use it on the show. Look, there are all kinds of words that I'm sure you read in books and stuff like that, and you think, oh, I would never use that word. I'd be too afraid I use it incorrectly, and people would laugh at me. You don't think that when you read words that are good words in books?
I think I won't use this because people will laugh at me.
Well, no, because you don't know that you'd use it incorrectly. I guess you won't even pronounce things correctly. I'm
going to be 100% real with you. I've never in my entire life read a word or heard a word and had a conscious thought, I should use this word more.
Really?
That's never even occurred to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
I'm not saying anyone's wrong for doing that. I'm just saying that's not how my brain works.
Do you think of yourself as having a good vocabulary? I mean,
yeah. I mean, when I took
it seems
that vocab
acceptable.
test, I mean, I
Yeah,
had
but, look-
slightly higher score on you in the vocab test.
Of
We
course,
were
but
both in
that
like 5% range. But-
that vocab test though had a bunch of words. There's no way we were using those words on the show. What are you talking about?
No. But I'm saying, yeah. But I thought you asked me, do I think I have a good vocabulary?
Right.
I mean, yeah. I think my vocabulary is, as I said, I got 5% on that. You got 5% on that. I do think I have a far better vocabulary than the average person.
Right. Yeah.
And I think I do use words a little bit bigger than the average person, but I don't. I mean, it's not intentional. I don't run. I'm not like Michael Eric Dyson running around like, you know.
Look, Michael Eric
whatever
Dyson
that is.
takes it too far. Okay.
What was the name of that word? It's a stupid word. Someone.
Sesquipedalian?
There it is. That's the word
Yeah.
I'm not going to remember. That word's too stupid for my brain.
Sesquipedalian? What are you
Yes.
talking about? Look, I know.
It's
I've
such a
known
terrible
that word. I
word.
have known for a long time.
Okay, that's a good one.
I'm ready for the sesquipedalian chicanery.
Right.
So there's a difference though, and this is like a classic Jordan Peterson thing. Like, sure, we know what those words mean, but Jordan Peterson uses them when he speaks. It's like amazing. Right. It's totally amazing. It's kind of like magic, I think.
Well, my thought process on like big words, there's two ways in which big words I think are appropriate. Because remember, I did write a fucking book, and when you write a book, you have to use a lot of same words again and again and again. And so you have to be like, get out the thesaurus, right? Because you don't want to keep saying the same fucking words again and again.
Yeah.
Some of it is just.
I've written a bunch of screenplays.
You've written a bunch of screenplays, right? Yeah. Same thing, right? And so some of it is just when you're writing stuff, there's a kind of like intuition of how things sound when you're writing it. Sometimes a big word sounds nice in a situation. But usually in these conversations, my thought process on big words is the big word convey some specific meaning that is specific to the bigger version of the word than like a more mainstream, smaller word that could be a synonym?
Does it ameliorate the situation? Okay,
that's an awful use of ameliorate, but thank you. Thank you for showing what is not what you want to do. No, because like usually because usually like a big word usually means something a little bit more different, even if it has a synonym. It usually means something slightly different, has a different connotation, different context than like the smaller version of it. And so unless it means something that you're like really trying to hone in on, I generally don't go for the big word, the sesquiquatillion or whatever. So,
that's like a Vosh joke. Vosh's word is ameliorate. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Okay. So. Just want to make sure.
Right.
Anyway, I get it. Look, I agree to that. I agree with that to some extent, but at the same time.
At the same time, why?
Look, voluminous is a beautiful word.
Voluminous is a good word. Yeah. And it's funny because voluminous is a word that kind of violates that principle because it just means a lot.
It does.
I mean, it usually refers to, because when I said it in the first time, even though I said it incorrectly, I actually use it in the most correct context because it doesn't just mean a lot. It usually means a lot of writings. That's the specific context we use voluminous. And I said the founding fathers have a voluminous amount of writings on the topic. So it's usually, I believe, used in the context of writing, like a bunch of writings on something. So
that's not in the definition anyway, but I do understand what you're saying. Like that's the most common
that's how I always think
context
of it. Is it's usually the context. Well, actually, no. The context is
large in
writing.
volume or bulk, marked by repeated turns, and bends large in number or quantity. Look,
well, here,
which sounds better? Okay,
right.
Voluminous. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Shit ton.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I guess it depends what you look up, because if I look up Merriam-Webster, well, no, it says both. It says having or marked by great volume or bulk. And then they kind of use like skirt. And it says filling or capable of filling large volumes or several volumes of literature on a subject, writing or speaking at great length. So that's kind of, that's what I mean. Consisting of many folds. Yeah, so I think now that I'm reading the definition, and also the Google definition says from Oxford gives 2. It says clothing or drapery that's loose or ample, or writing that's very lengthy and full. And then I read that, yeah, it also means like, when I think of it as like you have a voluminous cloak. You have like this gigantic cloak or drapes or something. You have like a lot of cloth.
Dress.
Right. Yeah. Right. So that does make sense too. Okay. Well, listen, I'm glad. Thank you, Enlightened Centrist. We got, you got to the bottom of it. And you got Adam to concede, sort of.
Well, to admit at least that you weren't reading stuff.
There you go.
Right. Anyway.
I don't like this though. Sammy G in the chat said, Enlightened Centrist, if I paid you for a service to find and timestamp some sus gay quotes from Sitch and Adam, is that on the tape?
Oh no.
I don't like that.
No.
I don't like that. Don't like it.
Voluptuous I use all the time. What are you talking about? Maynards.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we both said voluptuous a lot. I don't think
voluptuous.
I don't think we're gonna call any neither of us are gonna claim ownership on voluptuous.
No, voluptuous belongs to everyone. Voluptuous belongs to the world.
It does, yeah. I don't know if you saw this, Adam. They got a picture of the person they think masterminded the attack on Israel.
Really?
Yeah, I sent it to you on the DMs if you want to bring it up.
Is it Sam Hyde?
I guess you're not going to fall for the joke.
Why are you laughing?
I guess it's not going to work.
Look, I know the Sam Hyde joke.
Somebody took a picture of Sam Hyde and they, made him look like he's wearing a turban.
Of course, yeah.
But they gave him Samir El Haidari.
Look, if you guys want
you're going to fall for it.
If you guys want me to pretend, if you want me to pretend I've never heard of Sam Hyde, look, here you go.
Okay,
oh my goodness, who is this?
Yeah, okay, that's fair
Holy moly, he looks just like the guy that called out Hasan Piker. How is this possible?
Listen, Adam's not that much of a boomer, guys. Okay.
It's that wrestler.
No, it's just he just looks just like him.
It's that wrestler.
Right.
Look.
Yeah.
Hasan Piker talking big about the revolution.
There you go.
But won't even make $10 million by fighting Sam Hyde.
There you go. Okay, let's finish off Enlightened Centrist video.
Oh, are we still doing that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not done yet.
Let's see.
So, Sitch officially said the word voluminous first.
True.
3 years ago.
True.
Yeah.
Not true. He said the words voluminous.
I hope that clears it up. Definitely Sitch knew that word. Adam did not. And
such fake news. Why would you make that assumption? Such fake news. Look, this is bad faith.
Wow.
King of bad faith right here. I mean, it is bad faith. Make that assumption. I went to kindergarten where they teach you the word
they teach the
voluminous.
Word in kindergarten. Okay.
And that's fine.
It's not fine. It's not fine. Adam's wrong.
Sitch steals Adam's word.
No.
Well, I like the title of this video.
You like that thumbnail?
No, I hate that thumbnail. What's he do? What are you doing? What's he doing?
Okay. The second video that Sotos wants us to watch. I don't know. Did you ever see this?
I know, probably not. I don't know. What is it?
This is the Sitch and Adam official halftime show. I believe he's saying, like, if we ever have to both go to the bathroom at the same time, we could play this.
Oh, I did see this. Yeah, it's like a game show.
Right. Let's check it out.
You make content or something? Is it?
Very poor choice of words.
PSA Sitch, so I understand it. It's a dumb fuck.
Oh shit! A white guy was going to do the rapping.
So I think, should we pause and read these? What is the official name of the show? Sitch and Adam show or Adam and Sitch show?
There you go.
Do we decide, or does
would
it?
Be racist, just like Kyle Rittenhouse and that judges bring
Shut up! I don't care.
I love Sitch and Adam.
Like, remember when you
They
used to wait for
are
movies
the
to start
best
and you used to have this like quizzes come up in a movie theater?
This one, look what he circled.
I know. Soul Doge is a disgusting A-team degenerate. So
Look what he circled.
why am I showing this, Soul Doge?
Go Solidoge.
Why am I showing this? What you hate
Woo!
Adam? Okay, he believes in dirty MMT. He's a commie.
I think he makes an MMT joke in here.
He does.
But I
yeah.
look, I don't think he circles in that one.
Terrible.
Cast all two of the guys.
I love this video. Who did this video? I remember the
song?
song. Yeah, the song video is amazing.
Wasn't it Enlightened Centric?
No, I think it's some other guy.
Who did the was it Soul Doge?
I
Who
don't
did
think
the
so.
what's the guy's name? Oh, fuck.
I don't know.
The lawyer that we were making fun of.
Paul Bart.
Paul, yeah, it was Paul Blart. Well,
Paul
Blart.
Blart.
Yeah, Paul Blart,
Mall
mall cop. Yeah, it was Paul Blart, mall lawyer. Because he sounded like the AI voice. Yes.
Oh God, that was so much fun.
Yes.
I laughed so hard.
Equishack says it was JP Mexican. Did you make that JP Mexican? It was a great video.
Okay, yes. Good.
JP
Thank
Mexican did the song. Okay.
Or basically God.
I'll watch it again.
you. If you didn't get that one, you're not going to make it.
There you go.
I suck Sitch's d and also Adam's d.
Oh, nice. Paul Blart is sucking both of our dicks.
That's good. He's a good friend. Okay.
His class is best class, and a team reigns supreme.
Who is the patron saint of the show? Okay, let's see here. Ooh, this is a tough one. Well, we can eliminate Doomer Media immediately. Like, that's not even close. Last place, right?
Right.
Then it gets a little more difficult. It's like Franklin Delano Roosevelt,
The best president we've ever had.
Jonathan Haidt,
The best social scientist we've ever had.
a huge influence to the show, and our executive producer, J-Mac.
Right.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
Then why'd you put us in this uncomfortable situation here? Well, since there's a 90% chance J-Mac is in the chat, I'm going to go with J-Mac.
It's a good, wise decision.
J-Mac wins.
J-Mac wins.
Yeah, oh shit, I just got home. Yeah, can't wait to watch some Sitch and Adam podcast. If you don't know them, fuck off. It's the best shit. Funny call.
Oh, look at that. You're
Jonathan
wrong.
Haidt.
It was height. Okay.
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 Well, these
I
are
mean, I guess
Solido's
depends-
picks.
How do we define patron saint, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
I guess you're right.
Because J-Mac is our patron of executive producing, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
he is a saint.
Right.
But do we pray to him? Is he the person that we pray to
Well,
on the
look,
altar at night?
I don't pray to Jonathan Haidt either.
Yes, you do. Stop.
Not really.
Yes, you
I mean,
do.
look, at least he
Patron
didn't.
saint is the saint whose protection and intercession a person, society, church, or place is dedicated to.
Look, I'm just glad he didn't circle Doomer Media. Okay.
That's
We
true.
got off easy.
That's true.
Commentary on videos, they're hilarious. Sometimes lowbrow, it's true.
Okay. Who is more right wing? Oh, this is an easy one. It's obviously Sitch.
Don't be so serious. Shows are occasionally bland. I don't give a shit. Do you see how many shows they film, man?
Well, they talk about boss too much.
Oh, we never find out.
What?
We never find out.
The world may never know. How did he not circle one?
Right.
Robbery.
I know.
I was robbed.
American. I've been beat.
Where does it?
I do like that this is made. And he told me this wasn't, but to me, when I watched this, I was like, this reminds me of the PowerPoint presentations from like Windows 95.
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah.
But that's what's funny. It's perfect because it's also like, it's kind of like that's the way these old things used to look at the movie theaters. They had those like.
Oh,
really...
they did. You're right.
Yeah,
they were straight out of PowerPoint.
Right. Right. I think he said he used like Google Slides or something. Solidos used Google Slides or something to make this.
What does MMT mean? So we have modern monetary theory.
Right.
that the movement to a fiat currency creates a different set of circumstances surrounding the creation of money. And this allows for more space for the government to appropriately fund aspects of society so long as we use inflation, not budget, as the guidepost. That's pretty good, Solitosh. That's a pretty good assessment of it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the second option is money printer go brrr.
Right.
How do I know that Solidoge is going to circle money printer go brrr?
Because that's what it is. That's what it means.
Oh, they suck now.
I hate Sitch and Adam. They are a shitty podcast.
They are a shitty podcast. Look, this happens with fans, and it drives me crazy.
I know.
We should play this song more often, because the fans do go from like loving us to hating us overnight. It seems.
Yeah, I know, it's funny, but
it's not funny. I don't like
think
it.
It's funny. Enlightened Centrist brings up a good point in the chat. He says, after Adam basically making a cultural appropriation argument for words, I would say Adam is more left leaning.
Look, it's true. I am more left leaning.
Right.
Yes, all two of you
Okay,
scammers
what's the
can
answer
suck
here?
my They never listen to the whims of the fans, so let's start # fuck Adam. When Sitch was
It's so funny. The program reads a hashtag as a £.
Right.
So what he's writing out is let's start hashtag fuck Adam, but it reads let's start # fuck Adam.
Let's pound Adam. Yeah, there you go.
on good logic, Joe should have murdered him. Oh hell no, just got home to see some short.
Both are wrong. Oh, it's a trick question.
Mommy milker theory.
There we go.
Oh my God, you got us.
Got him.
You pulled the rug out from under us. Look at that.
And it's true. This is a true answer.
Oh, it is. I know it is.
Yeah. Let's get some of that.
Members in the chat know what we're talking about.
Let's get some hubba action back in there.
Clips spamming up my feed. No, what the fuck is this? A guest I don't like. Don't you know, as a fan I own your whole life.
Oh, I love that line. What is this? A guest I don't like? Don't you know, as a fan I own your whole life? Okay, what is Dev? Short, fat, otaku, professional mole bug fan. Well, I'm going to go with option 4, professional mole bug fan.
Back in
Yeah,
2018,
it's a taku,
and they were so pure and clean, yeah. When did they get so goddamn mean? They're a disease on intellectualism. Why don't they follow my vision? Please, S&A, let me make your decisions. Go to their Patreon, remove $5.
Is supposed to be long and painful. Oh, professional mole bug fan.
Yes.
It's supposed to be long and painful. He must have said that.
Mm-hmm.
Start my own show, make $5.
Part 3,
I'm
Adam.
telling you, they used to be perfect. Now I only watch EFAP, the superior version.
Oh my God, EFAP. How dare you?
How dare you?
Get fucked, Sitch and Adam. Do exactly.
Okay, call back to one of our most famous shows here. What is Sitch? White or Jewish? Looks like a trick question here.
What I want when I want, and you will get my $5 Patreon donation back, bitches. I'll see you in the Vouch streams. At least he has.
If I speak, another university will ban me. Academic age. What is it? What's that have to? How does that answer the question?
That's what I'm saying. You can't. Because if you answer the question, you get banned.
Oh, okay.
Standards.
What are you, a fucking liberal?
Uh-oh.
What?
Are we getting in trouble for this music?
No, the music's fine.
Are you sure?
Sodosh. I'm assuming the music. I mean, it's on his YouTube page.
Yeah, but we don't know. He doesn't have a.
Oh wait, here we go. Thinking Time Pink Panda. Let me see. Is this
Look,
copyright free?
I'll just turn the volume off.
Okay.
You can hear the volume on your end. Tell me if it's interesting.
Well, it's just like generic music. Like,
Who is the biggest supporter of Her Majesty the Queen and aristocracy? We have Carl Benjamin, Sitch and Adam, Aiden Paladin, and Dev. Okay. What? What? What?
Look
Sitch
at that.
And look. Fake news. Which of the following is the show's primary source?
Wait.
What?
Did you read the explanation?
It's kind of too low to read.
They
for me.
literally tried to become English lords.
Oh.
We didn't try. Okay, CT bought us lordships. We are English lords. That's true.
Didn't that turn out to be like a scam though? We're not really
Listen.
English lords.
Listen, I don't care that the British government shut them down and said you can't do this anymore. Okay, we are still officially British lords until the British government comes into our houses and tells me otherwise.
Right.
I'm officially Lord Sitch.
I love it. Okay, perfect.
So there you go.
We have a British guy, a Canadian guy, and an expatriate.
Living in Britmong land, yes.
Which of the following is the show's primary source of income? CT, Doomer antagonizing chat, Sugar Daddy J-Mac, the comic. Oh, that's a tough one.
So
that
the
is
CT
a tough one.
The CT one says underneath it says, it's just recycling the money Sitch and Adam pay her. It's true. It's just true.
Well, obviously, I think it's between Doomer antagonizing chat and Sugar Daddy J-Mac.
Right. I'm gonna say it's J-Mac.
Right.
Definitely Definitely J-Mac.
But Doomer has given us some money runs. So
right.
Yeah. Hats off to Doomer.
We
Did you
appreciate
pause it
Doomer.
or
start it up?
Look, I can talk over it because it's I turned the volume down, so
It's just music. I can talk over it too.
okay. Look at that! Finally, we got one of these correct.
There we go.
Which of the following conservatives has Adam voted for? Let's see here. We've got Donald Trump, Kanye West, Carl Benjamin, and George Bush. Kanye West is the correct answer. Yes.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
Is Kanye West a conservative? I mean, I feel like he's just anti-Semite. I don't know if
did he run when you voted for him? Was he running as a Republican? What was he running as?
I don't think.
Or did you just wrote his name in? You didn't even
I
run
just
for
wrote his
anything?
name in, yeah. But
Okay.
he was on the ballot in other places, but I don't know if I think he was just on the ballot as an independent.
Okay.
Look at this. J-Mac comes in, solidifying his spot as executive
my
producer of the
God.
show.
Thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, with the 100 gifted memberships. Oh my God.
Yeah, see, look. That'll
There you
show
go.
you.
The
We have a
undisputed patron saint of dedication to the
Yes.
show.
Look, Solidos, you have to go back and change the second slide in this.
There you go. That's true. That's true. Look at this. Thank you so much, Jay.
Look, do we even have 50 members in the chat right now?
If there's always more. Okay. There's
Nice.
always more.
All right, let us continue.
You didn't vote for Carl, Adam? God, you're such a bad friend.
He wasn't running. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
he was in England.
He was running in England.
Yeah, you should have gone and voted for him.
Can't vote in England. Look.
Okay. Fill out a fake ballot.
Let's see. Which friend of the show has created more not safe for work art? Oh my God, this has to be a tie. It's between Sammy G and Magin. Look, I don't know. Honestly, I'm too scared to check. That's so true. That's
There it
so
is.
true.
There it is.
Who wants to know the answer to that? Nobody.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ah. Look, it's a tie. Let's just
Listen,
give it. Let's
I know
just
the
call
answer
it
to
a
that
tie.
question. Okay.
Do
The answer
you?
is obviously Sammy G. Okay.
You think so?
Sammy G sent me a penis-shaped box. Okay.
Look, but Imagine will just do these little sketches though, and
That
send them like
had-
5 at a time.
We showed it on a stream. Inside the box was a bunch of pictures of like men making goo eyes at each other's, kissing each other. And there was some custom Sitch and Adam artwork in there of me and you doing the kissy face. Okay.
Oh, I have it. Look, I have the art. Yes.
You have it up? You have it ready?
I mean, I could grab it. I definitely have like all the fan art in a folder.
Majin is a close second. Okay.
Here is the one that I think scares people. Oh my God, this is horrible.
Which one is this?
Sitch saying "Baka."
Listen.
This is a look when look, does this work? I mean, occasionally for fun, when the Destiny stands will come in and say, "Look, you're a right-wing podcast." I'll send them this gift.
There you go. You should just send them that picture.
I'll be like,
okay.
"Of course we are."
Yeah. Right.
Yes, of course we're the right-wing podcast.
Uh-huh.
Just look at how we love each other. Okay, moving on.
Like Sammy's like, don't. Oh, the box.
Okay, moving on here. Honestly, I'm too scared to check. What's the next one here?
Mm-hmm.
When will the Fight Club stream happen? Same day as Sitch's face reveal? Next month? Episode 300. On the same day the comic is released.
Ooh, okay.
Well, that's like years from now, so
right.
The world may never know again.
Sadly true.
Oh.
Sadly true.
Should you return the shopping cart? The answers are, I love society. I hate society. Look. Hold on. But that doesn't answer. Look.
Obviously. Yeah. Obviously.
Well, look. Do job creators love society?
Look at this guy. No. The people that love society return the shopping cart. Okay?
I think job creators love society.
You sound like, what's the guy's name? You sound like Zorg from Fifth Elements. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Zorg?
That's his name. Zorg.
Right. Look at all these cute little things fixing everything.
Yes, exactly the scene. Gary Oldman, yeah.
All this activity.
Adam's over here like, chaos and destruction creates jobs for people.
Yes. I've heard this song before. Let's change the beat. That guy's such a good character. That's Gary Oldman, right?
That's Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
That's Commissioner Gordon.
He is. That movie's amazing.
It's a good movie.
Fifth Element was great. Okay, continuing on here. Thanks for playing. That's all. Oh, look, they got Feeder Doomer in there.
Look, little fat Doomer. We showed that picture on stream, right? Did we ever show that picture?
I don't know. Isn't Doomer? I mean, Fat Doomer, I got to admit, a lot cuter. A lot cuter than regular Doomer.
That's true. That's a great point.
Yeah. Where do I have that piece of art? Maybe I feel like I saved it. Damn it. Damn it, Napoleon. Make yourself a gosh darn quesadilla.
I'll go get it. Listen, I'll go get it. Because Sammy made some other art that I have to bring up. That's pretty impressive.
Send it over.
I did.
Cool. I have to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Wow, you go to the bathroom.
You can read a super chat.
Little guy.
But not an important one.
Okay, I'm going to read all the important ones. Okay. I don't think we did. Well, listen, if we didn't show the Doomer Feeder one, we'll show it again because it's a great piece of art. It's beautiful. Okay. Let me look at where we are. Just be 1005 for 1 month. Thanks so much. Says for discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says regarding Israel, really is a demonstration of who believes in no bad tactics, only bad targets. Absolutely disgusting how open some people are about it. Yeah, no, that's a great point. That is the mentality, and it's disgusting and horrific. Yes. What's wrong with these people? Fat Brown Buffalo for $10. Thank you. Says, seem populists will ridicule and decry, quote, weak men who don't intervene against crime, but will passionately say the U.S. should not care one bit or do anything to support friendly nations under attack. Ooh, interesting. Interesting contradiction. There you go.
I'm back.
Wow, you're quick.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $5. You're back just in time. Says, A-team parks in 2 spots at once and visits cemeteries to steal all the free flowers. And that's why S-Class is the best class.
Boo.
Is this true, Adam? Do you steal all the flowers at the cemetery?
I mean, I've done that a couple times.
Wow. Can you believe this guy?
I remember when I first realized, oh,
that you could?
Yeah, there's a place where I can get free flowers when I go on dates.
Oh my God.
I was like, this is like a wealth of free flowers.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, store-bought flowers too, man. Girls are really impressed by those.
Wow. Terrible.
Did this take a dark turn? Were you not expecting this?
It did, yeah. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting you to actually be stealing the flowers from the graves.
Oh, yeah. I'd camp out there. I'd be like waiting for somebody to come by, bawling their eyes out, crying with a big old bouquet of flowers.
Right. Just so you could take it. Yeah, I understand.
Thinking, oh, look, fresh.
Yeah.
They'll be done bawling in a second here.
Disgusting.
They'll be done crying their eyes out over their loved one soon enough.
Okay.
Is that bad?
That's pretty bad.
Look, I don't think the person knows that the flowers are gone.
Does that make it better? They don't know that it happened, so it's okay.
No. Look, it's terrible. I admit it.
Okay.
I'm not sure I ever actually did that, but I did think this
you
is
thought about it. But you
this is a possibility. Yeah. I went to the cemetery one time and I did notice that there was a bunch of flowers and I was thinking, I could take advantage of this, but I don't know that I ever did. It seemed like a lot of work.
Okay.
Are we done?
No,
what?
bring up the art.
Oh, you sent more art?
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Bolmitius
right.
Steel Dragon for 25. Ronald Weasley's says Adam said why he votes for Cenk. If Trump said, quote, I love the Sitch and Adam show, would Sitch then vote him and make a face reveal wearing a MAGA hat? I mean, I probably would have to. I probably would. Hey, listen, if Donald Trump's on Fiverr and you can pay him $5 to say that he loves the Sitch and Adam show, I will vote for Donald Trump. Okay.
That'd be amazing.
That's the promise.
I'm sure there's a bunch of AI bots that sound like Trump that you could
It's got to be real. Okay.
Oh, it's got to be real.
If it's an AI Trump, I'm voting for the AI Trump to be president. That doesn't help you.
I mean, that's kind of scarier. I feel like the AI Trump could have pulled off January 6th.
I don't. The machine learning is not that. Not that smart. So.
Not that good. All right, which one do you want me to bring up first?
The
Feeder Doomer?
Yeah, bring up Feeder.
I mean,
Doomer.
there's 2 Feeder Doomers.
Bring them both up.
Here, I'll bring this one up first.
Okay.
Are these panels or just?
They're panels. Yeah.
Oh, they are. I got to bring them both up.
The one that's me and you is the first panel. I think we did bring these up, but I want to bring it up again because it's hilarious. Okay. So in this panel, you brought up the second one first.
I did, yeah. Because that's, look, that's how I roll, right?
Okay. Adam Unfriended, thanks so much for being a free will for 9 months. Thanks so much. Says World's End Harem is an anime about a feminist created virus that kills all men, but 5 men survive. The Japanese are trying to save humanity. Well, there you go, Adam. There's an anime for you.
I love it.
The
Sounds
World's
great.
End Harem. Only 5 men left in the entire world, which means they're going to be having lots of sex.
Well, how many women are there?
The whole world.
Oh, so there's all the women and just 5 men?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a lot of
That's like basically your full-time job is just impregnating women.
well, you do realize if that was actually happened, you would probably spend very little time impregnating with him. You're spending most of your time going into a little jar.
Why?
Because that would be the far more efficient way to do it. Because you wouldn't waste every individual sperm. Because that way you could take every individual sperm and actually put it in a different person.
Yeah, but I don't think that works. I think you need like the whole load.
When they do, what do you mean? When they do the artificial insemination, how many do they put inside you?
Well,
Or
they
don't they fertilize the egg outside
Look,
and then they put the egg in? Oh,
they
okay.
take the eggs out and fertilize them, but I mean, you can't just drop one sperm in there and go.
Yeah, well, okay.
Go get it.
Obviously, I understand they can't just drop a sperm in there, but
That's why I think it takes like the whole load.
yeah, but I still assume if you literally it would be faster that way to do a bunch of artificial insemination than to just have you fuck women as long as you can all day.
No,
I would
think
imagine.
Look, I think you have to have sex with a woman one after another.
Okay. I mean, that would be the preferable option, right?
Yeah, look, I don't think the other way would work. What are you gonna do?
If you say so.
Measure it up, like cut it into thirds and like scoop it in there? That's not gonna work. No one's gonna get pregnant.
I said you're gonna do artificial insemination, probably be the best way because you'd have to send it all over the world.
Oh, so you're gonna do like a big, like a thermometer, like a
listen, you just get
baster?
listen, you just get a turkey baster.
You're going the turkey baster route.
You just got turkey baster. You just shoot it up there, right?
Okay.
Yeah. How would that even work? Because you'd like wouldn't the genetics be so fucked? If there's literally only 5 guys left in the entire world, wouldn't all the genetics be totally screwed up at that point?
No, because the women's genetics would be.
But
you'd
yeah, but
still
would
have
that be enough
millions of
to
people.
offset? Because, well, I guess what you'd have to do is you'd have to make sure you'd have to carefully track who everyone's fathers are, because you'd have to make sure that none of them would impregnate their own daughters, right?
I guess. Just do a naming scheme, right?
I don't know how many. Oh, like each one's name starts with the first letter of the father's name, just so you know very clearly who's what family. There you go.
Or that would be the surname.
Well, in the anime, is it like once they start having babies, will they start having male babies again? Or is it like men are just like gonna be minority forever? Anyways, in this comic that Sammy G drew, there's Adam crying, saying, "I said I wanted a fat cat, not a fat rat."
Right.
And there's little fat Doomer. Look at his little fat body. Look at his little feet.
Why did you do this to me, Adam?
Why did you do this? And I say, Adam.
I'm noticing.
Yeah.
How Sammy G did the question mark exclamation point there. You notice anything?
Oh, you're right. I didn't even notice that.
Notice anything odd about that?
She did it the Adam way. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it makes sense. Doomer's wrong, so it makes sense that Doomer would use the wrong way. So
should be a comma after me, Sammy G. Just so you know.
Wow, your meme drawing at Sammy has to have correct punctuation and grammar. And then I say, Adam, what did you do to my little Doomer? Look at that.
Look at that. He's so mad.
You've listen. You ruined Doomer. You made him all fat.
He's
Look
so
at that.
angry.
He's got like skin just like smolching off to the side there.
Yeah.
Look at
very
that.
Very realistic.
It's very realistic.
Look how cute Sammy G is.
It looks, but look at that picture though for a second. Do you like that Sammy drew? She took the time to draw a little butthole on Doomer.
I don't like that, to be honest.
You don't like the little butthole?
I think the butthole could be taken out, and it would make the drawing a little nicer.
Did your little X marks the spot butthole on Doomer? You don't like that?
I think the butthole is unnecessary.
Still have any question about who's the bigger pervert?
Yeah. Okay, so Sammy G, look, Sammy G is so cute. Look,
Yeah,
at her.
that. Yeah, she's so cute to hide the evilness. She
Of
says,
course I can.
Of course I can fix him. I'll have him in shape in no time. And I say, oh, perfect. Here, take him. And I love the face. It's such a good face. Yeah.
Doomer's like,
he's freaked out.
Please, no.
Look at that face. He says, wait, Sitch, don't leave me with her. Because he knows something horrible is going to happen. And he's grabbed onto me. Look at his face. That's such a good panic face. Amazing. Yeah. Look at that. His little feet are going swish, swish, swish. Look at that. Listen, Doomer. Sammy's going to whip you into shape, all right?
Right.
And I hope it involves actual whips.
So good.
Okay. Good night, Enlightened Centrist. Thank you for finding out the truth.
Yes. Thank you for gaslighting our entire community.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
The next one I brought up was
Girl Sarah for $2 says Adam should change his YouTube name to Doomer Politics.
I mean, why would I want to throw my entire YouTube career away?
Wow. Look at that. Okay. I think you should do that.
That's basically what Doomer did. Why did he change his name?
Ooh, I don't know. Why did he do that? Doomer, why did you do that? Why did you throw your whole YouTube away?
Is Doomer in the chat?
I don't know. He's always in the chat. He's always a water king.
So what's this disgust? Turns away. What kind of monster doesn't like Hello Kitty? The super manly kind. Manly, more like fragile masculinity.
There you go.
Is that what you have going on?
There's me talking to Sitch Chan, who's really the voice of Sammy G.
Is it fragile masculinity?
No. Who likes Hello Kitty?
Everyone likes Hello Kitty.
You do. There's a clip here. I don't know if you want to watch. There's a clip that spawned this. It was you saying that you liked Hello Kitty.
Yeah, look, I like the clip. I mean, I endorse the clip. I like Hello Kitty.
Yeah. It's because you're a woman.
Look, some people are comfortable in their masculinity / sexuality, Sitch. They're not afraid to like Hello Kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't impugn their manliness in any way, shape, or form, okay? That's called confidence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've heard of it.
I've never heard of it before. No, I've never heard of it.
Look, someone told me on a podcast one time.
Somebody once told you
that confidence makes women very, very happy.
That is true. That is true. The word you're looking for is amorous.
Well, I was going to say wet, but
the word you're looking for is amorous. Okay.
Amorous, huh?
Have you heard that one before?
I have, but look, it doesn't make them amorous.
I guess you haven't heard that word. Amorous is the nice way of saying wet.
Oh, it is?
Amorous is the fancy way of saying horny.
Inclined toward or displaying love, feeling amorous. Oh.
Showing, feeling, or relating to sexual desire.
Expressive of or exciting sexual love or romance.
Yeah.
Rare.
There you go. There's your word. We can expect Adam to say amorous from now on.
I'm going to stick with wet.
No, Jesus Christ.
Okay, look.
Now the stream will never be monetized ever.
Water is wet, Sitch. You're allowed to say wet on YouTube.
Just keep saying it again and again and again.
Let's get real here, okay?
There you go.
I love these. These are really amazing.
These are really good. This goes a long way to making me like Hello Kitty.
Look, we've got all of our own Hello Kitty characters. We've got Daddy J-Mac.
Daddy J-Mac is my favorite one.
Of course, it's impossible not to love Daddy J-Mac.
This buff Hello Kitty with the American flag shorts and beard in that.
He's got his American cowboy hat. Oh, so good.
So good. I love it.
And then we've got the classic Sitch Hello
Classic
Kitty.
Sitch, yeah.
And I guess I'm like a rabbit or a dog or something.
You're a dog, yeah. These are all
Which
based
is-
off of actual Hello Kitty characters. I think.
Okay, this is adorable. And
There's a
then
little
we've
dog, I
got,
don't know the names. I
then
think
we've got
J-Mac
Cat-
has the Sitch Hello Kitty sticker on his phone or something, doesn't he?
does he?
I think
Oh,
so.
I look.
saw a
I have
picture.
been leaving those Sitch Hello Kitty stickers all over the place. Like,
Really? You just leave
of
them
course.
out? People do fine.
Well, no, like the studio is a little graffitied up and stuff. So
Right.
every once in a while, I'll stick a Sitch and
Hello
Adam
Sitch
sticker
there.
or
Yeah.
or a Hello Sitch Kitty.
Okay.
Yeah. Sammy G hooked me up with a bunch of them. It's awesome.
Mhm.
So caffeinated, and that's the thing. Like, people are gonna want a full pack now, Sammy. I don't know what you did. Caffeinated tweaker. That's amazing. We got Harker with everyone's favorite scarf.
There you go.
Right?
Right.
Look,
The
I
scarf
have
that you-
this scarf.
Scarf that you have.
We've got Aiden Paladin.
Yep.
Look, she's like a little rabbit or bunny,
With a little drink and the I'm Not Daredevil shirt.
right? And also thousands of pages of scripts for her video.
And research, yes.
Yeah, amazing. We've got Shoe on Head with a
There you
cute
go.
little shoe, and her Shoe on Head's famous bunny rabbit.
She's a devil, some kind of devil creature.
Of course, makes perfect sense.
Right.
We've got Sammy G, who looks totally normal. Obviously, the artist.
She has a magic wand. Yeah, there you go.
Right. Yeah. Very cute. We've got short, fat otaku.
Who looks like a living potato.
It's just like kind of like an amoeba or something. I don't know. This is
He's a
awesome.
living peeled potato. He's a spud.
Okay.
Or a fat spud.
Does that have to do with otaku?
Yes, that's kind of a
Mhm.
hyperbolic anime otaku drawing. Yeah.
Okay. TikTok Tuesdays.
He's watching TikTok Tuesdays. Yeah.
Sweet. We've got Fringy.
There's Fringy. Yep.
We've got Rags,
Mm-hmm.
which I like. I am a fan of fat cats.
You like
think-
fat doggo rags?
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We've got Mahler, who's
I
a
do-
kitty cat.
I do like Mahler's mask on the cat. It's funny.
Oh yeah, that's great. And we've got Doomer.
There's
Look at
little Doomer.
this. These are amazing.
These are very
Sammy.
good.
Yeah. Amazing.
These are all.
Is that a little woo woo in the corner there?
That's a little woo woo next to Doomer, as there should be,
Right.
because we all know how Doomer
Ooh.
feels.
Amazing.
Thank
Amazing.
you, Sammy. Beautiful, beautiful, wonderful.
Ugh. Look, I feel like this is our Mount Rushmore. I really do.
I agree. I agree. Yeah.
Sweet.
They're saying he's an egg. Short Fat Taku is an egg.
Oh, he is?
Well, there you go.
Okay. Like he's the yolk and he's sitting on the egg white part? Bring it back up
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't get that. Yeah, he's the yolk and on the egg white. Okay.
Look at that.
There you go. It's all making sense. It's all making sense.
I mean, I'm not sure it's making sense, but it is. I mean, I do see the yellow and the white.
Twitter sucks for $20. Thank you so much. Twitter sucks. Says Adam, go to your Twitter messages right now in all caps.
Who says that? Twitter
Twitter
sucks.
sucks.
Okay.
Go to your Twitter. Go to your DMs.
My DMs? Did Twitter sucks DM me?
Twitter sucks DMs. Yeah.
What was said?
What do you say?
Let's see here.
Oh my God. Why would you send this to Adam? You pervert.
Is this the put this on stream now?
I don't know. I don't see it. It's just you see it.
I mean, I'll bring it up. It's looks interesting.
Okay.
Is it the Hello Kitty? Are you looking at the same thing?
I don't know. He didn't send it to me.
Let me make sure this
You
is
bring it
Twitter
up.
sucks.
Novan Leon for $10 says, quote, people losing trust in institutions is not the problem. The problem is institutions no longer being worthy of people's trust. The institutions are not trustworthy. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I agree with that framing. Sure.
Can Twitter sucks verify the name of the person that sent me?
Twitter sucks. What's your Twitter? What's your Twitter name? I'm assuming it's not Twitter sucks.
Which, I mean, would Elon even allow you to be on Twitter with a handle that's Twitter sucks?
You kicked. The IJP Mexican for 13 months. Thank you. Says if we are taking future consequences into account, can we say that 9/11 is still more dangerous because it led to January 6th and everything that comes after? I mean, if you draw a causal line between those two, you could make that argument. I don't know if you could, but James Stanford for $5 says even if he changes the framing, the only counter argument would be that Trump inauguration or the 5/29/2020 and the summer of love. I don't get it. What happened on 5/29/2020?
He says, yes, it's me.
That was the church. Was that the church thing?
I'm a Twitter sucks.
Yeah. What?
How come you don't follow Twitter sucks on Twitter?
Because I'm a bad person.
What?
What's Twitter sucks name on Twitter?
He's like an executive producer of the show.
What's Twitter sucks name on Twitter? You fuck.
Oh, I'm not telling you.
Okay, then I guess he's not gonna get follow. Fucking jerk. Oh my god.
Let's see here.
I don't follow most people on Twitter. It's bad. It is a bad thing. Like sometimes people like, oh,
well,
I should
mean,
follow you.
Look, if they're big fans of the show, and I mean they're supporting us, I
agree.
Look, I want to endorse the people who love us.
Me too.
Where did I look? I took it Twitter sucks thing, but I seem to have lost it.
God, it's fucking incompetent. The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, on the other hand, I dislike Trump cultists, not to be confused with the casual Trump supporter, but on the other, I'm worried about the Lincoln Project. This should be interesting to watch later. Well, there you go.
Well, look, Steve Schmidt is not a part of the Lincoln Project anymore, so.
That's true.
All the stuff they were throwing out the Lincoln Project, I felt like.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't like the Lincoln
misplaced.
Project before all the other, like they didn't like what it stood for before all the like corruption allegations and weird shit, right?
Yeah, because they're never Trumpers, and Trumpers and never Trumpers don't like each other.
Shocking.
Yeah, I mean, who knew?
Right. DNA Premium for $5 says, I think more people started arming up over the summer of love than anything that happened on January 6th. January 6th was more concerning to politicians and media. Nova, what? Did you ever find whatever the things you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm laughing at Twitter sucks and Sammy G fighting in the chat.
Oh, okay.
You like this? And Twitter sucks says, LOL.
Did you ever bring it up?
I did, yeah.
Oh.
What is this? Strong. It's like strong woman Hello Kitty.
Why are we bringing this up?
I don't know.
Why is this a thing?
Is everyone like?
Why is this a thing? Is that the fee? Is that like if you were to draw J-Mac's wife as a Hello Kitty? Is that what it was like? Like, I'm glad this was so important. I'm glad you paid Twitter Sucks paid $20 to really make sure this got brought up. Okay.
It's great. What are you talking about?
Really, really buff Hello Kitty. Yeah. I don't know about this. Story time. There's a story to the buff Hello Kitty.
Oh, okay. What's the story?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Sammy G in the chat says, why it's hard to recommend the show to people. True. True.
Is this why we can't break 50K subs?
Yeah, we just too much buff Hello Kitties.
Is this the problem?
Too much amorous behavior happens.
It's your guys' fault.
That's true. Well, they're hipsters. They want to keep it, they want.
Oh, I know.
Keep it small. Right.
I know that feeling when your favorite band goes from indie to top 40 and you're like,
right.
Oh, no.
Listen.
All the Nimrods listen to them.
Harker says she intimidates you. It's okay. Listen, if you're walking down the street and that lady comes across you in the other direction, you're a fool not to be intimidated. That lady looks like she's going to crush you, all right, with any part of her body. You can choose whichever part of her body is. Twitter Suck says, I was exploring an abandoned building. Well, that's your first mistake. There were filing cabinets left behind. I was digging through it because some people hide cash in there, and I found this instead. Wait, you found this drawing? Wait, is this like did you find like the actual, was it just like a printout, or did you find this hand drawing in an abandoned building?
It is
kind of bizarre if you found it.
Look, it is. I was thinking that it's like a pinup or something that he took a photo of. Yeah.
Someone had this in their cubicle. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Someone had this in their cubicle, and when the building got shut down, they couldn't bring themselves to actually take it with them.
Was this in Florida? Maybe.
I don't know. It's where Twitter Sucks is. I mean, it's funny. You found this picture in an abandoned building. That is very bizarre. It's on thick paper. Okay. So it wasn't just like normal printer paper. Someone took like high stock paper and they printed this out. Wow. I hope it wasn't wet when you found it. I would have left it. I would not have taken it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe this whole Hamas Israel thing will bring people together.
I don't know what that has to do with this picture, but
well, I got sidetracked by a tweet.
Okay.
That's
why?
okay.
What happened in the tweet?
David Pakman tweets out,
mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have believed it, but there are people posting straight up pro-Hamas stuff.
Right.
This is like cheering Al-Qaeda after 9/11. These are sick people, very sick. Look, I haven't agreed with a David Pakman quote since 2017. This is, I agree with that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you agree with that too.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta read something to you. So I didn't even see it. Twitter is not showing me most of the replies anymore as notifications. I don't know if you have this issue. Like most replies I get, I do not see unless I click on the tweet, and I like look at the replies directly.
I haven't noticed that. No.
So I had tweeted out, and before we start streaming. So I guess we learned that everyone who uses the term decolonize is just advocating for mass murder and war crimes.
Right.
It's a pretty good tweet, right?
Banger tweet.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of people seem to like it. I found someone who didn't like it. One species.
No way. That guy's got me blocked. What are you talking about?
He's still around. He's still there. He said, yeah, man, so many people are dead, but it's a perfect opportunity to stick it to the wokies. Because nationalist conflicts have always been bloodless festivals before the wokies, as everyone knows. I bet Hamas was taking cues from Hammer and Sickle Twitter on how to better approach this delicate manner. I responded with
totally out of it.
I responded with an LOL because I feel like that's the only appropriate response to that.
Yeah.
Oh, and look, our good friend Dialogue Always responded too with another perfect Dialogue Always straw man. He says, you really thought Sitch wouldn't use this conflict to attack the wokies? This man could stub his toe and blame it on the woke left.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being this delusional, being such seized with rage and hatred that you could read what I wrote and interpret it through this wacky way?
That you're like, I'm going to own the libs. Here's my big opportunity to own the libs.
Right.
Yeah, no, these people are stupid.
I think it's important to point out, excuse me, I'm stretching. I think it's important to point out that if you have all these people who use this language, okay, it's not about sticking it to the wokies, and you're lost. One species and dialogue always have been lost to the culture wars, which is funny because they're imparting that onto me. If you see all these people who use this specific kind of language, and they make all these claims about, you know, how we need to change America in certain ways, and when you talk to them, they say, no, I mean non-violently, I mean peacefully, right? And they keep saying this to you. And then when they see horrific videos, shocking videos of some of the most horrific violence you can imagine, and those people look at that and they use the same language to justify it. That's important.
Hugely important. What are you talking about?
It shows you that this language, this rhetoric they're using is very dangerous, and that it's all dog whistles, and that they're being masked on to hide their true intentions. That's important. And that these people should be shunned and ridiculed, and you're not allowed to be teaching in institutions if they're promoting this violent ideas anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. So no, I think it's important. I think for you to look at it through this kind of very silly, limited lens of sticking to the wokies. No. I'm looking at the lens of saving America. Saving America from these literal psychopaths who are totally fine with watching this horrific tragedy unfold and cheering it on.
Dialogue always defends this language all the time, and I've told him a million times. I'm like, why do you think they use that term whiteness? Right. Why do you think they think of all white people as colonizers? Like when shit breaks down, they're going to be coming for us.
Sure.
They're going to want to drag us through the streets.
Right.
And they're going to be screaming, oh, slavery, they had it coming. They did this to us 200 years ago or 100 years ago, 50 years ago, whenever slavery was. That's going to be their justification for it. I learned it in college.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can justify, listen, if you can justify walking into a city, killing just random people, killing random women and children, like just walking in their homes and just massacring people, and you can justify kidnapping them, torturing them, and raping them. You can justify anything at that point. And the people that are justifying that are all literal psychopaths who, honestly, and some of these people that I saw doing this on Twitter are teaching. All these people should be fired immediately. And I hope they are all fired. And there should actually, I'm going to say there should rise up and be a cancel culture mob to fire anyone from a teaching position who's justifying any of this shit. Because this is psychopathic behavior. These people are psychos.
Yeah, I mean, if they were advocating genocide, people would.
Right.
I mean, this is the thing. It's so weird because they can low-key advocate genocide. Like, that's exactly what they're doing.
That's what
That's what the colonizer label is.
Yes. Right.
Yeah. They're saying, look, you're on our land. That's basically what they're saying.
Right.
And that's the exact same context as what's going on in the Middle East.
Right. Because, and it's so, I mean, these people they're so despicable that are cheering this on. They're so despicable. And they're also they're like really stupid.
Oh yeah, they are really,
they're really stupid
dumb.
Because, you know, a lot of people are pointing out how, like, obviously all these like leftists would get, you know, like, first of all, they're cheering on Hamas, who is a very, very far right organization, right?
Of course, very conservative.
They're not
exactly.
leftists. Yeah. So none of these leftists cheering them on, they would all be assassinated by Hamas.
The reason why they feel like they can rape and murder these young girls is because they're whores. That's exactly what they're thinking.
Right.
So the kind of thing that you're endorsing is disgusting.
Yeah. But putting all that aside, the reason that they're like extra stupid is that they don't understand the entire position of like wokeness and this whole crying about colonization, all this stuff exists only, it only has power under the idea of guilt, making people feel guilt. And if you are part of a movement that is cheering this on and is, advocating for this, to have this kind of horrific crimes of like wandering through the streets, just killing innocent people, kidnapping them, raping them, blah, 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 under the pretext of like their government has policies I don't like. Well, then I don't feel guilty for you. And I think we should actually take you out at that point because I don't trust you. I don't trust you at all. You should be taken out by the government, whether that means thrown in jail or eliminated. Because if you're justifying just the wholesale murder and pillage of civilians, of innocent people, just because there's some government policy that you don't like, you are a danger and a threat to society. Okay? And no one should ever interact with you. No one should ever do anything you say whatsoever. You're just a terrorist. You're a terrorist who hasn't pulled the trigger yet because you're too much of a coward to do so.
Look, Sitch, take a step back, take a deep breath here.
I'm just saying it, but that's why what they're saying is so stupid.
You're definitely coming off as the more right-wing person.
No, because what they're saying, this is what they're
Look,
saying.
we have freedom of speech. Obviously, these people are allowed to be fucking idiots, and we should call them out for being fucking idiots. But we can't necessarily incarcerate them for just being fucking idiots. But I do agree.
No,
with
wait,
you.
okay. I think people that are advocating for violence, openly advocating for violence,
right?
It's not allowed.
That's against the law. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Look, and if we, I was thinking the same thing. In terms of, I mean, a lot of people are the mask is coming off. Like the America bad thing is turning into, look, they're literally advocating for genocide now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if people are looking at this and they're saying this is fine in Israel, they're going to say the same thing about America. If they're using the same language.
Oh yeah. They see MAGA supporters.
I'm not going to feel guilty. Okay. No one should feel guilty about anything if the people that are trying to make you feel guilty want to kill and rape you. Right?
Yeah.
Screw those people. They lose all their power. Right. And that's the more important point is that if the people are trying to use their power of guilt and they're advocating for the killing and torture of rape of people, they lose any power. You should never in your entire life feel guilty for anyone, no matter what's occurred to them. No matter, it literally doesn't matter what horrific thing has happened to a person. You never, ever, 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 ever get morally justified to just run around killing and torturing and raping just random people just because something bad happened to you. I don't know. Right. I shouldn't have to say this. This should be very obvious.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, these people are so stupid, man. All of this is completely justified to them too, because they just, as long as you're the oppressor, you can do anything.
Right.
Which just fuck you.
But that's why I've been saying from day one, this whole there's no bad tactics, only bad targets, and all this sick shit. These people are psychotic. These people are psychotic. Because it leads you down this pathway of justifying everything and anything.
Yeah. This is how every genocide in human history has been justified.
Yes.
We were oppressed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. These people oppressed us, or these people are trying to subvert us or oppress us. These people are less than us.
How's Putin justifying the invasion of Ukraine?
Yeah.
The Ukrainians are oppressing Russian citizens.
Wait, who was it?
We have to do it.
I don't remember who it was. Maybe someone in chat remembers. There was some debate some people were having where they were saying, how is this any different than like the Nazis saying the Jews are oppressing us? Because that was what they were saying the Jews are oppressing us.
Of course they were.
And then then he was arguing, whoever this arguing was arguing against some communist. And they're like, yeah, but the difference is that we're right.
That's what they always say.
It's like, okay.
That's what they always say.
Like, okay. Right.
Yeah,
So
but we're right.
it's like, all right. Well,
Our righteous indignation is true.
yeah. Yep. Anyways. I'm glad my rant had Hello Kitty on screen. It adds an extra level of hilarity to it all.
Does it?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay. Where were we?
I don't know. CT's messaging me. I don't know if you're involved in that or whatever. She's saying, look, some big emergency's taking place.
I think I know what she's talking about, but I'm not part of that message.
Okay.
Right.
Look, sometimes women, they like to just bitch. Okay?
Wow. Adam.
You know it's true.
It's probably telling you why she wasn't just like maybe not doing the time codes or something.
Dames.
God, listen to Adam over here.
Sometimes they just gotta let it all out.
Terrible.
And a few buckets later, it's like the whole thing never happened.
Okay. And you were accusing me of being sexist earlier in the stream. Nova Leon for $5 says, Sitch and Adam, as much as I disagree with you, I appreciate your streams. Thanks. Well, thank you, Nova.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
We try to keep it. I mean, look, sometimes I feel like I'm drifting a little more towards the dark side. Oh God, things keep getting worse.
I like that both Harker and Vanessa in chat, in response to what you said, wow.
Oh,
wow, Adam.
that's a line from Sin City. Okay, I'm just joking around. Look, I have the utmost respect for women, and I know. Look, I don't know.
My best friends are women.
I don't. Well, my best friend is a woman, so my wife. We have a high number of women in our chat. I don't know. We have a lot of women that listen to the stream. I mean, we have a fair amount. Right. I haven't checked our analytics in a long time, but it seemed like last time I checked our analytics, it was like 90% guys. So, but that makes it okay. That makes it okay for you to be a sexist. Look, we definitely have some strong women in the chat, and I'm not talking girl boss strong. I'm talking real strong women.
Hello Kitty strong.
Hello Kitty strong. Exactly. Yes. Like you don't listen to this stream as a woman if you can't take a sexist joke. Let's be honest here, right?
Okay.
Yeah. You get it.
PC for $5 says US stocks will likely go up. Investment money will leave Israel and look for returns in US bonds and shares. Also, I don't think the US industry relies on Israel. Yeah, in terms of that, it's just there'd only be that is, I'm assuming it's all true. Just be if there's an oil repercussion or not. But Zero Fox for 13 months. Thank you so much. Says check out Tariq Johnson, former Capitol Police Lieutenant. He did an interview with Viva. He claims January 6th was set up even for the Capitol Police. Really? That's interesting. I will check that out. I mean, unfortunately, I think Viva's gone kind of like crazy on some of this stuff. But I will check that out. I'm interested in what was that guy working at the time that he was doing this, or was he just like a former guy at some point? So I guess I'll check it out and find out what his argument is.
Oil is up 4%. Dow futures are down 200 points.
Look, CT's in the chat says, I'm still here, by the way. I heard everything Adam said. Well, there you go. Listen. This is why we know that CT is Escrows.
CT is A team, I believe, but
not today.
Maybe not today. Look, I was trying to help her out. And she turned on me like this.
What do you mean?
Look, there's an emergency that we got to wrap this stream up. Look, I'm the one ready to rock and roll here.
I'm trying to read. Hoots for 5 months says Ray Epps did 9/11. True.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
I laughed when I saw that.
KN Kareen for $10 says it's not dumb to save government. What? It's not dumb to save government. Don't put people in org organizations. Black Panther was infiltrated by FBI agencies factually. So to say the FBI doesn't do this is pure ignorance. Well, I'm not saying, I mean, obviously, I'm not saying the FBI hasn't done these operations. I mean, obviously that was part of the Whitmer case, right? And I'm not saying the FBI doesn't put people in other organizations, but to make the claim to say that therefore that means that the FBI did January 6th is a massive leap in logic, which is, I'm assuming, what your chat was referencing. But that's kind of like when people say, like, well, the FBI couped some government in the 60s in South America, so therefore the CIA couped some government in Ukraine in 2014. Right? It's kind of the same leap of logic, but
you want me to say something or
no? Gene's
okay.
Angry Penguin for $5 says clicking noise. Say elephant one more time. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. There you go.
Yeah, don't say elephant wrong.
Don't say. Andrew Clark for $5 says, Adam, he heard the click on the landmine and thought, I can defuse this. He had no idea what he was walking into.
True.
Well, Andrew Clark for GR says, he tried to defuse the situation with a rocket jump, LOL. There you go. Didn't work. Didn't work. Stug for $2 says, when did Al Pacino become a political pundit? There you go. And Stug for $2 says, oh my God, political Al Pacino talks like XQC.
That's true. That guy
funny.
does look like Al Pacino, and he did talk a little like XQC.
He does,
not as bad as
Not
XQC,
as bad, no, not as
obviously,
bad,
but that is pretty funny.
He XQC talks like political Al Pacino if he had been like inhaling methane for like an hour or something. Some other noxious gas.
Right.
Brog for 10 months, thanks so much. Says lefties comparing January 6th to 9/11 is crazy. 9/11 fundamentally changed U.S. policy and caused global impact, not even close to each other on the scale. I mean, I agree. I mean, there's some potential hypothetical future that can change, but I agree as of now, that's definitely true.
Right.
Which is why I don't think it's a good comparison. But.
Did you know the zip ties guy picked up the zip ties in the Capitol building, that he didn't bring those in with him?
I did know that, and yeah.
You did know?
We've talked about that on stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just, how stupid can you be? Like, you see a bunch of zip ties and you're like, let me just take these with me.
Well,
what a retard.
If I recall correctly, he claimed, now again, he's claiming this in court, right? So who knows if it's true? He claimed he picked them up because he thought some other protester would get them and use them improperly. Now, that could be true. You know, maybe just saying that could be true.
Still dumbass.
Well, who's the dumbass that left them there?
Oh, maybe it was some other protester that was who.
Well, no, I'm assuming it was a police officer that left them there. Who else has those like random big zip ties they use to handcuff people just randomly?
Or maybe somebody brought them in their bag and they're like, oh my God, I'm going to get caught with these and I'm going to get in big trouble here. Let me dump them because I don't want to go to jail. And that guy is scot-free right now. And the guy who picked up his zip ties is like enemy number one.
Well, did he get in extra trouble for having the zip ties? Or is it just because of the picture?
No, I'm sure he got in extra trouble for having the zip ties.
I mean, I don't
That's
know if his charging, like, I think it could be
attempted kidnapping.
Like, I think it could be the psychology of seeing the picture of the guy, because he was wearing like, wasn't he wearing like, he was wearing some like kind of black outfit with body armor or a bunch of somethings, and he had the zip ties, and I think the outfit in the zip ties makes everyone go, oh my God. But I don't know if he got extra time literally for carrying those zip ties. The Tennessee man, his mother was sentenced to prison on Friday for seeking to intimidate lawmakers by marching with matching tactical vests and carrying the zip tie style handcuffs during the January 6th attack on the Capitol, federal prosecutors say. Let's see.
Genius.
Says Eric Muntrell was known as Zip Tie Guy, was sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison, and his mother was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. They are both fined $2,000 each. And the prison terms will be followed by 2.5 years of supervised release.
Wow. Because you know they have to consider that when they're normally it's like the prison sentence is 2 to 5 years or 10 to 12 years or whatever. They're like, look, he had zip ties. Maximum sentence.
Well, okay. It says the zip tie guy was found guilty of 2 other felonies related to carrying weapons on Capitol grounds. So but I don't think they're not talking about the zip ties. That's not a weapon. They must be talking about something else. Let's see. He was wearing paramilitary gear. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Does it say what weapon he had? Doesn't say. Well, that's usually not. Oh, here we go. It said he carried a taser and, quote, other weapons. What does that mean? I don't know. It sounds kind of sketchy. You don't even tell us what the other weapons are.
Batose.
Batosai.
AKA Batose.
Batosai the manslayer.
Says he found him on the ground after a cop dropped them.
Well, do we know that? Or is that just what he claims? Do we know that for a fact? Because that's my question.
The cop that dropped him commit suicide, but he left a suicide note.
He left a suicide note on the zip tie.
He said, I lost my zip ties and I can't go on any longer.
There you go. Let's see. It says, court records provide some insight into the mother-son dynamic that played out the day, with both egging each other on as they encourage other riders to advance and gain ground. And they join the other, this is just the article says, and they join the other riders outside the Capitol building. Mr. Munchell had affixed on his chest a phone to record his actions. Oh, listen, I don't know if this has to be said. Never record yourself committing a crime. Okay.
What if it's just a small crime?
Right.
Like stealing flowers at the cemetery.
We're going, so in the recording, it had them saying, push, 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 fight him, regarding to pushing into the building. At one point during the riot, the mom, Mrs. Eisenhart, offered a word of advice to her son as they made their way to the Capitol, saying, quote, we're going straight to federal prison if we go in there with weapons, she told her son. He replied, that's why I'm not going in there. They shed some of their weapons and then entered the Capitol building.
Where he found zip ties on the ground.
All right. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, you can't
What'd
say
they do? Put them in the bushes?
I don't know. You can't say they didn't have knowledge. I mean, literally on a video saying we're going to get in trouble if we do this. And I said, okay, let's leave our weapons. That doesn't look good for them. Doesn't look good for them. Let's see. Prosecutors say the legality and impact of their actions was not lost on Mr. Munchell or Ms. Eisenhart, who were heard saying in the Senate gallery that she was going to get arrested right this minute. Before leaving, Mr. Munchell told his mother to dispose of the zip ties. I doesn't say where they got them, though. They spent 12 minutes inside the Capitol.
Oh, man, that's painful.
I don't know. To me, I mean, 5 years for 12 minutes inside the Capitol seems excessive, unless they were really sparking people to enter in the first place.
This is what most people are ignoring. Like, they're worried about 2024. They're trying to send a message here.
No, I understand.
Like, don't do this again.
Yeah, I understand. Right. I understand. Okay. Anyway, let's move on.
Like, the reason why this shoplifting stuff is a problem is because all these people are getting a slap on the wrist.
True.
You give all these January 6 people a slap on the wrist, what do you think is going to happen in 2024?
Yeah, I understand. Phil Raines, thank you, Phil, for the $10. Thank you. Sammy G for $5 says, but how do we know when a, quote, civil war is over? And how do we measure the start to finish? It all seems a little silly to me, to be honest.
Who said that?
Sammy G said that.
Sammy G said that. Yeah. Wow. Someone who's obviously not read any history.
Wow. Sammy G sounds right. Okay.
What are you talking about? Normally the Civil War breaks out. There's actual fighting. Like, you could have a bunch of states that draw up a secession plan and say, listen, we're not sending money to the federal government anymore. We are the federal government now.
Mm-hmm.
Then Washington, D.C. has to step up and say, no, fuck you. You are part of the government. Like, lots of shit can go down that way. And it's usually over when whoever did the no-no is pounded back into submission. That's how the original Civil War ended, right?
Right. That was like an official, like, declared civil war, right?
Yes, yeah. The South declared secession. Lincoln and the federal government said, haha, fuck you.
Yeah, it's a little different.
They sent troops, try to reclaim occupied territories. I mean, it would break down into occupied territories. We'd be sending the National Guard in.
Right. Okay. Okay. Andrew Clark for Joy says, Sitch, surprise in the DM, trust me. Andrew Clark sent me this video. Apparently there's some big trend going on with you children.
Look, I've upset Sammy G quite a bit. So,
what did
but you
Sammy
finish
say?
what you're saying.
How dare you, Adam?
Sammy G says.
Doesn't answer my question, Adam. Current day example, please. Ooh. Explain yourself.
Where's the super chat?
It's what do you mean? It's on the super chats.
But
how do you know when a civil war is over?
Civil
How do we
war
measure
is
the start
over?
to finish?
How do we measure the start to finish?
Fair question.
It
Adam.
all seems a little silly to me.
Unless
to
you're
be
talking
honest.
about like an official civil war declaration.
Well, there would be some declaration.
Yeah.
From, like, let's just say Texas decides, like, hey, I want to be my own country.
Right.
Obviously. I'm sick of this bullshit. I mean, you could probably get Texas to Florida and all those states in between.
Right.
To band together and say, listen, we're tired of sending our tax dollars to Washington, D.C. We want to be recognized as South America. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they would secede from the Union. They'd say, listen, our borders, our state borders are now going to be our national borders. And fuck you. We're going to start making our own country. We're having a constitutional convention. We're going to start doing our own thing. Right. And the federal government would have to respond, right?
Right.
So, I mean, they probably state houses would be the center of attention. The state houses for each of the states. One of the state houses, what's the capital of Texas? San Antonio, right? San Antonio would be like, look, we're the new Washington, D.C. So the federal government would be like, they would have to respond to whoever committed this, whoever made this declaration. People are literally talking about secession and a breakup of the United States.
Obviously, I don't think the question relates to if there's like some official call for secession, because then that's very obvious, right?
Well, look, I'm saying that's how you would measure the start.
Okay.
The start would be some organization presenting itself as we're seceding from the Union. Look, most civil wars don't result in two nations. Whoever's in charge of the federal government usually steps in and says, you can't do that, and puts a stop to it. I guess occasionally the civil war that transpires ends up in two nations.
Well, sorry, what did you say?
North Korea, South Korea.
Must have made some incorrect fact claim, because in the chat is saying Austin. I wasn't really listening, so I don't know what you said. Did you say Austin was not the capital of Texas?
What is the capital of Texas?
It's Austin. What did you say?
Is it really Austin? Hippie Town, Austin? Hippie Town, Austin, Texas.
Austin is the capital of Texas, yes.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
That's so amazing to me.
There you go.
Austin, Texas is Hippie town.
Well, it's the hippie capital, I guess.
Texas state capital, Austin, Texas. Wow. Okay. Sure you don't want it to be San Antonio? Arlington, maybe?
Okay, anyway, moving on. And you
But
got
hold on.
yeah.
I did answer the question, though, Sammy, so you
Okay.
can't give me a hard time. The start would be the declaration of leaving the Union. The finish would be when we tear that paper up and make them eat it.
There you go. There you go. When you make the Texans eat the paper of secession.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you give them a big wedgie.
Not only that, look, what I would do is I would split Texas down the middle and say, look, we're going to have East Texas and West Texas now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
And you guys can suck it. You're not even are they the biggest state in the union, or is it California? I don't know. Now you're the 25th biggest state in the union,
right.
Sucker, and we're adding another star to the Stars and Stripes.
There you go. Okay.
Pflugerville. That's what I thought what I thought the capital was.
Classic
Pflugerville.
So anyway, Andrew Clark sent me this video. There's apparently this thing called the pumpkin cream chai tea latte at Starbucks, which everyone says tastes really good, specifically with oat milk. So thank you, Andrew. I probably won't try it because I don't like pumpkin chai tea, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Everyone is saying Alaska is the biggest state, and Adam is not good at this.
I'm assuming you were saying populous, not physically the biggest. Or were you saying physically the biggest?
Which one's correct?
I assumed you meant populous. I didn't think you actually meant in terms of land capacity.
Is Texas the most populous state? I don't think it is.
Isn't it the second most populous, or like
I
the
don't know.
third? I know it's like New York, California, Texas.
Look, I'm
going to
quit while I'm
the big
behind.
four. Yeah.
I agree with Vanessa. I'm not very good at this.
Most populated states. I thought Texas was like number 2, isn't it? Yeah, Texas is number 2. California is the top, 38 million. Texas is the second with 28 million.
Nice.
And Florida's the third with 21 million. Yeah.
California's number 1.
Largest.
That's right.
Okay, so you actually meant largest state.
No, I meant populous state, but
well, listen, it's the same answer either way because Texas is number 2 in both categories.
Okay, I meant biggest state.
Yeah. Alaska is the biggest.
Okay.
But Texas is the biggest continental state.
Right.
Part of the contiguous continental United States. Texas is the biggest. California is third after it. So there you go. Okay. Moving on. Toddley 76 for $10. Oh, no, I read that one. It's about the residential area. Andrew Bellsprout for $5 says January 6th was about pausing the court so Congress could investigate the election fraud claims the courts refused to hear based on BS like standing. Well, so I've heard this argument, pausing the count. I said court, pausing the count so Congress could investigate the election fraud claims. So there's no, the issue actually isn't that. I know people have said that. That's not the issue because there is no legal mechanism for that to even exist in the first place. Because in the Constitution, it kind of spells out how the process and the dates in which the processes occur. So that's not even an option. So I don't know. So the idea that Mike Pence just can, first of all, let me actually be very clear. You are actually incorrect in terms of, I know people said that. You are actually incorrect because that was actually not the plan. The plan was, and Eastman wrote this in the memo, and it was very clear, the plan was to throw these out so it could go back to the House, so the House could vote Donald Trump to be president. Okay, number one. So that's actually not accurate. But number two, even because I heard people make these claims, and people made this idea, there's no mechanism for Congress to pause the election to investigate these claims anyway, at all. So, I mean, if you want to create some kind of legal mechanism to do it, you have to do it. You can't kind of do it after the fact. But
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Are you done with yours?
Yes.
Okay. So the Civil War, according to ChatGPT, so
Yes.
we might have to fact check this,
Okay.
began with the election of Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, a Republican who opposed the expansion of slavery in the new territories, was elected as the 16th president of the United States. Many southern states saw his election as a threat to their way of life. Now, do you think if Donald Trump is reelected, there might be some states that see it as a threat to their way of life?
Not that way. I don't think blue states are going to secede from the United States of America if Donald Trump wins the election.
What if they are convinced that he has stolen the election?
Well, then that's different. Then there very well could be.
Following Lincoln's election, several southern states began to secede from the Union, starting with South Carolina in December 1860 and followed by Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. These states formed the Confederate States of America with Jefferson Davis as their president. So, I mean, if it's a contested election, could some states secede and be like, okay, the Democrat is our president and Trump is your president? Would that be like something people would think of? And
I mean, maybe.
Like if it's a contested election,
I don't think
nobody
that's
really
happen.
knows who wins.
I'm going to be real. I think the likelihood of that is so incredibly low.
The question was, how does a civil war start and end?
I understand.
You don't think that's going to happen.
I understand.
So, look, I'm trying to answer the question here. Yeah. Like, it's not going to happen. Sure. Okay. It's not going to happen. But if a civil war happens, this is what it would look like.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
Look. And once that's resolved, that's once all the states come back together and sing Kumbaya at the end of the movie and are like, oh, we killed a bunch of people, but we're still friends.
Okay. We can move on from the Civil War question now. It's fine. You've answered Sammy G. Okay. You've provided your answer.
It's so weird because everyone is talking about the Israel-Palestine thing as something nobody ever saw coming. Yet it seems to be impossible for people to think, I wonder what's going to happen tomorrow that I never saw coming. I mean, a week ago, would you have thought what's going on in Israel was like a thing that we were going to see?
If you were to ask me what's more likely, that Hamas will have a land invasion into Israel or the country will break up into a civil war, I would say the Hamas situation. Even though I would have argued, if you just asked me that on its own, I would say it's not likely.
You'd argue the same thing that you're arguing. That's my only point. You would argue the exact same thing that you're arguing now. You'd say, that's not going to happen. That's my only point. Anyway, let's read more super chats. Come on, are we done? Is it time to go? Let's go! Sitch is up.
I left. Okay, I sent you a picture. I want you to bring it up because I want to read it.
Sitch is upset now.
I'm very upset. I want you to bring this picture up so I can read this, just to sort of like solidify this into people's minds. Okay.
This better be good.
It's just a lot of text.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, what is this?
Bring it
nonsense. I put this in the wrong folder too.
How dare you? Classic.
Put it in the art folder.
Putting things in the art folder.
That don't go in the art folder.
I know.
Anyway, okay. VP Pence.
Okay,
number one.
So, wait, this is a direct excerpt from the Eastman memo, a person who wrote the strategy that Donald Trump, who was the person that Donald Trump wanted to make the Attorney General of the United States. who Donald Trump was trying to enact this policy in order to retain the presidency. This is his direct words. Okay. Not contested. No one has contested this. He's admitted that this is what he wrote. Okay.
Right. And Donald Trump signed off on this in the first town hall. Right.
Number one, these are the steps. Number one, Vice Presidential Pence presiding over the joint session or Senate pro tem, if Pensley accused himself, begins to open and count the ballots, starting with Alabama, without conceding that the procedure specified by the Electoral Count Act of going through the states alphabetically is required. Number two, when he gets to Arizona, he announced that he has multiple slates of electors, and so is going to defer decision on that until finishing the other states. This would be the first break with the procedure set out in the act. Number three, at the end, he announces that because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, by the way, there's no actually official ongoing disputes. That's just a fabrication, but this is what they want Pence to do. Because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states. That means that the total number of electors appointed, the language of the 12th Amendment, is 454. This is the reading of the 12th Amendment, has also been advanced by Harvard law professor Lawrence Tribe, and there's some link. A, quote, majority of the electors appointed would therefore be 228. There are at this point 232 votes for Trump and 222 for Biden. Pence then gavels President Trump as reelected. Okay, so scenario one is literally just saying Mike Pence should throw out the votes and just deem Donald Trump winner. Okay, this is the first scenario. Number four, howls, of course, from the Democrats, who now claim, contrary to Tribe's prior position, that 270 electoral votes are required. So Pence says, fine. Pursuant to the 12th Amendment, no candidate has achieved the necessary majority. That sends the matter to the House, where the, quote, votes shall be taken by the states, the representation for each state having 1 vote. Republicans currently control 26 of the state delegations. The bare majority need to win that vote. President Trump is reelected there as well.
Yep.
Okay. So, very clearly, crystal clear language from Eastman himself. This was the policy that Donald Trump was enacting, not being contested by anyone, was saying that scenario one, Mike Pence should just throw out the votes, should look at the fake electors, and just lie and say that this is a dispute, this is some kind of dispute, which is a lie. There was no dispute. The states did not dispute it. They had signed off on the electors. They had done everything they were supposed to do legally. The fake electors had no legal justification. They were worth the same as a piece of paper and crayon that said Donald Trump won. And just throw them out and just declare Donald Trump the winner. And then if the Democrats complain, just say, well, I guess we're going to have to kick it back to the House, and the House is going to just determine that Trump won anyway. So there you go. That was the plan.
Seems very fair, right?
Seems very un-American, if you ask me.
I mean, Donald Trump lost both in the Electoral College and the popular vote.
Right.
But look, that doesn't matter to people who their gut feeling is that Democrats cheated and their guy won. Right?
Right. That's the argument. Well, they cheated. We could never prove it, but they cheated. I know they cheated. So therefore, we get to do whatever we want, right? We get to just change. We just get to ignore the law, essentially.
Look, this is why the principle of evidence is so important to liberal democracies.
Yes, of course.
Because you can't just call in the medium and say, tell us, what do the spirits say? Who won the election? Right?
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Right. Totally insane.
If this look, I don't know how you can look at this and think, oh, this plan unfolds and we're like, America is not coming apart at the seams.
Having some kind of serious conflict, yeah.
Look, people burned down cities over George Floyd.
Well, and here's the problem.
It's a little more severe than George Floyd.
Here's the problem. If Pence had gone through with this, okay, and actually, I don't like Pence, but I do thank God for Mike Pence that he didn't do this, right? And I do
Thank
give
God
him,
he's delusional enough to think he could be president one day.
yeah, we
Thank
disagree.
God.
We disagree on why the events happened the way they happened and the motivation.
Right.
I think Pence was just actually had a love of country and thought this was a road too far.
Oh yeah, no, I do agree with that. Obviously, yeah.
Thank God for Mike Pence to say, no, my duty to my country is far more important than this bullshit, and didn't go along with this nonsense. Thank God for Dan Quayle to call him up and tell him not to do this.
Dan Quayle did that for real?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Dan Quayle, we talked about it. Yeah, Dan Quayle called up Mike Pence.
He said, listen, Pence, you can't do this shit.
Or your Pence
America's on the line.
He's like, he's like, vice presidents don't have the power to do this. But because even, like, say if Pence...
What if Dan Quayle played a joke on him and said, of course we do. You didn't know this?
Like on classic Quayle, right? Classic Dan Quayle maneuver.
You didn't know?
Right.
We've all had the power.
Yes. Right. Well, first of all, if you read that memo and you think that seems legitimate, first of all, I don't know how a court would say that this is legitimate, because this essentially gives the vice president the power to just, if the House is on his side, to just determine who is the president.
This shit is going to the Supreme Court.
It's obviously the Supreme Court, if it had any integrity, would say this is not legal, obviously.
This is, look, the Supreme Court is getting called up and they're going into a special session today.
Right.
This is getting worked out.
And it would last for I would hope it would last literally 10 seconds. They'll say, no, this is stupid. Like, fuck no. Okay. But anyway, my point was that so if hypothetically Pence had done this, right? And even if Pence did this and the Supreme Court said, no, this is ridiculous, and Trump left the office peacefully, that would be so devastating, because I would never trust the Republican Party ever again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
If they agreed, if the people in the House
and
Senate
so
agreed
right.
with this,
You're so right.
I would never trust them again. And no one ever should, because you'd say this is the most psychotic shit that ever happened. So fortunately, we never had to actually see where that would whether that trigger would get pulled, because Pence never allowed it to get to that point. So
right.
That's why I say thank God for Mike Pence.
Yes. Can you imagine? Oh God.
Right.
It's
yeah,
like
and it would make the country
point.
so much more horrifyingly woke and terrible, because it would justify the left doing all the most horrible shit.
Oh yeah,
so
all those claims of fascism they've been making. Oh, they'd be like, oh, the mother of all evidence here.
Right. So yeah, it would have been bad all around. And you know who tried to hand Mike Pence the fake electors?
Who?
A top aide to Ron Johnson, Senator Ron Johnson, not to be confused with Senator John Ronson.
One of my favorite novelists. Yes. But
so Ron Johnson, senator from Wisconsin, top aide, tried to hand this to Pence, and Pence, he took it and he threw it in his face. He said, "Get the fuck out of my face with this shit.
He
un-American piece of crap."
So he had this note and the electors and the fake electors, and he tried to slip them to Pence on January 6th?
Yes.
No way.
Yes. That was part of the crime.
What a fuck. Did they do DNA tests? Was Donald Trump's DNA on these?
There's a picture. There's literally a picture of him handing it to him.
No way. Bring the picture up. Send it to me.
Let's see.
Let's have a look at that. I want to see what a traitor, what a Benedict Arnold looks like.
Well, you can't see his face. You just see Mike Pence talking and someone handing him the documents.
Okay,
well, I want to see electors.
I want to see what a traitor's hand looks like.
You want to see what a traitor's hand looks like?
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see if I can get a bigger picture of this.
I want to see what somebody who thinks America should be a big, desolate wasteland of war and chaos looks like. That's what I want to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
I
there's
knew
one
it.
with his face. I'll give you one with his face.
Look, I knew it. I knew it.
Right.
I knew it. This guy looks like a fucking dipshit.
There you go. That's the one with the guy's face. The actual guy's face. He's wearing a mask, though.
This is what evil looks like. I
How do
mean
you
it.
really feel about it?
I'm staring into the abyss here.
Right.
This guy, look, I hear there's a bunch of I hear that there's a bunch of trials going on about this stuff.
Yeah.
Is this guy gonna get some jail time? Is this guy gonna get
no clue what's going on with Ron Johnson or his aide that tried to hand him this stuff?
So here's the guy. Here's the Joker. Right here.
So to be
Look
clear,
at
Ron
this.
Johnson didn't hand them to him. It was his aide, presumably working under orders to hand it to him. But
Right. Ron Johnson's aide. Look, I mean, maybe Ron Johnson's aide gets away with it. Like maybe he's just, you know, the innocent courier.
it says the aide, the one who is in the picture, Sean Riley, told Pence's legislative director, Chris Hodgson, that Johnson wanted to hand Pence the list of fake electors from Michigan and Wisconsin for Pence to introduce during the counting electoral votes that certified Joe Biden's win. The attempt was revealed in text messages obtained by the January 6th Select Committee. Hodgins replied, "Do not give that to him." That's awesome. He just said, "Do not give that to him." That's funny. Don't do that.
Who's that guy?
That was Pence's legislative director told him not to do it.
So that guy, American hero, right?
Right.
He's trying to stop the plan as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
so fuck Ron Johnson. He should be impeached. Anyways, moving on.
What a piece of shit. What a piece of garbage.
Bad Dragonite for $5 says you have to remember the context of everything. In 2020, leading up to January, literally an entire year of left-wing riots, including in DC. Yeah, no, that is a good point. Not just the BLM riots, but there were a bunch of riots by leftists and lefties in DC that I agree created an environment or an atmosphere that would make this stuff all seem more appropriate. So I do agree with that.
Well, make them feel like they're saving the country by completely committing this fraud.
Yeah, it could make them feel like A, they're more justified because the country's coming apart by lefties, number one. And then B, also, it just says like, oh, well, I guess we can do riots now.
Oh, yeah.
So James Stanford for $10 says, if 529 an insurrection or the Chaz and Chop an insurrection, Adam, I don't think Trump could remain in power constitutionally because his 4 years been up, even if he thinks he's right to send it back. I mean, I would call I think that these people that do the Chazes, I mean, that is insurrection, is it not? They're trying to secede from the country. I think all those people should be hit with an insurrection charge. I don't know if they were. Do you agree?
Well, anyone who commits insurrection should be hit with insurrection, right?
Right. So,
well, look, a lot of people are saying that the January 6th rioters are being mistreated and stuff like that. So, I mean, I'm really conflicted on that because I do feel like a lot of them were dupes.
Right.
Like they were basically taken advantage of. They were lied to. They felt like they were doing the right thing. But ultimately, I don't think they were doing the right thing.
Right.
So I feel compassion for them in the way that I feel compassion for anyone who's been taken advantage of, anyone who's been defrauded, right? But at the same time, you got to weigh the safety and security of the country. Like, I don't think a second January 6th is a good idea. I really don't. And I look at the shoplifting situation. As soon as the people shoplift and they're out later that afternoon, they're going back to the store. They're like, hell yeah, that was no big deal. Slap on the wrist. Like if they don't throw the book at these people, like sure, these people are probably not going to do it again. They're going to be, oh, thank you so much. Look, we didn't mean it, right? But next in 2024, different people are going to think, oh, well, those people didn't get really harassed or anything. And this time they did steal the election, right?
Right.
At least if they face significant jail time, the people are going to have a different calculation going into this thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be like, look, I honestly feel they stole the election, but do I want to risk 10 years in jail, 10 years of my life? Look, if they really did steal the election, if we have undeniable evidence that there was election fraud going on and people are staying in power that don't deserve to stay in power, I mean, we should be risking the 10 years, right?
Sure.
What is your take on all this?
So my take is, so the one person that I thought that I feel confident in saying I think was overcharged was Jacob Chansley, who was the QAnon shaman guy.
Right.
Because even though he broke in, and I think he could be charged the way everyone was charged. I think what happened was, because he had the stupid face paint on, he became like the face of this because all the people photographed him, even though to my understanding, he actually was just a random guy dressed like that. He didn't have anything to do with the planning or the Proud Boys he had nothing to do with any of that stuff. And yet he got some massive, I think he got like a 41-month charge, which I don't know how long he served, because an article said this year in March, they sent him to a halfway home. So he got released early. So I don't know how long he was. Let's see. It says he was released 14 months early. Okay, so that's still a long time, I think. So I do think he got hit way too hard just because of the optics.
3.5 years, yeah.
Yeah, I think he got hit way too hard. Just even though he didn't serve the full term, I think he got hit way too hard just because of the optics of it, and I think that's very wrong. I don't know enough about the specifics of the people, the Proud Boy people, and the claims that they got, and whether, because the state's claims again was that they were intentionally inciting to get people to break in. If that's true, those people deserve massive charges. If that's not true, then they deserve lesser charges. But I do agree with you, Adam, that people should get charged, and it should be significant enough to dissuade people from doing this again. Right. And I feel like when a lot of people on the right complain about this, they all ignore that aspect, that this is supposed to be, to an extent, a way to say, don't fucking do this again.
Yeah.
If you just get a slap on the wrist, it's kind of like, oh, okay, who cares? But
this is what bugs me, because the right wing is the fuck around, find out party.
Right.
Yet they're saying, oh, fuck around and get a slap on the wrist.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. But I also say, for the sake of consistency, and because I also believe it, I was saying, I think the people that were participating in BLM riots and protests should also get slammed with incredibly hard prison sentences. I think it's despicable that they did not.
The BLM people? Of course.
Yeah. Anyone participating in these riots and lootings and stuff.
Right. Yeah, arson, 20 years.
Yeah, people should get really slammed with this stuff.
Attempted arson.
Right. Fuck around
30 years.
Stuck for $2 says, I wish the Constitution was written in crayon.
Yeah, that'd be base.
Gene the Penguin for $5 says, don't y'all know some actual lawyers you can get the opinions of? We do. I don't know if I've said anything about this. Mr. Ubercross disagrees with. We're talking to Pisco, who I can guarantee you're not going to like his opinion.
Oh my God.
Of the situation.
We should do that just to show. Just because they're an attorney,
right,
doesn't necessarily look. Hold on a second. This whole thing that we read is a fucking attorney's opinion.
Right, right. I don't know what Joe's opinion is on any of those stuff. So, in terms of the legality of the electors' claim specifically, I'm assuming that Joe thinks that the election was fraudulent and that the people got hit too hard. But I don't know what he thinks about the legality of the electors' claim. So,
oh man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with my opinion over
Right.
an attorney's opinion.
But the thing is, and like that doesn't even the whole lawyer thing doesn't even matter to me because again, if someone's going to make the argument relating to the electors that there's some legal loophole that would allow this, you're just kind of like lying to yourself because we all know that that was not the intention of the law. They did not write a law with the intention that the vice president can just declare the president, whoever they want to be president. We all know that was not the intention of the law. So, Angry Bellsprout for $10 says, remember people like Lincoln want to deport free blacks, claiming they can't exist along free whites, even put funding in the DC Emancipation Act to ship them to Liberia via America colonization society. That is true. I don't remember what that had to do with the video we were watching, we were talking about, but that is true. That did happen. Gaming Trucker for JS for $10. Thank you. Says, didn't the FBI get caught trying to falsify documents? I can't remember his name. Didn't they also lie to the FISA courts? Kevin Clinton is his name. Yes, the FBI, I believe I understand what you're talking about. The FBI did get caught lying to falsify FISA warrants regarding the spying on, what's his name? Fuck. Who was that? Who was the guy they were spying on? Who was he was part of the Trump campaign, and then the Trump campaign fired him. He was the guy that Russia tried to turn into an asset, and they realized he didn't know anything worth turning into an asset to.
I'm not sure.
Well, anyway, I can't think of his name at the top of my head. He's that weird young guy. But yeah, no, the FBI was caught because so the way it works is that in order for the FBI to maintain a FISA warrant to have surveillance on someone, they have to show that they're producing new evidence to keep re-upping the FISA. And am I saying, yeah. And they couldn't, Carter Page, thank you, Chad. It was Carter Page, yeah. They were not actually showing that they were lying about showing new evidence, or they were just kind of bullshitting, saying they were having new evidence when they didn't actually have anything new because Carter Page wasn't doing anything wrong. And so they just were lying to the FISA courts. Yeah, that definitely did happen. And I know they got into trouble. I don't know if they got into that much trouble. I mean, those people should have been hit with some severe charges, in my opinion, for doing that. Stug for $2 says, is Steve married to Al Pacino's sister or something? Maybe. Oh, where are we? Miss Cumac for $5. Look at this. It's Miss Cumac. This is J-Mac's wife, Mrs.
What
Cumac.
is it?
Yes. Mrs. J-Mac, Mrs. Cumac for $5 says, I know this is off topic, but just so everyone knows, I whooped J-Mac in Magic the Gathering.
That might be the real...
That is the real one. That's the real J-Mac's wife.
Yes.
Yes.
Look, and congratulations.
That's good.
Because it was a slaughter.
It was, yeah. So I want everyone to know, because J-Mac was talking, he showed us the fairy deck for Commander. Everyone to know the score, okay, when J-Mac used his fairy deck was 96-0. Okay, so the game ended with his wife had 96 life and Jay had 0 life at the end of the game. So there you go.
Ouch.
So F's in the chat, our surrogate father got destroyed by his wife in Magic the Gathering. Okay. Muggy for 15 MYR says, if XQC was here, Baldy would be decimated by him. A few, you're bald. sprinkled with "you're old" and then a lot of incomprehensible words. There you go. That would be pretty funny and also true. Okay. Stug for $2 says Abbott Newsom 2024. Really? Who's going to be president and who's going to be is Abbott going to be president and Newsom's going to be vice president? I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know if that's going to work, Stug. But it would be an interesting ticket. Abbott is the governor of Texas and Newsom is the governor of California. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says if January 6th was bad, what was the night they set the church on fire and tried to get into the White House to the point Trump got sent into the bunker? I mean, it was definitely bad. Don't get me wrong. Those people should be hit with, I mean,
Yeah.
I'd be fine. If people are trying to break into the White House to like get Trump, I am totally fine hitting those people with insurrection charges. Or, I mean, you're trying to go after the president. So that's pretty crazy. WTF 1A1A for $2 says it's the end of the world for it's the end of the word for me. Oh no. Listen. It's just the beginning of the word. Okay? It's just the beginning. JMac, our surrogate father for $20 says we have a rematch tonight, and I will reclaim my honor. Fairies rise up.
We're rooting for you.
There you
Jay.
go.
We're rooting for you.
We're rooting for you, Jay, and your fairies.
Look,
Good on you, Jay, you big fairy.
don't let her take advantage of you.
Yeah. Get her.
Well, beat her first, and then let her take advantage of you.
Wow. Okay. There you go. True.
I mean, in the game, don't beat her. Look, come on. Maybe I didn't word that correctly.
Okay. Twitter Socks for $10 says if you want to laugh, look at the flag of Palestine from 1924 and 1939, and then try to tell me it was not a Jewish nation.
What does that have a Star of David on it or
Let's see.
something?
Flag of Palestine from 1924 was a blue and white flag with a big Jewish star on it. That's funny. I didn't know that. So there you go. Got him.
Wow.
Got him. Okay. Thank you so much. I don't know if this was the ones I saw already, but thank you, J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships. I think that was from the ones we said earlier, but thanks. Daniel Sank for 5 months says the Lincoln Project has always been a rhino organization. This guy's horrible showing is like the clear divides in the Republican Party.
This guy's a rhino.
Well, here's the thing.
Republican
I
in
think
name only.
I don't.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, it's weird because there's this thing where it's like if people whose political values lined up with Bush and McCain, who were the political values that existed for the Republican Party since Reagan, get called rhinos. That doesn't make sense. I mean, you could disagree. You could say, I don't like hawkishness, neoconservatism, neoliberalism, and I'm more in favor of the right-wing populists. That's fine. But you understand that that's the new thing, right? That's not the old thing. That's the new thing.
Right.
And so it doesn't really make sense to call people that are still operating under the older paradigm of republicanism rhinos. They're not. You just have a disagreement on what conservatism actually looks like.
Well, look, yeah, a lot of people say rhino Republican in name only because they mean the person's not a true conservative. If
That's
you're
what
using,
it means, right?
Yeah, if you're using that metric, Trump's a rhino.
Sure, because he's
you think
not.
Trump
really
is a conservative?
No, he isn't. Right. I don't think Trump is very ideologically motivated. But Piffaninos for 8 months says, "Boys, hate to break it to you, all girls know that word. They use it when talking about mascara. Mascara is voluminous. A-team reigns supreme and is always right." Well, there you go. So there you go, ladies. Apparently all the ladies use voluminous when talking about mascara. I didn't know this. Loser Beard for 12 months. Thanks so much for being a 1 year free Will Loser Beard. Says happy 1 year anniversary, guys. Seeing as the gift is paper, I'm thinking an origami jank buffalo. There you go. Beautiful. That'd be pretty cool. Stellic for $5 says Sitch is to language as Benedict Cumberbatch is to the singular word penguin. Wait. How does Benedict Cumberbatch say penguin? Does he not? How do you say penguin wrong? Let's see. How does he say it?
What's that?
Adam's not listening.
What? I'm listening.
Wait, hold on. Give me 1 second. So Benedict Cumberbatch, he doesn't say penguin. He says penwins. Penwings for some reason. He says penwings. So there you go. What a weirdo. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says Adam over enunciates voluminous ASMR.
Voluminous.
Oh yeah, just whisper that. Whisper it again, Daddy. Yeah. Give me some ASMR.
No.
Voluminous.
It's gross.
Yeah.
Stop that.
This voluminous ASMR. Hello, everyone. This is NPR ASMR here to talk about how you should all be socialists and give to us and our voluminous request for funding. We're not partisan. We just think capitalism is wrong and evil. What the fuck's up with NPR? Jesus. Disgusting.
NPR blows.
It does, yeah. Andrew Clark for $2 says you can quote find in page on the transcript. Oh yeah, no, I know you can bring up a transcript on a YouTube video and you can control F to look for words. I just didn't know how Enlightened Centrist. I mean, if Enlightened Centrist was like literally click on every stream up to 70 and just control Fing the transcript, like that's crazy. I hope he didn't do that. It seems very labor intensive.
Right. Yeah.
Twitter Sucks for $20 says, speaking of which, hi, Doomer. There you go. Doomer was in the chat.
Hey, Doomer.
Doomer, our saint of healness, our patron saint of being the heel. Doomer.
Yes. We love his healiness.
Soldoge for $2 says, make sure to read the description. Oh, I didn't read the description.
Of what? The video?
The video he made.
Is it interesting?
Let me see. I'll check right now. Hi, Sitch and Adam. I saw you invited some bum historian on to tell you about how the China-Taiwan fight would go when you had someone actively training the fight on your show less than a week earlier. Okay, I see you, Baka. This is your punishment. For everyone else, I hope you enjoyed the video while Sitch and Adam go warm up their nuggies. Please leave a like to show how much you hate, love Sitch and Adam. Please subscribe to watch me never upload another video, still more often than Sitch. There you go.
Wow, really hard-hitting description there. We should have him write our descriptions.
That's a good description. I didn't know you trained. Did you tell us that you trained people? You trained the Taiwanese people to fight? It's pretty badass. Good for you.
Nice.
Right.
How are they? Are they any good? What are their weaknesses?
Are they doing good? Are they strong? I hope they're strong. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says cemetery is also where to pick up edgy goth chicks. True.
Andrew yeah, I know.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, what about World End Economica? What about it? Oh, I thought you were just making something up. That's a real thing. Some other anime. All these animes. Lives in Deswell
Somebody
specifically
said
$5.
Mob Psycho 100 has terrible animation. Somebody said that in the comments, and I was like, what?
Who the fuck said that? That's a person trolling you, Adam.
Well, I mean, does he mean there are ugly people? There are definitely funny, ugly-looking people in that. But I think the animation is really
not a
good.
lot of hot people in that anime.
Yeah.
But it's definitely beautifully animated. I think it's, isn't it? No, it's not Kill People, is it? It might be. I don't know who it is. Legend Does Wall specifically for $5 says, I've been thinking about it. The answer is to do a Timothy Dexter punctuation reservoir at the end of the text. Good compromise, don't you agree?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't agree with that. Fuck
Right.
you.
If you do
Fuck
it
you.
Sitch's way, it kind of makes you think, is the exclamation correct? Like you're asking exclamation question, right? Am I excited?
The way I do it is correct, like everything I do. Fondue for $2 says the high school S is the Sitch superhero sign. First of all, it's called the cool S. Okay. The high school S is the cool S. And secondly, that is true.
What is the high school S?
It's the cool S.
Is it in that high school font? Is that what it is?
No, you know the cool. You know what the cool S is? You know when people draw a chain, they do the 3 little lines on top of each other and they connect them.
No.
Okay. Don't worry about it. Stug for $2 says they will just apologize and get away with it. Apologize. Sadly.
Yeah.
Lives in Des Walter specifically for $2 says beware the weak men with the momentary upper hand. True.
Oh, they're the worst. Sneaky fuckers.
Muggy for 15 MYR says I watched Martin Scorsese's The Silence. When I saw what they did to the Japanese Christians, I thought to myself, I wouldn't mind a bit of nuking. I'm not familiar with The Silence.
Right. But evidently it made nuking Japan worthwhile.
I don't even know what they do to the Japanese Christians. I'm unfamiliar with this. I'm sure something like what the Japanese were doing in World War II was so insane.
Oh, yeah.
That it's like, I mean,
Taking
there was
their
some
property.
fucking insane shit going on. Okay.
Look, people don't respect how much cooler it is to live in a high trust society, right?
Yeah.
America hasn't always been a high trust society, and the Japan thing is a perfect example, right?
Right.
They're like, look, we can't trust these people. They all look different. Round them up.
This is from the 17th century. Apparently, this movie takes place in the 17th century.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're not over it.
Liam Neeson is a Jesuit who went to Japan to preach.
Okay. Look.
So there you go.
I don't think we should be nuking Japan for what took
something
place
in the
1700s.
1600s. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. That's a little excessive.
Right. They did a lot of torture, though. Let's just say that. But they did a lot of torture. Okay.
The Wootman for 8 months says,
Thank you.
Here is to 8 long months of Daddy J-Mac's generosity. What a hand, a hero, hand.
What a hero with a bunch of applause.
Oh, is that what those are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Muggy for 6 months.
Some of those are jazz hands, though.
They are. No, they're clapping. Oh, I see. There's, yeah, you're right. Muggy for 6 months says, hypothetically, you have a hot sister like supermodel level or Tifa level hot for you, Sitch, and you know that she's really into incest. Would you?
Oh, man. So, look, we've often wondered on the show, you know, the sister question with Sitch.
Have we? Wait, when have we ever? We've never talked about this. What are you talking about?
People want to know, Sitch.
Wait. We just made this up. When have we ever had a sister question conversation?
No, this
you
is
just said we've often had this conversation. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, look, this is the first time it's come up, obviously.
Okay. I was like, what?
The sister question.
The sister question.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Would you hump your sister?
No, of course not.
Oh.
Adam is saying yes.
Look, it's more difficult for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't have a sister.
I don't have a sister either. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
Why does everyone think I have a sister? I have a brother who's older than me.
Right. Okay.
I'm the classic second child, okay?
But you do have, well, I mean, having sex with your brother would be
No,
I mean,
not a fan. Yeah.
that would be gay, Annie.
Right. Right.
So,
Sitch, if you had a really hot brother.
yeah. Look, I'm gonna just go with no too, obviously, because that's the right answer.
I appreciate your level of honesty.
Just
that question.
Look, I have a feeling. A feeling that people think about having sex with their siblings and they get an icky feeling, right?
Right.
I'm an only child. I don't have any siblings, so I don't.
Right.
That icky
you don't
feeling.
Firsthand know. Yeah.
Yeah, I just know it hypothetically, right? And you're telling me that, like, magically, I have a sister that's looks like Tifa, and she's interested. I'm going. Well, I mean, I don't remember growing up, and like normally that feeling is instilled in you because you have a relationship with your sister as a child, and you're like develops over time, right?
Right. So I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like, I don't have female sisters or anything, so I've never like been in that situation. That's what we were talking about.
Right. Yeah.
I've never had like an attractive family member, so I've never had to grapple with this, so I can't answer it from like experience.
Ooh, tough one for your brother. Jeez.
But
harsh crowd.
You're right. But I'm also not gay, so it's fine. But so yeah, from personal experience, I've never had to grapple with this question. So I'm gonna give it but putting that aside, I'm gonna give a resounding would not.
Hell no. Of course not. Incest? Are you insane? Are you crazy? Yeah. Why would you ask such a question?
I know. How dare you, Mikey? How dare you? How dare you? Stag for $5 says, no, Sitch. You want the Supreme Court to hear all the stupid arguments for as long as they can and then shut them down thoroughly. Hard disagree there.
Yeah, I understand. I'm with Stug.
What was what are we talking about here?
If the Supreme Court case goes over the memo that we read, you want them to explain to you why they're shooting it down.
Well,
you don't want them just to say, hell no.
Listen, I understand what you're saying. I would like, it would be nice to have the legal framework tell it no, but I think the damage of Pence doing it and the Republican Party being on board with it is far more damaging than simply having the Supreme Court just saying it's illegal. So
yeah, but you're gonna have the Republicans anyway because they already did it.
They didn't do it though. What do you mean?
Look, Stug is saying if the Republicans do that and the Supreme Court has to overturn it, you want the Supreme Court to give their reasoning in every detail.
Well, obviously,
and to
if it
castigate.
Way, I agree.
And to castigate the Republicans that did this in very harsh words.
Yeah, but the problem is it's not. I understand the argument, but I'm saying the whole legal thing is a facade. Okay. The legality of this is irrelevant. It's not about the legality. Legality is an excuse. So even if the Supreme Court says they're not going to do it, that's not going to like change anyone's mind. They're going to say, well, it was illegal. It's like, well, no one cared about the legality. It's obviously not. Obviously, this is not like a legal thing anyway. It's so clearly, obviously not legal for Mike Pence to do this. That was never really, that's not a real issue. I don't think anyone's going to be convinced by the Supreme Court saying it's not legal.
So the majority opinion, just so you know, it should read, this was obviously illegal. Fuck you.
Stug's in the chat. Oh, he's okay. I understand. He's saying, because I made that joke, like the Supreme Court should just instantly come back and say, fuck you in like 5 seconds. Yeah. Okay. I understand. I thought you were referring to whether Mike Pence should shut it down or should go to court. Okay. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I agree. Okay. Obviously I do. I agree. If it were to go through, yes.
So you think the majority opinion should be longer than that now?
Yes.
Are you changing your opinion?
I was joking. Oh my God. Listen, because I criticized the Supreme Court when they gave the
hell yeah.
Here's your other. I was gonna say that, fucker. I was gonna say
the very terse Supreme Court ruling.
Terse. There's your
seal my word.
Fancy word of the day. The very terse, ruling on whether there was any standing for Texas to
Right.
bring against whatever.
We
fucking
want a
state.
voluminous.
Yes.
We want a voluminous.
Or as some say, voluminous.
Yes, we want a voluminous
We want a very
majority
voluminous
opinion.
that breaks down.
Yes.
I agree. I agree.
Volumes of pages.
Yes. If
Many pages of reasoning.
Yes, if it did go to Supreme Court, I'd want the Supreme Court to very clearly and go through all the arguments, explain why it's all bullshit, and just nail them to
Right.
the wall. Yes,
Yeah.
100%. I agree.
If it did end on something like "fuck you for doing this," I'd be happy with that.
Now that's true. If at the end it should just say, "And by the way, go fuck yourself," and has a picture of the cat giving the middle fingers. Okay.
Oh my
Actually, no,
God.
it's really a GIF.
Oh my
If you
God.
download the internet version, it's a GIF of someone flicking off while moonwalking backwards. Okay.
Muggy is back again.
I see that. I see that. Muggy for 15 MYR says, "Okay, Sitch, if your brother is really good
at cosplay.
at cosplaying as a convincing Tifa and is into incest, would you do it now?"
Oh, Muggy. Oh, Muggy, you're too good to us.
What is the opposite of being too good to us? The exact opposite.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, Sitch. That is hilarious.
Uh-huh.
You have to at least admit how funny that is.
The answer is a big resounding no.
Well,
No,
but
no,
at
no.
least now you can feel it in your gut.
Yeah, I can be with 100% certainty. Yeah, the answer is no. Would not, no.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
Okay. Fondue for $20 says, "I don't like the idea of using the law to avoid another January 6th. Law as deterrents do not work because no one thinks they'll get caught. Rather, we just apply the law equally, the way we should be." I understand what you're saying, but the whole law is a deterrent thing for people being caught. I mean, that generally works when someone's committing a crime that they're planning on running away from the police. The people who are breaking into the Capitol, I mean, how do you not think you're not going to get caught? Everyone's on camera. There's literally police there. I mean, I guess they weren't thinking about it at the time, or they weren't thinking about the severity of it at the time. But I disagree. I think if there is some other January 6th thing that happens, people will be cognizant of a big prison sentence over their head. I mean, I agree the law should be applied equally. Don't get me wrong. But
Look, the only people that I hear making this argument are the defund the police commies. This whole idea, like they always say, longer jail sentences aren't a deterrent. And I think, fuck you. They're totally a deterrent.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I mean, I've always heard that research shows it's not a deterrent. That doesn't have a big impact. But I don't know. I've never looked into it myself.
I think that research is bullshit. How does that research include the people who are actually deterred?
Well, no. They mean in terms of like, would a person commit a crime? Would a person who is going to commit a crime not commit a crime because the crime they're about to commit has a longer prison sentence?
But a lot of crime is crimes of opportunity.
Right. I understand that.
I'm
saying that's not. I don't think
I don't buy
exactly
I don't buy
clear-
any of their research.
Whether you buy it or not, I don't know if
it's
it
all
applies
bullshit.
to like a January 6th type scenario. I think it's a little bit different than like people going to a store and stealing a bunch of shit. But I understand your point. I do think the law should be applied equally. But whether you agree with it or not, I do think that Adam is correct in saying that was probably the thought process for it.
Well,
to,
and
like,
they
really hit
look
them with something.
also him saying we should just apply the law equally. They are applying the law equally. Like what people want to do is they want to come in and they want to say, "Oh, look, this is simple trespassing. It's a $15 fine."
Right.
And the other people are coming in here and going, "No, this is a goddamn treason. This is an insurrection."
Right.
And the penalty is 25 years. So, I mean, they're being brought up on charges of insurrection, which...
Well, I'm not sure they are being... Well, I don't know. I don't know what exact charges they're being brought up on. But
they are bringing up... They're not saying, look, they're not using the law unequally. Right?
Well, first of all, I
the
don't know if
charges are what make up the.
Right, I understand that. I don't think insurrection is a charge. I think they're being charged with interrupting government proceedings and like things like that. Is what the names
Sure.
of these
Yeah.
charges are, so.
Well, that's
Right.
that's.
Well, as I said,
similar
I think the QAnon shaman guy got hit too hard. I'm not sure about anyone else because I haven't looked into it. But Fondue for Jar says long sentences for detainment are not a deterrent.
No,
And
he
that's
says
what I've
long
heard.
sentences for detainment, not deterrent.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. I've never looked into it individually, but
I do look. I fundamentally disagree. I have heard the people chime in about the research. People who usually want to defund the police or lower prison sentences for things like rape, and I just
listen, they're
fuck you.
bad. Listen, I agree that there are people that make bad arguments for lowering prison time for bad things they shouldn't be doing for, but I'm just saying I've heard this consistently. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone.
You can't tell me that
counter it. I don't know if I even heard Sean, who is very up on things, counter this. I'm assuming he would know whether it's true or not. So,
look, you can't tell me that you're going to make shoplifting. You're going to turn shoplifting into a $5 ticket, and you're not going to get tons more shoplifting. That jail time for shoplifting is not a deterrent.
Well, no, there's a different. Okay, wait, let's pause. Well, first of all, Fondue for George says, but I do get your guys' point. Well, thank you. And thank you for the super chat, Fondue. I think there's a big difference between saying we're going to reduce shoplifting to a misdemeanor, so much so that the police, even if they arrest you, they just let you go because you're not going to be charged. That's very different than saying, okay, for shoplifting, you're going to get 2 years or you're going to get 5 years for shoplifting. Does that 3-year increase change someone's mind when they go to shoplifting versus only going to jail for 2 years? I would probably say no.
This is ridiculous.
Right? No,
this
but
is
that's
absolutely
I'm assuming that
ridiculous.
That's what the argument is, right?
Yeah, but it's a ridiculous argument.
Okay,
like if
why?
if shoplifting is 30 days in jail,
yes,
or beheading, you're going to get a completely different profile of shoplifting.
Right.
That is a deterrent.
Yes, I agree completely. Yeah. Right. But I'm assuming
so the idea that the whatever punishment isn't going to be a deterrent is just, I mean, that's the argument that they make. They're like, nobody thinks about the punishment.
No. I think when they're saying is what I'm saying, I would imagine most people would agree, and research would show this, that if you have some crime that gets you 30 days or less slap on the wrist versus the same crime getting you 2 years in jail, that's going to have a significant impact on how people engage in that criminal behavior, I would imagine. And I imagine most people would agree with that, right? There's some level of, it's not like a black or white question. There's a spectrum that we're talking about. There's a sliding scale here.
Increasing the severity of punishment does little to deter crime. Laws and policies designed to deter crime are focusing mainly on increasing the severity of punishment are ineffective partly because criminals know little about the sanctions for specific crimes. Okay. First of all, I completely disagree with this, right? Most criminal, especially people who engage in criminal activity regularly, it seems like they always know what the different lengths of time are for different various crimes. And sure, they might not look it up in a book or look it up on the internet or whatever. What they do is they do a crime and they figure it out, right?
Well, there's probably a quick way to test this. Did the 3 strikes rule help lower crime? Because wouldn't that be kind of a form of this, right?
You can just, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff here.
Okay.
Research on crime deterrence shows that increasing punishment severity does little to prevent crime. This is partly because criminals seldom know the legal sanctions for specific crimes. Increasing the chance of being caught is more effective deterrent. Well, okay.
Well, that makes sense to me, but
Sure, obviously. But my problem with all these studies, and when I've looked into this before, is that it's like they don't, none of them take into consideration the fact that there is a certain number of people who are like, oh, I wouldn't do that because I don't want to go to jail.
right.
Which, I mean, that completely, I guess they're making the case that 5 years or 10 years, what's the difference, right?
Right.
But in a lot of these cases, they're pleading down to from a felony to a misdemeanor, which
Right.
means you could go straight from jail to just a ticket.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. It shouldn't be thought of as a black and white, because if it's like someone going to jail for 30 days versus going to jail for 10 years, I think that could have a pretty significant change, right? But then, as you also said, if it's from 5 to 10 years, is that really going to change anyone's mind? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it depends on the specifics that we're talking about. So, but anyway, let's move off this topic.
Right. No, I just look. I don't.
Actually, I wish we would have stayed on this topic, because the next super chat's from Muggy again. Muggy for 15 Mirror Maxes says, Sitch, your parents revealed that your cosplay brother is adopted. Do him now, Sitch. Stop trying to get me to have sex with family members, Muggy. I'm not going to do it, okay? I'm not doing it. There's no doings or going-ons at the Sitch household with other family members, all right? Stop it. Stop it.
Oh, I remember where this always comes up.
In the
It
name
always
of Michael
comes up-
Jordan. Stop it.
It always comes up in the death penalty conversations.
Yes,
Because that's when it comes up. They're
Is
like,
death-
the death
yeah, is death
penalty
penalty
doesn't
deterrent?
deter crime.
Right.
Which, as I said before, raise the penalty of shoplifting to death. Watch what happens to those shoplifting stats. You could
I mean,
test
I don't
this.
disagree. I mean,
Yeah, you could test this very easily. Okay.
Yeah, but you should, but okay, but again, it's like, in that situation it would, but it's like, okay, if you go from, 30 days in jail to death penalty, it's going to have an impact. But if you go from life in prison to death penalty, is that going to have an impact? Probably not, right?
I agree. I totally agree.
Right.
But this idea that punishment doesn't have an impact, different punishments don't have an impact. That's the thing that
No, I agree. And you are correct about that.
that's the thing that I'm contesting.
Okay.
Why does punishment not always work? Oh, let's see here.
A very dead horse for $2 says, Jank said Adam's name first last stream and almost got his endorsement for that. I think Adam's nephew or niece must have been told them they loved him and wish they could vote for president. I think Adam needs more free will. S class is best class. I think you do need a little bit more free will, Adam. That's true. I agree with
Look, I'm technically a registered Republican now, so I can't vote for Jank in the primary if I wanted to.
Wow.
I felt bad.
Okay. You should go back to being a Democrat.
Remember when one of the cringe moments on stream was when Brianna Wu asked us if we would vote for her? Do you remember that? We were both like, oh.
I don't remember that, no.
Oh, you don't?
It was so cringe, I guess I blocked it out of my mind.
Look at that.
What is she running for?
Well, she was saying, like, if I did run for office, you would vote for me, right? And then we were both like,
We're not in her state.
Well, what if she's running for president? We don't need to be in her state.
Well, she running for president? I didn't think she was running for president.
People remember it. Look, I remember.
Okay,
I
I don't
remember
remember
reading
it.
comments when they were like,
I don't remember anything we talked about this previous stream. Okay, I try to put all these streams out of my mind as quickly as possible.
"Why?"
I'm just kidding.
Look, I have a
I'm a
lot
very
of
in the
fun.
moment type person. All right, I see it in front of me, it's there, and then it's gone. I can't visualize things. It's all gone from my mind. Like the second it's out of sight.
I was look
There's
when
no object permanence for Sitch. Okay,
when Jank was talking about his presidential run, I thought he was going to put us on the spot like that.
right. Well, listen, now I have a good excuse not to. You said Adam Sitch.
Look, I'm ready to endorse him though.
I
I was
know.
like, as soon as you said Adam and Sitch, I'm like,
There you
oh well,
go.
now I'm ready.
Listen, this is the classic, okay? This is the classic dilemma of power. There's a Sitch faction and an Adam faction, and you could only win one. You can't win both. Okay.
Exactly.
And he made his choice. He chose the A team.
You're right. He chose a smaller faction.
He chose the A team. Yeah.
Damn it. We're the underdogs. Well, look, Jank's an underdog too, so.
Right.
A lot of people, man, they do think Adam and Sitch just sounds better.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm aware.
It's weird.
It is weird. And they're all wrong.
Yeah.
So, we should bring this up. Majin drew a picture.
No, look, you've got big important things you got to take care of.
We're almost done. We should bring up this picture.
Okay. I'll bring it up.
The Very Dead Horse for $2 says, I'm kind of surprised that people are surprised about some of these far left people's reaction to the attack on Israel. Like, these things are intercepted like 99% of the time. Obviously, hashtag not all, but the mask slipped on them. Yeah, I don't think it was the missiles. I think it was just the
kind of the rape and murder, right?
Yeah, because usually you don't see, because like the videos that we were seeing in Israel, I mean, you weren't even really seeing stuff like that in Ukraine. And you were seeing a little bit, but not this, because there weren't people doing it and then proudly posting it on social media, which is like wild. So,
and it was like
expecting it, yeah.
I mean, in Ukraine, people were kind of hunkered down, ready for it. This was like they were at a music festival, filming everything anyway.
Right, that's true. Rhythmus for $4 says, as someone who grew up in a conservative household and who's still a conservative, there's a sense among conservatives that recent American history has been mostly a series of L's for conservatives and very few wins. Nobody thought Trump was a conservative, but he was the most powerful tool we ever had to get some W's for a change. Conservatives that supported January 6th felt that one of their chances to fix the country was being stolen. Yeah, I think that is accurate in how some conservatives felt. That does make sense to me.
I 100% agree. Look, I told you those people were lied to. They were defrauded.
Sure. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, of course, we communists don't hate the Jews. We're not racist. We just hate white people and bankers who happen to be Jewish. I mean, yeah, we also happen to hate their culture, but we're nothing like the Nazis. There you go. Did you bring it up?
The picture I did, yeah. Andrew, I can't play the clip because we can't play those and watch together. He wants us to play some EFAP clip.
Oh, okay. Here's Adam in the top right saying, "It first left my beautiful mouth." Like the really buff Adam. Look at this. Voluminous. This? And then we both say, voluminous is my word.
Oh, look at this.
You look kind of like a combination of a JoJo character and the bad guy from Yu Yu Hakusho. And then I say,
left my beautiful mouth.
And then I say, voluminous passed from my sacred word hole.
Oh, that's funny.
That's good.
That's good.
Look at this. Look how buff I am. Look at my neck pulsing.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
My head looks very phallic.
Okay. Your throbbing dickhead.
And then Adam says, let's have our mouths do the fighting.
Oh, my God.
Majin was like, listen.
Majin, no.
Majin was like, oh God, it's a part 2. Majin heard me say this. MAG is more degenerate.
Oh, and he's like, I will not have that.
That will not
How
stand.
dare you?
How
dare you?
Okay. There's a part 2.
No, please. Don't send it.
You had to bring it up.
Let's just imagine how horrible it is.
No, I sent it to you.
Oh my God, no. Oh, you're evil. Look, when you said mouth fighting, I thought you meant arguing.
Oh, really? Is that what you thought?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Look, Sammy G. Bloody nose crying.
Did you bring up the panel?
Of course I did. Look.
Okay, so there's Sammy G in the
It's
top left.
painful.
She's got the bloody nose, the anime bloody nose, and she's saying, wholesome, and she's blushing. She's so excited by this picture. And there's me and Adam letting our mouths do the fighting. There
You
it
guys
is.
are terrible.
Our mouths locked in a struggle for
Oh,
dominance.
look, I have another picture I can send to the people who call us conservatives.
There you go. Beautiful. Wonderful. Okay. Okay. Where was I? Dr. Diller or that one. Dr. Diller for no $2 says, what happened to no more debates with no good guy? Both of these people are annoyingly stupid. You're right. That went out the window quick. Vosh for $2 says, the real Vosh says, no, I'm not upset. I'm not. This country is upset with absurd prices. $5 for a meal at McDonald's. I need more meat in my diet. There you go.
Cool. Bosch. Brought to you by Bosch.
Brought to you by Vosh.
The
Vosh,
Bosch.
another $2. Thank you, Vosh. Says, I look around and I just see stupid. Quit complaining about religion. No one cares. Oompa Loompas are murdering themselves. Oh, boo-hoo. You're gay, you're lesbian, you're straight. My penis doesn't work. Well, there you go. I mean,
that
they
must
make...
be a haiku.
There you go. They make pills for that, I've heard. So...
For penis straightening?
I don't know about straightening, maybe working, but Dodoms for $2 says, Adam, you should check out Chris Williamson's interview with Niall Ferguson. I'm not sure where I land on it, but he has a different take on what lessons can be derived from historical events. I think you'd find it interesting. Chris Williamson's interview of Niall Ferguson.
Neil Ferguson.
The most dope for $2 says, I don't know why it's so hard for people to acknowledge that both things happened. Some people were strolling around the place and others were being violent rioters, feeling like this is how you instantly identify as a partisan hack. Yeah, I think that's fair. The most dope for $2 says, I think part of why Destiny Peacecoat see you guys as conservatives is because how you, or at least Adam, scoffs at calling January 6th an insurrection.
We just spent 2 hours fucking calling it an insurrection.
I'm assuming this happened before that conversation. You admit it's bad, but they might think you guys don't go far enough. Yeah, I mean, I'll even say Adam changed my mind in this conversation today to make me comfortable saying it was an insurrection. So, good job, Adam.
Yeah.
You convinced me.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Dodoms for $2 says, you might think large headphones look goofy, but when the Sitch and Adam studio is set up, you'll need to convince someone to be on earwax cleaning duty for your guest earphones. Best of luck on that one. There you go.
Oh, if they're earbuds.
Right.
I guess that is true.
That is true. They're more hygienic. You don't really necessarily, if someone hands you like earbuds that other people use, you kind of look at it, they're like, ew, I don't want this. What?
Although I seem to always collect thousands of the earbud thing replacements, but I guess it's because I don't really replace them regularly. But I wonder if I could just buy replacements, the little things, and just
if
take
the ones
them
you're
off
using
and-
are replacements, because the ones I use are just hard plastic. There's nothing to replace.
The little plastic thing comes off, and you can put a new one on there though. And I have a bunch.
No,
of
the ones
them.
I
Yeah.
use, there's nothing to come off.
Oh,
It's
okay.
all one piece.
Interesting.
That's a good point,
okay.
Adams. That's probably actually why it's going on. I didn't even think about that. Dr.
Yeah.
Diddler for $2 says, personally, I hope Trump gets convicted before the election and we don't even have to put up with this bullshit. I mean, it would be nice. But even if he gets convicted, he's still going to run. I mean, it's not going to prevent him from running for president. So,
Yeah.
it might even be worse. Who knows? I do think he'll go down the polls if he actually gets convicted, though. Dotem for $2 says, hey, there's one silver lining to all this. If you're ever unsure where your revolution sits on the scale of Gandhi to war crimes and terrorism, you can use the number of leftists with raging erections as a barometer. Well, there you go. That's a good point. Let's see. Click, click, clack. Oh, God.
What is it?
Can't believe Metal allowed the show to be called Jay and Metals podcast, not Metal and Jay. Gosh, Mel, you gotta stand up for yourself. Just like Adam and Sitch all over again.
Unironically, I thought it was called Adam and Sitch. When I went to look up the podcast when I was on it, I went
Oh
Adam
my
and Sitch
God.
because it just rolls off the tongue better and it's alphabetical.
Oh, dude, I kept saying it without like like it wasn't a conscious decision to do it wrong, but then I just started enjoying it, and then I was like, you know what? It is better as Adam and Sitch.
It is better.
Everyone feels this way. One day Adam will get justice.
Disgusting.
Yeah, because if we did it, it'd be, well, there's 3 of us, and that starts to get a little wordy. But
yeah, and well, because
yeah.
people have asked us like Mauler and Rags or Rags and Mauler. I don't know.
Mauler and
You know what? I'm not going to call it EFAP anymore. I'm going to call it Fringy's Friendship Hour. Okay. I'm going to call it Fringy's Friendship Hour, or Fringy Show. It's a Fringy Show. EFAP doesn't exist anymore. There's no such thing as EFAP. It's the Fringy Show.
Fringy.
Yeah. Fringy for the win. Okay.
Rags, like Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah, it does the 2-syllable, 1-syllable, like it.
And it is alphabetical.
Yeah.
And you end it.
Why is it being alphabetical matter? What the fuck does it do with anything? Oh my God. We don't need to listen to this.
Yeah, look, I think they're done
slander.
talking about us anyway. So
God.
Thank you, Andrew Clark.
No, thank you, Andrew.
For forcing us to listen to this.
Okay.
Here, let's just listen to it a couple more times.
Oh, Majin sent for
Starts to get a little
$5.
wordy.
Majin for $5 says, "Howdy, pumpkins. May I be so selfish to ask you to check your mentions from myself, the 2 pictures? I'm not sorry." Well, there you go. I actually saw your pictures before I saw that, but thank you for the $5, Majin. And thank you for the lovely artwork.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Always love the fan art.
Yeah.
Even from our insane fans.
See, it's like, it's weird. You're actually, when I click on my notification, Majin, your tweet doesn't even show up.
Oh, really?
I don't even
Look,
see it.
I don't see. Did he tag me? I don't see it in the notifications.
He tagged both of us, yeah.
Oh, no, wait. Oh, I don't see the new one. I just see the old one.
Well, no, the old one was tagged to Sammy. I mean, the new one was tagged to Sammy. But I don't see your actual tweet in my notifications. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on in my notifications. They suck now. Nothing works properly. So
it's
weird.
Getting...
I see people in my notifications liking and responding to your tweet, but not the tweet itself. So,
oh, yeah, you're right.
Doesn't make any
as
sense
well.
to me. Yeah.
Maybe it got censored because it's too dirty or something.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Maybe.
Oh, wait, no. I see the tweet, but it's only Sammy G is tagged in it.
That was the second one.
Right. I don't see the second
Whatever.
one.
Anyways.
Why is Sammy G laughing at that tweet? Maniacally.
Why, indeed, yeah.
Sammy.
Why, indeed.
Sammy. Oh, God.
Okay. Let me finish. Toxic Mix for $20. Thank you. Says, Bud Sitch. Bud Sitch. Hypothetically, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? Oh, no. But your brother, in addition to being adopted and a cosplayer, is also fully post-op and says S-class is the best class at the end.
Wow.
Listen, I don't like where this is going.
Just
okay?
fuck your sister already, Sitch. Enough messing around.
If you want to give me a hypothetical sister, please, I will take the hypothetical sister just to stop this line of inquiry. All right. I will take my hypothetical sister. All right.
This guy's going to spend $1,000. Right.
Well, this is a different person. This
oh,
why it's growing. It's spreading. This was Toxic
Mix. Oh, no.
Mix.
Toxic Mix.
Right. Okay. You guys will convince me to go with my hypothetical non-existent sister. So just let's stay with the hypothetical sister, all right? Please. That's all I ask. All right.
All
right.
How the memes begin.
Lives in Devswall specifically for $5 says Adam and Sitch should put the initials in a nifty acronym commonly seen on the top score of arcade machines. Not sure if that's a plus or minus. Yeah, exactly. No one wants the initials of our show to be ass. Okay, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah, look. Ass is not too bad.
Oh, here we go. JMac, our surrogate father, for $20 says, I just kicked my family's asses at Mario Party, so I still reign as Supreme Patriarch. Although my daughter almost got me with the bonus star. Manhood secured. There it is. There it is, boys.
Yeah.
Everyone fists up and dicks out for a big masculine win there.
Don't you
That's
love
good
it?
to hear, J-Mac. That's good to hear. Okay. We're all happy. Those fucking bonus stars can get you at the end. Some bullshit ass bonus star.
Danger.
The worst, not the bonus star. The worst is the hidden star. Sounds like, oh, I just fucking randomly got this hidden star and now I'm winning. It's like, oh my God, you scumbag. That's the worst. Stug for $2 says Fringy's Friendship Fiesta. That's a good one. That's a good one too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The 3 Fs.
3 Fs. Fringy's Friendship Fiesta. So. Adam V for $5 says my intuition is S class for all the obvious reasons, but Adam has the same name as me and praised Purity Ring in the past, so A Team reigns supreme.
That's right, Adam. You know what's up.
What is that a band? What is Purity Ring?
Yeah, Purity Ring is awesome. You don't listen to Purity Ring?
I don't.
Oh, I forgot. You're like a Weird Al Yankovic guy.
Let it be known, A Team, that your ruler does not like Weird Al Yankovic.
Purity Ring and Weird Al Yankovic are just, I mean, they're opposite ends of the football field, really.
Okay.
They're just night and day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The most dope for $2 says, oh yeah, it was more of the initial response to January 6th and before the stream. I know before you guys thought insurrection was too strong of a word. Even now, I think it can be a bit dramatic, but ultimately feels appropriate. Well, there you go. Well, thank you, most dope.
Well, also, I mean, things are moving along now. We're learning more and more stuff about the. I mean, I don't know how you can listen to what is coming out in these court cases and not just completely think, oh, this was messed up. Right?
Right.
Look, you're thinking, if Trump floated these ideas and there were no takers, but no, they had a plan together. They fucking handed the plan off to Pence.
Right.
Oh, they were fully going for it.
Anyways.
Oh, okay. What, already? You ready to call it a night?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Oh, what are you, lazy?
I'm hungry.
Look, it's only 8 hours.
Oh my God.
We're not going to go. Look.
No.
What am I going to do? I'm going to be bored.
I got shit to do, okay? I got food to eat and shit to do.
Andrew Clark for $2.
Oh my God.
Sitch. No one said being A-Team was easy.
True. Well, listen, Andrew probably likes the challenge. He probably likes the masochism of it, okay?
Look, Andrew, we're going to have to talk about your A-Team membership pretty soon here.
It's gonna about to be a lot harder to be A Team, okay?
The one thing that's the hardest thing about it being A Team, not being A Team anymore.
There you go.
Nate the Farmer for $5. So it should be called And Adam Sitch Show. What?
True enlightened centrists stay in the middle.
And Adam Sitch Show.
That way we'll both be in the middle. So.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get it.
Right.
Very good. All right. Let's call it quits.
There you go. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Sammy, for your wonderful art. And thank you, Majin, for your perverted art. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true enlightened centrists. And we'll see you all on Tuesday. Bye-bye!